We have Spanish.
No, just the,
Those who have to fix it, it's probably a fat finger, there's nothing we can do about it. So fortunate. You get there. This should work. Never mind, I gotta go get this guy's cell phone. He's in holding cell 1. Holding cell 14. All right, goodbye.
All right, thank you. You may be seated. All right. All right, we are going to go ahead and get started. Good evening. My name is Commissioner Elizabeth Campbell, and this is the 2 a.m. initial appearance calendar for April 3rd, 2026. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. Persons appearing before this court are reminded that they have the right to remain silent and that anything they say could be used against them. Most of you have qualified for a court-appointed attorney. If you have not qualified for a court-appointed attorney, or even if you have, you may retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I will be calling you up individually. When your name is called, please proceed to the podium. At the conclusion of your matter, officers will have paperwork for you. That paperwork will contain my complete orders in your case. It will also contain the dates, times, and locations of your future hearings. I now need to read a victim's rights advisement. If you are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you have not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. All right, Mr. Garcia, do we have you on Teams?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. All right, we're going to go ahead and take Jeffrey Horsch's matter first, Mr. Garcia, because I believe that's the only matter you're appearing on. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. All right, so our first matter this evening is a house call. Mr. Horsch is not able to be with us because he is in medical isolation. Mr. Horsch's full name is Jeffrey John Horsch. His date of birth is May 4th of 1982. The court is finding extraordinary circumstances pursuant to State v. Brown with respect to the time of the initial appearance hearing. Based upon the information provided by the arresting agency, which is attached, defendant's need for medical care prevented the defendant from participating in an initial appearance hearing within 24 hours after arrest. All right, Mr. Garcia, as you are aware, Mr. Horsch has been charged with 2 counts of aggravated assault on a first responder, a Class 2 felony, 1 count of discharge of a firearm in city limits, a Class 6 felony, and 1 count of disorderly conduct involving deadly weapons or dangerous instruments, a Class 6 felony. Mr. Garcia, based upon the information contained in the Form 4, I am inclined to find probable cause for those violations. Does the state have any argument it wanted to make on probable cause?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Based upon the information contained in the Form 4, I am finding probable cause for those violations. I am appointing Mr. Horsch an attorney, and I am setting hearings on April 9th at 8:30 and April 13th at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. All right, Mr. Garcia, I have reviewed the state's written recommendation regarding bond in this matter. Would you like to make any argument with regard to that?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, we are requesting the $1 million cash bond, in particular due to the extreme danger that the defendant caused to the community, specifically to the pilots, to the police officers on the ground, the neighbors in the community, due to the gunfire alone, not to mention if he had caused the helicopter to actually crash, the danger that would have caused as well. So with that, Your Honor, we are asking for the $1 million cash bond. Thank you.
All right. And Mr. Garcia, I am in agreement that a high bond is appropriate here given the extraordinary risk that defendant caused to the community. I am going to go ahead and set a $750,000 cash-only appearance bond in this matter. In the event that Mr. Horsch is able to post that bond and secure his release, he would be subject to certain pretrial release conditions, including alcohol and drug testing, as well as electronic monitoring. He's not to possess any weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, and no alcohol. All right, anything further from the state, Mr. Garcia?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. So as I stated, Mr. Garcia, Mr. Horsch is a house call. If anything changes after I talk to Mr. Horsch in-house, I will update my written recommendation or my written order in his case. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you for your appearance, Mr. Garcia. Please feel free to disconnect or stay as long as you would like.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Kelly Pike, please, and then Cameron Williamson White. All right, Ms. Pike, go ahead, state your name.
Kelly Grace Pike,
And Ms. Pike, what is your date of birth?
12/16/1983.
Thank you. All right, ma'am, you are here because Maricopa County, you've got 4 cases. We're going to go case by case. All right, you are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest based upon your failure to appear in
I was hospitalized during that time.
Okay.
I've spoken to my attorney.
Okay. Based upon your failure to appear in your case, CR 2024-152906. In that matter, as you mentioned, the court has already appointed you an attorney, so I'm not making that decision again this morning. I am setting a hearing on April 9th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. And I'm also setting a secured appearance bond in this first failure to appear matter in the amount of $250. Now, you are also here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a second warrant for your arrest. This one is also based upon your failure to appear, and this time in your case, CR 2025-107458. In that matter, once again, the court has already made the decision about whether or not you are entitled to have an attorney appointed, so I'm not making that decision again this morning. I am setting a hearing on April 9th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In the second matter, I'm also setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. And I'm also setting a hearing on April 9th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Now, you are also here because the West Mesa Justice Court issued a warrant for your arrest. This is also a failure to pre-adjudication, failure to appear warrant. This one is dated February 11th of 2020.
I had not received any communications about that case. I contacted the West Mesa Justice Court about it. They had been mailing the information to an address that I no longer have access to, so I'd spoken to them about that, and they told me to come in to set up a new court date, and that's where I was on my way to when I was brought in today.
Okay. So, as I stated in this matter, I am appointing you an attorney for limited representation regarding the bond issue, only because I am setting a $50 secured appearance bond in this West Mesa Justice Court matter. I'm also setting a hearing on April 8th at 8:30 in the West Mesa Justice Court. Now, finally, you are here because you were arrested earlier today on charges of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause for that. I am appointing you an attorney. In your new matter, I am setting hearings on April 9th at 8:30, April 10th at 1:30 p.m., and April 13th at 8:30. All of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Because you were on release in your case CR 2025-108110 on the date of offense for your newest felony charge, I am holding you non-bondable this morning. All right, go ahead, step to the left, officers have your paperwork. Cameron Williamson White, please, and then Christopher Townsend. All right, sir, go ahead, state your name.
Cameron Williamson White.
And Mr. Williamson White, what is your date of birth?
03/09/2006.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because the grand jury in Maricopa County issued a warrant for your arrest based upon allegations that on or about September 14th of 25 through September 15th of 25, you committed the following offenses. 2 counts of misconduct involving weapons, both Class 4 felonies, and that on or about September 15th of 25, you committed the offense of possession or use of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony. In that matter, based upon the information that you provided to pretrial services, I am finding that you are not indigent, so I'm not appointing you an attorney this morning. You may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a hearing on April 10th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Pursuant to that grand jury arrest warrant, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would be subject to certain pretrial release conditions, including the requirements that you not possess any weapons. All right, go ahead, step to the left, officer has your paperwork. All right, Christopher Townsend, please, and then Nicholas Walls. All right, Mr. Townsend, go ahead, state your name.
Christopher Townsend.
Mr. Townsend, what is your date of birth?
6/20/77.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because you were arrested on charges of armed robbery, a Class 2 felony. I did find probable cause for that. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings on April 9th at 8:30 and April 13th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In your matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would be subject to certain pretrial release conditions, including electronic monitoring. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. You're not to possess any weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, and no alcohol. You're also going to need to obey the terms of any order of protection that has been issued or may be issued. All right, go ahead, step to the left, officer has your paperwork. Nicholas Walls, please, and then Marcus Drew. All right, sir, go ahead, state your name.
Nicholas Wall.
And Mr. Wallace, what is your date of birth?
3/16/79.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because... Hold on. You know, we are going to need to call you back at 5, okay? I think we've got a duplicate in the system, or hold on, maybe we don't.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like that because we're seeing it, supposed to be on the, and then they paste it in on the actual warrant. It's the claim send it, it's like seeing it, they keep one or set, bonds on them. That is the same case.
It's the same case and the same violation.
But she said we had to put it in there like that.
Okay. All right. Give me just a second. Is it supposed to be 2? Okay. Okay. So you were, let's get officially started, and then you've got 2 cases, and I'll explain why. All right, sir, go ahead. I know you said it before, but say it one more time. What is your date of birth?
3/16/79, ma'am.
And your name is Nicholas Walls, correct?
It's with Wall.
Just Wall, not Walls.
They had it back wrong before, too.
Okay. All right, sir. You were initially arrested based upon alleged violations of your probation. It was a petition to revoke was submitted, but it was a warrantless arrest. So that
I turned myself in voluntarily, just to please the court. If that means anything, I fully did it.
Okay.
So I'm not a flight risk or anything.
Okay. And so after after the initial petition to revoke with the warrantless arrest was submitted, a second, page 2 was subsequently submitted with a warrant for your arrest on those, based upon the same petition to revoke allegations.
I'm not sure I understand, but okay. What is it, page 2, ma'am? I've never been a criminal.
Page 2 just means you were already in custody when that warrant came through.
Oh, sorry. Oh,
because
so
you were in custody on the warrantless arrest.
I'm so confused. Okay.
And I think legitimately so. But I want to explain why you're going to see 2 entries, because there are 2 entries. I'm going to go ahead and act primarily on the warrant because it's for the same petition to revoke. I am going to put so let's start there. All right, so as I stated, petition to revoke has been filed and a warrant was submitted based upon that petition to revoke. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on April 9th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Pursuant to that probation violation warrant, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. Now, you are also here, as I stated, because you were initially arrested on a warrantless arrest, but it was for the probation violation. So in that matter, just so hopefully they run together and they can get merged when you talk to when you have your next probation hearing. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting hearings again, same hearings, April 9th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In this warrantless arrest matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50 just as a placeholder. And it'll run alongside it's the same case. So it should get squished together, but my expectation is it will get squished together when you next see the judge at the probation revocation hearing on April 9th, okay?
Okay.
And at that point, I am appointing you an attorney in both cases, so you will also have the opportunity to talk to your attorney.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
And hopefully that is as clear as I can make it.
It is. I mean, it is as clear as you can make it. I still don't understand it, though. So I don't even know why I'm here. So the petition to revoke your probation is based upon allegations that you attempted to contact the victim through Instagram on 4/1 without prior written approval from the adult probation department, and the defendant allegedly did not obtain prior written approval from the adult probation department before traveling past or near where the victim works. She works from home, as far as I'm concerned, but okay.
Okay, so.
And I don't even know where she lives.
Okay.
I don't know how it's possible.
So with that, you asked for an explanation, and
yeah,
I provided
that's fair. That's fair.
All right. Yes. No, it should have updated. Give me a second. Try it again. Try number 1 again. Because it's updated on my end.
Nope, not on mine.
Okay, hold on. Should just be a $50 placeholder bond on, just 50.
But it doesn't have like all the CSA stuff that we have on there.
No, because we've since seen the warrant, and so I'm going to rely on what probation wants.
All right, we're good.
Okay, I think we're good. We got the right paperwork. All right, so go ahead, step to the left. Thank you for your patience. All right, Marcus Drew, please, and then Nathan Patino, and then we're going to take a break. All right, Mr. Drew, go ahead, state your name.
My name is Marcus Drew.
Marcus Drew, what is your date of birth?
02/07/2005.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because you were arrested on 4 counts of misconduct involving weapons trafficking, a Class 3 felony, 1 count of money laundering, concealing proceeds, a Class 3 felony, 1 count of illegally conducting an enterprise, a Class 3 felony, 1 count of conspiracy, prohibited weapon, a Class 3 felony, 1 count of conspiracy misconduct involving weapons trafficking, a Class 3 felony, 6 counts of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony, 2 counts of misconduct involving weapons trafficking, a Class 4 felony, 2 counts of possession of a prohibited weapon, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of attempted possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause for all of those. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings on April 9th at 8:30 and April 13th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In your matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $15,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you're not to possess any weapons, and you're not to have any contact with any co-defendants. Okay, full release conditions are in your paperwork, which your officer has for you there. If you go ahead and step to the left.
I do have one question, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
For the secured bond, for the $15,000, would that be 10% or the full $15,000?
So you can work with the bond company. Most of them do charge about 10%, but it depends on you, your individual circumstance, and it depends on the particular bond company.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Go ahead, step left. Nathan Patino, please.
My bad.
All right, Mr. Patino, go ahead, state your name.
Nathan Vasquez Patino,
And Mr. Patino, what is your date of birth?
9506.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because you were arrested on 4 counts of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony, 3 counts of possession of a weapon in a drug offense, a Class 4 felony, 4 counts of possession of narcotic drugs for sale, a Class 4 felony, 3 counts of transporting and or selling narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, and 4 counts of misconduct involving weapons trafficking, a Class 6 felony. Did find probable cause for all of those. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings on April 9th at 8:30 and April 13th at 8:30, both of those in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In your matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $15,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you're not to possess any weapons, and you're not to have any contact with any co-defendant. All right, full release conditions are in your paperwork, which your officer has for you. If you want to go ahead, step to the left.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, and we are going to take a quick break. All right. Logan Smith, please, and then Jordan Boyd Johnson. All right, Mr. Smith, go ahead, state your name.
Logan Smith, ma'am.
And Mr. Smith, what is your date of birth?
5287.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest based upon your failure to appear in your matter CR 2023-113412. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney. In that matter, the court should already have made a determination about whether or not you are entitled to have an attorney appointed. So I'm not making that decision again this morning. I am setting a hearing on April 9th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. And I'm also setting a secured appearance bond in your matter in the amount of $2,500. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, I am reminding you, you do need to go to that hearing on April 9th, okay?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, step to left. Jordan Boyd Johnson, please, and then Stephanie Mejia. All right, sir, go ahead, state your name.
Jermel Boyd Johnson, Your Honor.
And Mr. Boyd Johnson, what is your date of birth?
June 24th, 2000, Your Honor.
And what is your first name?
Jordan.
Jordan, okay. All right, sir, you are here because Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest based upon allegations that you violated your probation in your case CR 2024-157176. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on April 9th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I'm also setting a secured appearance bond in your matter in the amount of $750. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, I am reminding you, you are on probation, so you would need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours, and then you need to make sure you go to those hearings on the 9th. If you are still in custody, you will be transported, okay?
I do have a quick question, Your Honor, if you
Yes,
don't
sir.
mind. I do know that I have money in my property with me. It's not $750, but it's $500, so a closed mouth don't get fed. Is there any way we can get it lowered to $500, Your Honor?
So,
So I can self-bond out?
so I am going to go ahead and leave it at $750 today, all right? Go ahead, step to the left. Stephanie Mejia, please, and then Stephen Church. All right, ma'am, go ahead, state your name.
Stephanie Ann Mejia,
And Ms. Mejia, what is your date of birth?
February 18, 1986.
All right, ma'am, you are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued warrants for your arrest based upon allegations that you violated your probations in your cases CR 2021-113686 and CR 2023-112923. In both of those cases, I am appointing you an attorney, and in both of those cases, I am setting hearings on April 9th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In your 21 case, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $450. In your 23 case, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. In the event you are able to post those bonds and secure your release, I am reminding you, you are on probation, so you would need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. You also need to make sure you go to those hearings on April 9th. If you are still in custody, you will be transported. All right, go ahead, step to the left. Stephen Church, please, and then Stephanie Gray. All right, sir, go ahead, state your name.
Stephen Church,
And Mr. Church, what is your date of birth?
2/15/90.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest based upon your failure to appear in your matter CR 2025-145115. In that matter, the court should already have made a determination about whether or not you are entitled to have an attorney appointed for you, so I'm not making that decision again this morning. I am setting hearings on April 9th at 8:30 and April 13th at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In your matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would need to go to those hearings on the 9th and the 13th. If you're still in custody, you will be transported. All right, go ahead, step to left, officer has your paperwork. Stephanie Gray, please.
Your Honor, she's going to be a house call.
Okay,
She's in holding 14, apparently unable to function in GP, from what I understand.
okay. Kalambe Mukeba. All right, sir, go ahead, state your name.
Colombe Mukiwa,
And what is your date of birth?
02/24/1994.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because you were arrested earlier today on charges of possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony, and shoplifting, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and resisting arrest, a Class 3 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for all of those. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings on April 17th at 8:30 and April 21st at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes.
Then based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning to pretrial services. Pretrial services will do things like remind you of your upcoming hearing dates. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with any alleged complainant or witness. You're not to possess any weapons and no drugs without a valid prescription and no alcohol, okay? Full release conditions are in your paperwork, which your officer will have for you if you step to the left. James Myers, please, and then Joshua Mall.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning, sir. All right, go ahead, state your name.
James Ray Myers, March 5th, 1996.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and theft of a means of transportation, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for both of those. You were also arrested on charges of possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony. Based upon the limited information that I have in front of me this morning, I'm not finding probable cause for that narcotic drug charge. However, like I said, I did find probable cause for the remaining violations. Based upon the information that you provided to pretrial services, I am finding that you are not indigent for purposes of appointing you an attorney. So I'm not appointing an attorney for you this morning. You may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting hearings on April 17th at 8:30 and April 21st at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes, I will.
Okay, then based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning to pretrial services. Pretrial services will do things like remind you of your upcoming hearing dates. You're not to possess any weapons and no drugs without a valid prescription, okay?
Thank you.
All right, full release conditions are in your paperwork, which your officer will have for you if you go ahead and step to the left.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Joshua Mall, please, and then Joanna Reyes.
He's a house call, so Your Honor.
Okay. Joanna Reyes, please, and then Theodore Brown. All right, Ms. Reyes, go ahead, state your name.
Joanna Reyes,
And Ms. Reyes, what is your date of birth?
6/24/78.
Thank you. All right. And Sonia, will you move the two new house calls down? Did you move? You did. Okay, thank you. And you said, and Ms. Reyes, you said 6/24/78?
Correct.
All right, ma'am. You are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause for that. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings on April 17th at 8:30 and April 21st at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes.
Based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning on your own recognizance. You do need to go to those hearings. If you don't go to those hearings, a warrant may issue for your arrest, okay?
I will do that.
All right, go ahead, step to the left. Officer has your paper.
Thank you.
Theodore Brown, please, and then Ruben Medrano. All right, Mr. Brown, go ahead, state your name.
Theodore Brown,
And Mr. Brown, what is your date of birth?
4/13/78.
Thank you. All right, sir. You are here on two Pioneer Justice Court warrants. We're going to go warrant by warrant. All right, you are here because the Pioneer Justice Court issued a warrant for your arrest in your case there, CM 2024-000698. This is a post-adjudication warrant, and it is dated February 12th of 26. In that matter, you are not entitled to have me appoint an attorney for you this morning. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a hearing on April 8th at 8:30 in the Pioneer Justice Court. Will you go to that?
Yes.
All right. Now, then based on your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you in this first matter on your own recognizance. Now, you are also here because the Pioneer Justice Court issued a second warrant for your arrest. This is also a post-adjudication warrant, and it is also dated February 12th, 26. This is, here the underlying matter appears to be disorderly conduct. In this matter, again, you're not entitled to have me appoint an attorney for you this morning. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a hearing on April 8th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. And this is Pioneer Justice Court matter CM 2024-000490. As I said, I'm setting a hearing on April 8th at 8:30 in the Pioneer Justice Court. Will you go to that?
Yes.
And then based on your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you in this matter on your own recognizance. If you need to go to these hearings, show up, get it taken care of.
I will.
If you don't, warrants may issue for your arrest, okay?
I will.
All right, go ahead, step left. Ruben Medrano, please, and then Enoch Mendiola. All right, Mr. Medrano, go ahead, state your name.
Ruben Medrano,
And Mr. Medrano, what is your date of birth?
6/25/80.
All right, sir, you are here because you were arrested
Yes, ma'am.
yesterday on charges of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause for that. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings on April 17th at 8:30 and April 21st at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Absolutely.
All right, then based on your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning on your own recognizance. You do need to go to those hearings. If you don't, a warrant may issue for your arrest. You're not to possess any weapons. All right?
Yes, sir.
All right, now you are also here because you are currently on probation in your case, CR 2023-00814. In that matter, the Maricopa County Superior Court has issued a warrant for your arrest based upon allegations that you violated your probation in that matter. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting a hearing, or I am setting hearings on April 9th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, then based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you in this matter as well as on your own recognizance. You do need to go to your hearings. If you don't go to your hearings, warrants may issue for your arrest. You are also going to need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release, okay?
Okay.
All right, go ahead, step left, authorize your paperwork.
Thank you, ma'am.
Enoch Mendiola, please. All right, sir, go ahead, state your name.
Enoch Mendiola,
And Mr. Mendiola, what is your date of birth?
February 14, 1990.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because three matters. We'll talk about your new case first, and then we'll talk about your probation cases, okay? All right, you are here because because you were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony, and criminal trespass in the third degree, a Class 3 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for all of those. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings on April 17th at 8:30 and April 21st at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, then based on your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning on your own recognizance on your new matter. Now, you are also here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued warrants for your arrest based upon allegations that you violated your probations in your cases CR 2025-132372 and CR 2024-155620. In both of those matters, I am appointing you an attorney, and in both of those matters, I am setting hearings on April 9th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, then based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to release you in those 2 probation matters on your own recognizance as well. Now, you are on probation, so you will need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're also going to need to go to those hearings. If you don't go to those hearings, warrants may issue for your arrest, all right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead, step to the left. All right, we do have one more person who I believe is here, but we need to clear first.
What's the name on that one?
Todd Fisher.
Oh, yeah, one more. Oh, he's gonna say so, Your Honor. Say so H. I apologize.
Okay. All right.
That's right, he got moved to Napa from holding 15 to say so H.
Okay. All right, we do have a number of house calls this evening. All right, our first house call is Todd Fisher. Mr. Fisher is not able to be in court this evening because he is a danger to self. Mr. Fisher's date of birth is September 2nd of 1969. And he is here because he was arrested on 10 counts of sexual exploitation of a minor, Class 2 felonies. I did find probable cause for all of those. I am appointing him an attorney. I am setting hearings on April 9th at 8:30 and April 13th at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In his matter, I am setting a cash-only appearance bond in the amount of $200,000. In the event he is able to post that bond and secure his release, he would be subject to certain pretrial release conditions, including electronic monitoring. Our next house call is Jeffrey Santee. Mr. Santee is unable to function for purposes of being with us here in court this morning. Mr. Santee's date of birth is November 5th of 1962. Mr. Santee is here because the North Valley Justice Court issued a warrant for his arrest. This is, actually, he is here because he was arrested yesterday on charges of, and I'm correcting what I initially said. He's here because he was arrested yesterday on charges of criminal trespass in the 3rd degree, a Class 3 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for that. I am appointing him an attorney. I am setting hearings on April 8th at 8:30 in the North Valley Justice Court. Officer, my note is that Mr. Santee is in custody on a different matter as well as this one. Is that correct?
I don't know, I don't have his card anymore. I'll have to check when we go out there.
Okay. All right, since my information is that Mr. Santee is in custody on another matter, I'm going to go ahead and set a secured appearance bond in his matter in the amount of $50. All right, our next house call is Jameson John. Mr. John is not able to be with us because he is currently a danger to self. His date of birth is August 25th of 1989. Mr. John is here because he was arrested yesterday on charges of shoplifting, Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for that. Due to the nature of that charge, he's not entitled to have me appoint an attorney for him this morning. However, he may, of course, retain an attorney at his own expense to represent him. I am setting a hearing on April 22nd at 1 p.m. in the Goodyear Municipal Court because my intention at this point is to release Mr. John on his own recognizance. All right, our next house call is Stephanie Gray. Miss Gray's date of birth is November 17th of 1985. And Officer, why is Miss Gray unable to be with us?
She was unable to function.
And Miss Gray is unable to be with us because it is reported that she is unable to function. Miss Gray is here because the town of Wickenburg issued a warrant for her arrest. This is a pre-adjudication failure to appear warrant, and it is dated February 11th of 26. In this matter, she's not entitled to have me appoint an attorney for her I am appointing her. I am indicating that an attorney should be appointed for her at her next hearing for limited representation regarding the bond issue, only because I am setting a $50 secured appearance bond in her matter. I'm also setting a hearing on April 8th at 9 a.m. in the town of Wickenburg. Now, Ms. Gray is here on a second Wickenburg warrant. This one is also a failure to appear warrant. This one is also dated February 11th of 26. This one is in her case CM 2026-000003. In this matter, I am indicating that an attorney should be appointed for her at her next hearing, which will be in the town of Wickenburg on April 8th at 9 a.m. And the attorney will be appointed for limited representation regarding the bond issue only because I am setting a $50 secured appearance bond in her matter. Finally, our last house call is Joshua Mao. And why is Mr. Mao not able to be with us?
He is. He's in there as well also.
All right, Mr. Mao is not able to be with us because he's currently a danger to self. Mr. Mao's date of birth is January 25th of 1989. Mr. Mao is here because he was arrested yesterday on charges of resisting arrest, Class 1 misdemeanor, and 2 counts of assault, Class 3 misdemeanors. I did find probable cause for both of those. I am appointing him an attorney. I am setting hearings on April 22nd at 8:30 in the McDowell Mountain Justice Court. All right, that does bring us to the end of our 2 a.m. initial appearance calendar. If anything changes after I talk to the house calls in the house, I will update my written orders in their cases. And with that, we are going to go ahead and stand adjourned until 5, and we are off.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Just out of town, we'll put it up there. Just one. That's it. So when you cross them out, don't do that. Just simple as one, simple one. All right.
Thank you. May be seated. All right. Good morning. My name is Commissioner Elizabeth Campbell, and this is the 5 a.m. initial appearance calendar for April 3rd, 2026. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. Persons appearing before this court are reminded that they have the right to remain silent and that anything they say could be used against them. Most of you have qualified for a court-appointed attorney. If you have not qualified for a court-appointed attorney, or even if you have, you may retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I will be calling you up individually. When your name is called, please proceed to the podium. At the conclusion of your matter, officers will have paperwork for you. That paperwork will contain my complete orders in your case. It will also contain the dates, times, and locations of your future hearings. All right, I now need to read a victim's rights advisement. If you are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, You are advised that you have rights under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of pleas, scheduling and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you have not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. All right, we are going to go ahead and start this morning with Daniel Gonzalez, please. And then Cody Hill. Good morning, sir. Go ahead, state your name.
Daniel Willie Gonzalez.
And Mr. Gonzalez, what is your date of birth?
3/8/2001.
Thank you. All right, sir. You are here on three matters. We're going to go matter by matter. You are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest based upon your failure to appear in your case, CR 2022-129646. In that matter, the court has or should have already made a determination about whether or not you are entitled to have an attorney appointed for you. So I'm not making that decision again this morning. I am setting a hearing on April 9th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I'm also setting a secured appearance bond in this matter in the amount of $500. Now, you are also here because the Surprise Municipal Court issued a warrant for your arrest. This is a pre-adjudication failure to appear warrant, and it is dated May 13th of 24. The underlying charge in this matter is an April 2024 charge of knowingly displaying a fictitious license plate. In this matter, based on the information that you provided to pretrial services, I am finding that you are not indigent for purposes of appointing you an attorney. So I'm not appointing you an attorney this morning. I am setting a hearing on April 7th at 1:30 in the Surprise Municipal Court. I'm also setting a secured appearance bond in this Surprise matter in the amount of $50. Now, finally, you are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a direct complaint warrant or a warrant in a direct complaint matter. That direct complaint alleges that on or about April 18th of 24, you committed the offense of possession or use of narcotic drugs, a class 4 felony, and then on or about April 18th of 24, you committed the further offense of possession or use of drug paraphernalia. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney. In that matter, based upon the information you provided to pretrial services, I am finding that you are not indigent for purposes of appointing you an attorney. So I'm not appointing you an attorney in that matter this morning. You may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting hearings on April 9th at 8:30, April 10th at 1:30 p.m., and April 13th at 8:30. All of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Because you were on release in your case CR 2022-129646 on the date of offense for these charges in the direct complaint matter, I'm holding you non-bondable in the direct complaint matter. All right, go ahead, step to the left. Officer has your paperwork. Cody Hill, please, and then Aaron James.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Go ahead, state your name.
Cody Joel Hill,
Mr. Hill, what is your date of birth?
11/27/93.
Thank you. All right, sir. You are here because you were arrested yesterday on 2 counts of burglary in the 3rd degree class 4 felonies. I did find probable cause for those. I am appointing you an attorney. In your new matter, I am setting hearings on April 9th at 8:30 and April 13th at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In your new matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50. Now, you are also here because you are currently on probation in your case CR 2021-104109. In that matter, your new charges for which you were arrested yesterday would constitute an alleged Term 1 violation of your existing probation case. In your probation matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on April 9th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I'm also setting a secured appearance bond in your probation matter in the amount of $2,500. In the event you are able to post your bonds and secure your release, I am reminding you, you are on probation, so you would need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. You also would need to make sure you go to all of your hearings, okay?
Okay,
All right.
with the 2,500, what does that mean? Secured?
Secured. It means you can work with a bond company to get that posted if you want to.
Okay, so the new case, I owe $50, and my probation, 2,500.
Yes, sir.
All righty.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Aaron James, please, and then Anthony Polka. All right, Mr. James, go ahead, state your name.
Aaron James.
And Mr. James, what is your date of birth?
0020502.
All right, sir, you are here on 3 matters. Let's go ahead and we'll talk about your Page Justice Court matter first, and then we'll talk about your other matters. All right, you are here because the Page Justice Court issued a warrant for your arrest. This is a pre-adjudication warrant, and it is dated February 15th of 2024, based upon allegations that you committed 2 counts of aggravated DUI while your license was suspended or revoked, Class 4 felonies, 1 count of unlawful flight from law enforcement, a Class 5 felony, and 1 count of possession of an open container of liquor in your vehicle. That's a Class 2 misdemeanor. In that matter, I am indicating that an attorney should be appointed for you at your next hearing, which will be in Page Justice Court on April 8th at 8:30 a.m. Pursuant to that Page Justice Court warrant, I am setting a secured appearance bond in this matter in the amount of $3,500. Now, you are also here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for those. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings on April 9th at 8:30 and April 13th at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In your Maricopa matter, I am setting, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would be subject to pretrial supervision. All right. Now, finally, you are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest in a direct complaint matter. That direct complaint alleges that on or about January 28th of 23, you committed the offenses of criminal damage, a Class 5 felony, and criminal trespass in the first degree, a Class 6 felony. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on April 9th at 8:30 and April 13th at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In this Maricopa County matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond again in the amount of $50. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, in the event you are able to post your bonds and secure your release, you would need to make sure you go to all your hearings. If you don't, additional warrants may issue, okay? All right, go ahead, step to the left. Officer has your paperwork. Anthony Polka, please. All right, Mr. Polka, go ahead, state your name.
Anthony Palka.
And Mr. Polka, what is your date of birth?
8/25/78.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because, organized. We're going to go matter by matter. All right, you are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest in a direct complaint matter. That direct complaint alleges that on or about November 16th of 24, you committed the offenses of possession or use of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession or use of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on April 17th at 8:30 and April 21st at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes.
All right, then based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning to pretrial services.
Thank you.
Pretrial services will do things like remind you of your upcoming hearing dates. All right, now you are also here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a second warrant for your arrest in a second direct complaint matter. This one alleges that on or about April 6th of 24, you committed the following offenses: possession or use of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, possession or use of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony, and false reporting to law enforcement, a Class 1 misdemeanor. In that matter, once again, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on April 17th at 8:30 and April 21st at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes.
All right, so again, based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you to pretrial services. All right, pretrial services will do things like remind you of your upcoming hearing dates. All right, now, finally, you are here because Santan Justice Court issued a warrant for your arrest. This is a post-adjudication failure to comply, failure to pay warrant, and it is dated December 18th of 24. In this matter, you're not entitled to have me appoint an attorney for you this morning. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a hearing on April 21st at 9 a.m. in the Santan Justice Court. Will you go to that?
Yes.
All right, then based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning on your own recognizance in this matter. Now, you do need to go to all of your hearings. If you don't go to your hearings, warrants may issue for your arrest.
Okay.
I understand this is a lot of information. The officer right there has paperwork on all three of your cases, so it's got the dates, times, and locations of all of your hearings, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Alonzo Harrington, please, and then Amaya Smith. All right, Mr. Harrington, go ahead, state your name.
Alonzo Harrington,
And Mr. Harrington, what is your date of birth?
10/03/2003.
All right, sir, you are here because you were arrested on charges of theft or control of stolen property, a felony, and trafficking in stolen property, a Class 3 felony. I did find probable cause for both of those. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings on April 17th at 8:30 and April 21st at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes.
Right, then based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning on your own recognizance. You do need to go to those hearings. If you don't go to those hearings, warrants may issue for your arrest, okay?
Okay.
All right. Go ahead. Officer has your paperwork. Amaya Smith, please. All right, Ms. Smith, go ahead and state your name.
Amaya Smith,
And Ms. Smith, what is your date of birth?
February 10, 2005.
Go slower and say it louder.
February 10, 2005.
Thank you. All right, ma'am. You are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of aggravated assault, a Class 6 felony, and disorderly conduct fighting, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and assault, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for all of those. Based upon the information you provided to pretrial services, I am finding that you are not indigent for purposes of appointing you an attorney. So I'm not appointing you an attorney this morning. You may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting hearings on April 17th at 8:30 and April 21st at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes.
And then based on your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning on your own recognizance. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. Okay, now I know that this incident occurred at the Meadows. Has the Meadows indicated whether they will take you back or whether they will not take you back?
I'm not sure. I don't know what's going on right now.
Okay.
I was just trying to go, I was just going to maybe go back home to my base, because I think technically I'm AWOL right now.
Okay. I'm sorry, go back home to your base. Explain that to me.
I'm not from here.
Okay.
I live in New Mexico. I've just been here for about a month.
Okay, now you have felony charges here in Arizona. And so you are, unless there's a really good reason for you to leave Arizona, you're not allowed to leave Arizona.
So yes, ma'am.
Okay. So do you have family in New Mexico? What?
I'm stationed there.
You're stationed there. Are you in the military?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you're currently in the U.S. military?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you were receiving treatment at the Meadows?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where in New Mexico are you stationed?
Alamogordo. I think about 8 hours away.
What is Holloman Base?
That's the Air Force Base. That's the name of it. It's like in Alamogordo, but I think the base is like its own, like little small part of it. I'm new there as well, so I'm not really sure how it all works.
Do you have orders?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe I have some here as well, like on me. I came from overseas.
Okay, and what are your orders?
That I'm stationed at Holloman Air Force Base.
Okay. How do you spell Holloman?
Holloman.
Okay. All right, I am allowing you to travel to Holloman Air Force Base in New Mexico. However, I am requiring that you return by April 17th, which is the date of your hearing, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
At midnight, which means that that's the morning, right? So as soon as it's April 17th, you need to be back in the state of Arizona, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. All right, so I'm allowing you to travel to Holloman Air Force Base in New Mexico. You've got to return by April 17th at 12 a.m. Your first hearing is April 17th at 8:30. Your next one is April 21st at 8:30. Both of those will be in downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, then based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning on your own recognizance, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So you need to be back for your hearings.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, go ahead, have a seat.
where you were.
All right, Juan Mejia, please, and then Tariana Cooksey. All right, sir, go ahead, state your name.
Juan Mejia,
And Mr. Mejia, what is your date of birth?
September 2nd of 94.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because the La Paz County Justice Court issued a warrant for your arrest. This is a failure to appear warrant, and it is dated, hold on, May 12th of 25. So now we are going to need to reprint that because I had a bad typo. All right, and the underlying charge there is exceeding the posted speed by more than 20 miles per hour. It looks like that happened in March of 25. In that matter, you're not entitled to have me appoint an attorney for you this morning. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a hearing on April 8th at 8:30 in the Parker Justice Court, okay?
I'm sorry, you said April 8th?
April 8th at 8:30 in the Parker Justice Court. It'll be in your paperwork, so you don't have to remember it. Will you go to that?
Yes.
Okay, then based on your promise to appear, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to go ahead this morning and release you on your own recognizance. You do need to go to that hearing. If you don't go to that hearing, another warrant may issue for your arrest, okay?
And that's in Parker, you said?
It is yes, the address should be on the, yeah, what is the address? Is there like a 1105 Arizona Avenue?
Parker, Arizona, 852.
Okay.
I've never been there myself, but you know, it's on the paperwork, so you will be able to refer to that, be able to go to it. All right, don't come back and see us.
Yeah, I don't want to. That's it?
That's it?
Thank you.
All right, Tariana Cooksey, please.
Who would like after her?
Marcos Nez. Ms. Cooksey, I have got a question. We were wearing the striped top, and I see the bracelet. I'm going to see you on. Let me pull it up. I should have been more prepared to ask my question. Hold on just a second. I'm going to see you on Maricopa County a direct complaint matter. Are you in custody on a different matter as well?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Officer, is she in custody on a different matter as well?
Yes, she is.
Okay.
Yes, straight.
Okay. All right, ma'am. Ms. Cooksey, go ahead and state your name.
Tariana Cooksey,
And Ms. Cooksey, what is your date of birth?
071993.
Oh, wait, go slower and say it louder.
071993.
Thank you. All right, ma'am, you are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest in a direct complaint matter. That direct complaint alleges that on or about April 19th of 23, you committed the offense of promoting prison contraband, a Class 2 felony, and that on or about that same date, you committed the offense of possession or use of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on April 9th at 8:30 and April 13th at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In your matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50. In the event you are able to post this bond, and whatever other bonds you have in your other cases and secure your release, you do need to make sure you go to those hearings on the 9th and the 13th. If you are still in custody on the 9th and the 13th, you will be transported, okay? All right, go ahead, step to the left. Officer has your paperwork. Marcus Nez, please, and then Jessica Seisber. All right, Mr. Nez, go ahead and state your name.
Marcus Nez,
Mr. Nez, what is your date of birth?
6/24/95.
Wait, go slower, say it louder.
6/24/95.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest based upon allegations that you violated your probation In your case, CR 2025-000806. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on April 9th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yeah.
Okay, then based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning on your own recognizance. You do need to go to those hearings. If you don't go to those hearings, a warrant may issue for your arrest, okay? So show up, get it taken care of. You're also going to need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release, okay? All right, go ahead, step to left. Officer has your paperwork. Jessica Seisber, please. Ms. Seisber, did they give you that big white laminated card? Yes. Okay. All right, go ahead, state your name.
Jessica Zeber.
Zeber. And Ms. Zeber, what is your date of birth?
8/5/81.
Thank you. All right, ma'am. A warrant for your arrest has been issued by the state of Pennsylvania. That state wants you back on its warrant. Before court, you were given some paperwork on a big white laminated card. Did you read that paperwork?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. As I stated, you have a warrant from the state of Pennsylvania. You have a choice to make at this time. You can choose to waive your right to an extradition hearing and be sent back to the requesting state within 30 days, or you can demand an extradition hearing that a governor's warrant be signed by the governors of both states before you are sent back to the state of Pennsylvania. If you choose to waive your right to an extradition hearing, you would be held non-bondable in Maricopa County Jail for a period of up to 30 days to allow time for Pennsylvania to come for you. That 30 days would start tomorrow as long as you do not have any criminal charges pending against you anywhere in Arizona.
I'll waive.
You do? Okay.
No, I said I'll waive. Waive.
Okay, well, let me get to the end. If you do have criminal charges pending against you in Arizona, the 30-day period would not start until those charges are resolved. If you choose to have an extradition hearing, I will set your hearing for April 20th at 1:30 p.m. I cannot appoint an attorney to represent you because extradition matters are civil in nature, but you would have the right to hire a lawyer at your expense if you choose. You would not be entitled to bail because the arrest is for a probation violation. A governor's warrant signed by the governors of both states is required to extradite you to Pennsylvania. That process could take up to 90 days. So do you want to waive your right to an extradition hearing? All right. I understand at this time you do want to sign the waiver of extradition. I need to ask you some questions as I am making a record of this proceeding. Did you read the waiver of extradition paperwork?
Yes.
Do you understand that you do not have to sign the paperwork?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to an extradition hearing?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to demand that a governor's warrant be signed by the governors of both states before you are returned to Pennsylvania?
Yes.
Do you want to give up those rights and sign the paperwork?
Yes.
Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to sign the paperwork?
No.
Okay. Have you had any drugs, alcohol, or medication within the last 24 hours?
No.
I find that you knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily are signing the waiver, and I am also signing it. I am directing the sheriff's office to notify Pennsylvania that you are ready to return. Pennsylvania will have 30 days from tomorrow to pick you up unless there are local charges pending. If there are local charges pending, the 30 days will not start until the conclusion of that Arizona case. Do you have any questions?
Do I have charges pending?
I don't have another matter for you on this particular calendar, but I don't know. I don't know if you have charges. Oh,
She does have the Phoenix City Court at 10 a.m.
you have the Phoenix City Court at 10 a.m., so the answer is yes.
Great. So what is it for? Does it say?
So you can waive now. I don't know. I don't have any information on the city of Phoenix. But if you want to wait and see what that.
No, I'm still gonna waive my.
Okay. You'll be offered this option again if you choose to proceed with the extradition hearing on April 20th.
So I have to stay in jail until April 20th?
Huh?
So I have to be in jail until April 20th?
Well, so even if you waive today, Pennsylvania will have 30 days to come from you. That 30 days does not start until the conclusion of whatever Arizona cases you have. It sounds like there's a Phoenix case. I don't know what the status of that case is. So that 30 days would not start until that Phoenix case is resolved.
That's what I mean, but so in the meantime, I'm stuck in jail.
Yes. But you're not, so if you want to think about it, see how the City of Phoenix case goes, you will be offered this choice again about to waive or proceed through the governor's warrant route at the extradition hearing on the 20th.
Okay, but either way, no matter what, I'm gonna be stuck in jail because of this.
Because you're non-bondable, yes,
right?
Because it's a probation violation.
Okay. I mean, I guess I'll just waive. I mean, I'm not gonna fight it.
All right. So I find that you knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily are signing the waiver, and I am also signing it. I am directing the sheriff's office to notify Pennsylvania that you are ready to return. Pennsylvania will have 30 days from tomorrow to pick you up unless there are local charges pending. We know about the Phoenix ones. If there are local charges pending, the 30 days will not start until the conclusion of that case. All right. Do you still want to waive, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. All right, then I have updated what I needed to update.
She'll let you know when it's final, okay? Oh, that's perfect. Thank you. All right, and then we do, officers need to clear before. What about number? That's bad. Number 25?
We need to clear before 25. We're going to do 25 first, and then 26.
Okay. Can I get a lawsuit clear for one?
All right, we do have 3 house calls this evening. Our first house call is Fernando Quintana. Mr. Quintana's date of birth is April 15th of 2003. Mr. Quintana is unable to be with us because he is presently a danger to self. Mr. Quintana is here because he was arrested yesterday on charges of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, and criminal trespass, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for all of those. I am appointing him an attorney. I am setting hearings on April 9th at 8:30 and April 13th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In Mr. Quintana's matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50. Now, Mr. Quintana is also here because Maricopa County Superior Court issued warrants for his arrest based upon allegations that he violated his probations in his cases CR 2021-137911 and CR 21-124794. In each of those matters, I am appointing him an attorney, and in each of those matters, I am setting hearings on April 9th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In Mr. Quintana's matter ending 7911, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $300. In Mr. Quintana's matter ending 4794, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $400. In the event Mr. Quintana is able to post his bonds and secure his release, I will remind him he is on intensive probation services, so he would need to contact his probation officer within 24 hours. Our next house call is Shawnee Collins. Ms. Collins' date of birth is June 5th of 1977. Ms. Collins is unable to function for purposes of appearing here in court this morning. Ms. Collins is here because she was arrested yesterday on charges of criminal trespass. In the first degree, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for that. I am appointing her an attorney, and I am setting her hearings on April 14th at 8:30 and April 21st at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. My intention at this point is to release Ms. Collins on her own recognizance. All right. Now, Ms. Collins is also here because she is currently on probation, and her case is CR 2024-119704 and CR 2024-104230. In each of those cases, Ms. Collins' new charges would constitute an alleged Term 1 violation of her existing probation case. In her probation matters, I am appointing her an attorney, and I am setting hearings on April 9th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. My intention, again, at this point is to release Ms. Collins on her own recognizance in both of her probation cases. Finally, our last house call is Brian Lawrence. Mr. Lawrence's date of birth is October 29th of 1972. Mr. Lawrence is not able to function for purposes of appearing here in court this morning. Mr. Lawrence is here because he was arrested on charges of public urination, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for that. Because of the nature of that charge, he's not entitled to have me appoint an attorney for him this morning. However, he may, of course, retain an attorney at his own expense to represent him. I am setting a hearing on April 21st at 9 a.m. because my intention at this point is to release Mr. Lawrence on his own recognizance. All right, if anything changes after I talk to the house calls in-house, I will update my written orders in their cases. All right, and that does bring us back to number 25, Liviu Postasic. I'm so sorry. All right, sir, go ahead, state your name.
It's Levy Daniel Pasashchik.
All right.
I have two first names, that's fine. I usually go by Dan, but, you know.
Okay.
It's fine.
All right, Mr. Pistachik, what is your date of birth?
02/03/1977.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of aggravated assault, assault on an airport employee, Class 5 felony, indecent exposure, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and disorderly conduct, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for all of those. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings on April 14th at 8:30 and April 21st at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes.
Okay, and based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you to pretrial services. Pretrial services will do things like remind you of your upcoming hearing dates. In your case, they're also going to do electronic monitoring. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with any alleged victim. This means you can't go back to the airport, okay?
I understand, but I can't leave Arizona either. I have to work. I don't know, it's gonna be difficult.
Okay, so I'm going to need, yes, you are going to have to remain in Arizona at least until your first hearing date, which is on April 17th at 8:30 a.m. All right, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. All right, go ahead, step to the left, officer has your paperwork.
Could I get bonded, or am I being released, or how?
So you're being released to pretrial services. Pretrial services will remind you of your upcoming hearing dates. They're also going to do electronic monitoring. They're monitoring folks get in at 10, so you're going to be hanging around until 10, until they get here.
Okay.
Okay. Stephen Schmidt, please. All right, Mr. Schmidt, go ahead, state your name.
Stephen and Leslie Schmidt,
Mr. Schmidt, what is your date of birth?
October 10th, 1964.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because you were arrested on charges of 10 counts of sexual exploitation of a minor, Class 2 felonies. Based upon the information in the Form 4, I am finding probable cause for those. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings on April 9th at 8:30 and April 13th at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In your matter, I am setting a cash-only appearance bond in the amount of $200,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would be subject to certain pretrial release conditions, including electronic monitoring. You're not to have any contact with any alleged victim. You're not to have any contact with any minors, and you're only allowed to access the internet for school, work, and court purposes, okay? All right, go ahead, step to the left. Officer has your paperwork with your complete release conditions. All right, and that does in fact bring us to the end of our 5 a.m. initial appearance calendar. We're going to go ahead and stand adjourned until 8, and we are off the record. Okay. All right, what I forgot to say, if anything changes after I talk to the house calls in-house, I will update my written orders in those cases. All right, and now we are really off the record.
Hey, when court starts, they be called up here one by one, you know. All right, stand up for this, okay, when you're done. Any other questions?
Hello? So she'll have you do that, yeah, so out loud, she'll do the advisement and the victim statement.
You're doing that way, first, I think, right? Are you gonna do it?
LEPs first or no?
We're done with that, we'll put it in the session, and they'll have their head
So you didn't put them in order for you?
Thank you so much. No comment. Let's go to Alberto first.
Alberto first.
No. It's okay. Can you let her know that you're ready? Thank you.
Who's that?
That's the Russian.
The Russian dude. Alberto's going. Alberto's going first? Yeah, she has it already. Oh, yeah. No. Alberto.
Said Alberto first?
Yeah, number 28, Keith Harrell.
Montero. Luis Costello Mendoza?
Oh, wait, why is it saying?
No, maybe, no.
Yeah. Oh, I see.
Wait, like, what's your name? See, I don't think we have that paper yet.
Okay.
Oh, where's our Costello?
All right.
All right.
Thank you. You may be seated. We have a Spanish interpreter on the line.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. And do you have a copy of the Victims' Rights Advisement?
I do.
Okay. When we get to that, I'll read the entirety in English, and then I'll pause to give you an opportunity to translate. Does that work for you?
Very well.
All right, thank you. Good morning. This is the time set for the 8 a.m. initial appearance calendar on April 3rd.
Muy buenos días. Este es el calendario de comparecencia inicial de las 8 de la mañana del 3 de abril.
The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints
La orden que se dio para toma de muestra de ADN y de huellas dactilares
on the first calendar of this month
La orden que se emitió en el primer calendario de este mes
shall apply to all matters on this calendar.
Esa orden estará vigente para todas las causas de este calendario.
I will call you each one at a time to the podium.
Voy a llamarlos por su nombre uno a la vez para que pasen al podio.
I'll provide a second name to sit in the chair outside of this room.
Y después mencionaré un segundo nombre. Esa persona deberá sentarse en la silla fuera de esta habitación.
I will let you know what you are here for.
Les explicaré a las acusaciones en su contra.
If I have appointed an attorney.
Si les asigné un abogado.
If you have a bond.
Si se fijó una fianza en su caso.
And what your release conditions are.
Y fijaré las medidas cautelares.
Now I will read the Victims' Rights Advisement. If you are the victim of...
Go ahead, Your Honor.
If you are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect and dignity,
to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you have not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office.
Ahora voy a leer el aviso a las víctimas. Si usted es la víctima o parte ofendida de un delito en una causa pendiente ante este tribunal, se le informa que usted goza de determinados derechos según la ley de Arizona, incluyendo, entre otros, el derecho al trato justo, respetuoso y con dignidad, el derecho a un proceso sin dilación, el derecho de asistir a las diligencias judiciales, el derecho de permitir o no que el acusado o su abogado defensor lo entreviste, el derecho de expresar su opinión ante el juez cuando decida cuestiones de excarcelación, la negociación de un convenio resolutorio, la programación de diligencias judiciales y la imposición de la pena, y el derecho a la indemnización por parte del responsable de los daños. Si no ha recibido por escrito los derechos de las víctimas, por favor comuníquese con el Departamento de Servicios para Ofendidos de la Fiscalía.
May I please have Mr. Quintero to the podium?
Señor Quintero, por favor pase al podio.
And Mr. Sanchez to the chair.
Señor Sánchez, pase a la silla.
May I get your name and date of birth?
Luis Julián Castillo Mendoza, 10 de octubre del 29 del 79. Sí. Sí.
Luis Julián Castillo Mendoza, October 10, 1989.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a failure to appear bench warrant that was issued for you on May 20th of 2021. It does relate to a pending case for dangerous drugs for transportation or sale, money laundering, and drug paraphernalia possession. I am affirming the attorney previously appointed to represent you, and I'm setting a couple of hearings. You will have a status conference April 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing April 13th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $10,000. In the event you post bond and are released from custody, you do have written conditions. You may not possess drugs without a valid prescription. You may not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You'll also need to ensure that you attend all of your future hearings. If you fail to appear again, another warrant would issue. You'd forfeit the bond, and your new bond would likely increase. This will all be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
No.
No.
If you could please take a step to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork. If we could have Mr. Sanchez to the podium.
Señor Sánchez, pase al podio.
And Mr. Stewart to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Luis Alejandro Sánchez Valdenegro, 11 de abril del 2003.
Luis Alejandro Sánchez Valdenegro, April 11, 2003. Assisted by Ofelia Fernandez, Court Interpreter, CITS.
Thank you. You are here today on a new case. It is one count of transporting or selling dangerous drugs, a Class 2 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a status conference April 17th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing April 21st at 8:30. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear at your hearings. But you do have written conditions of release. You may not return to the scene of the alleged crime. You may not possess weapons or alcohol. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. And if you have any personal belongings at that location, you may contact law enforcement for one civil standby to pick up your belongings. This will all be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
No.
If you could please take a step to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork. Mr. Stewart to the podium and Ms. Miller to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth, sir?
Corey Joshua Stewart, January 22nd, 1980.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here today on two cases. You're here on a probation violation warrant as well as a grand jury warrant. The grand jury warrant issued on January 30th of 2026. It has an offense date of July 9th of 2025 for one count of narcotic drug possession for sale, a Class 2 felony, one count of dangerous drug possession for use, a Class 4 felony, and one count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. On your probation case, a warrant issued with allegations that you violated terms 3, 5, and 15. I am appointing an attorney to represent you in both of these cases, and I'm going to set a couple of hearings. You'll start with your probation case with a probation revocation hearing on April 9th at 8:30, an arraignment hearing on the grand jury warrant on April 10th at 8:30, so 2 days in a row next week. On the grand jury warrant, you do have a secured appearance bond of $50,000. On your probation case, it's $250. In the event you were to post bond in both cases and be released, you would have written conditions of release. You're not to possess weapons. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. This will all be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions? Please take a step to your left, and the officer will get you that paperwork. Jane Miller to the podium, Aaron to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Jane Miller,
And your date of birth, ma'am?
June 24th, 1977.
Thank you. You are here today on a new case for one count of aggravated assault, a Class 3 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference April 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing April 13th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $25,000. In the event you post bond and are released from custody, you do have written conditions. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness, and you may not possess any weapons. This will all be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions?
What's going on? I'm sorry, I'm not guilty of this.
So you're not being found guilty today. I have appointed an attorney to represent you.
Okay.
You're going to meet with that attorney at your hearing on April 9th, and at that time you can discuss any defense and how you want to move forward with your case. You'll discuss that with your attorney on April 9th. But for now, you do have to post a secured appearance bond in the amount of $25,000 in order to be released from custody. If you're unable to do so, then you will remain in custody and they'll transport you to your hearings, with your next one being on April 9th. Did you have any further questions, ma'am?
No.
Okay, just step to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork. Aaron to the podium, Sean Crosby to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Aaron Zish, 9/18/79.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for one count of aggravated assault, a Class 4 felony, one count of dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony, and one count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. For purposes of today, I'm finding probable cause for the aggravated assault, but I'm not finding probable cause for the dangerous drugs or drug paraphernalia. It doesn't mean those charges are dismissed. I just don't have enough information today, but they may test the substance and move forward with those charges. I'm appointing an attorney and setting a status conference, April 9th at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing April 13th at 8:30. I have reviewed the allegations in this case. I've also reviewed your criminal history, the state's recommendation, and I've reviewed the victim's statement. And based on all of that, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $20,000. In the event you were to post that bond and be released from custody, you'll have written conditions. You may not return to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness, and you may not possess any weapons. This will all be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
No.
Please take a step to your left and the officer will get you that paperwork. Sean Crosby to the podium. Laurel Amundsen to the chair.
Hello, Your Honor.
May I get your name and date of birth?
Sean Crosby.
And your date of birth?
6/6/84.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here today on a new case for one count of aggravated assault, a Class 5 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a couple of hearings. It's going to start with a status conference, April 9th at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing, April 13th at 8:30. I'll give you an opportunity to speak at the end. In this case, you do have a secured appearance bond of $15,000. In the event you were to post that bond and be released from custody, you would have written conditions of release. You may not return to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness, and you may not possess any weapons. This will all be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
Yeah, for pre-trial, is there a way I can get released? Because I got a lot of business I got to handle out here this week, and it's kind of putting me in a bind right now. Like, I don't even know what is going on with this whole situation.
So you won't be released today without posting that bond. The bond will need to be posted in order for you to be released. I also note it looks like you also have a warrant out of the city of Mesa that you'll likely need to resolve on that as well. I don't have information on your city of Mesa warrant, just simply that there is one. So they'll likely inform Mesa that you're in custody if you post bond and give Mesa an opportunity to pick you up as well. But for purposes of what you're here today for, you are here for a very serious allegation. As I've indicated, they've alleged that you committed aggravated assault and entered a residence upon doing that. So those are just the allegations today. You're definitely not being found guilty today, and I've appointed an attorney to represent you. But the information that has been provided for me today, I do have enough information to believe that this may have happened, which is why I found probable cause. So you will need to post that bond, and then, of course, you'll need to comply with your release conditions. You may not return to the scene of the crime, and no contact with that alleged victim, okay? That will all be included in your paperwork, and if you'll take a step to your left, the officer will get that for you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Laurel Amundsen to the podium. Julius Melendez to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Laurel Amundsen, 6/7/97.
Can you repeat your date of birth?
6/7/97.
Thank you, ma'am. It does look like you are here today on 3 cases. You're here today on a new case and your 2 probation cases. Your new charges are for 1 count of dangerous drug possession for sale, a Class 2 felony, 2 counts of dangerous drug possession for use, Class 4 felony, 1 count of narcotic drug possession for use, Class 4 felony, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession for use, a Class 6 felony. And then because you were on probation at the time of this alleged offense, you're here on 2 Term 1 probation violations. I am finding probable cause and appointing an attorney to represent you in all of your cases. You're going to have 2 hearings coming up. You're going to have a status conference and a probation revocation hearing April 9th at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing April 13th at 8:30. On your new charges, you do have a secured appearance bond of $2,500. In each probation case, it is $500. So between the 3 cases, you do have a total bond of $3,500. In the event you were to post that bond and be released from custody, you'd have written conditions. You may not return to the scene of the alleged crime. You may not possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. This will be in your paperwork, ma'am. Did you have any questions?
No.
Please take a step to your left, and the officer will get you that paperwork. Julius Melendez to the podium. Darian Porter to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Julius Melendez,
And your date of birth.
04/10/96.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here today on a new case. It is for one count of aggravated DUI, a Class 4 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference April 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing April 13th at 8:30. In this case, you have a secured appearance bond of $2,500. In the event you post that bond and are released from custody, you will be released to the supervision of pretrial services, and you'll have alcohol, drug testing, and monitoring. You also have written conditions of release. You're not to possess or consume drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol, and you may not drive a motor vehicle at any time. All of this will be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions?
At any time? What do you mean? Like,
So based on my review of your criminal history, it does appear that this is your third DUI arrest, 2 prior convictions within the last 84 months. Also, there are some very concerning allegations included in the most recent arrest, which indicates that you were passed out behind the wheel with a bottle of alcohol between your legs at the time while you were at a light.
yeah, I mean,
So
what,
hold on, sir, please let me answer your question. So based on the fact that you have 2 prior DUI convictions, you are now being charged with another DUI. I do have some concerns with you being behind the wheel, so you are not to drive a motor vehicle at any time. Did you
yeah,
have any
what does
further
that
questions?
mean? Like my whole life I can't drive no more?
So at this time, that could change in the future. You're going to have future hearings and you're going to have an attorney. But at this time, while this case is pending, unless another judge changes this order, you're not to drive a motor vehicle.
Okay, well, do I go back to work or anything, or just?
So I'm not prohibiting you from going back to work. So if you you have a job that you need to go to, absolutely. But you do have to post a bond in order to be released from custody.
Oh, so I gotta pay $2,500.
Correct. If you post that bond, you'll be released from custody. If you're unable to do so, you'll be transported to your hearings. Darian Porter to the podium. Marcus Edwards to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Darian DeJuan Porter, 12/4/1998.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a probation violation warrant with allegations you violated term 15 of your probation. I'm appointing an attorney and setting a probation revocation hearing on April 9th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond of $2,500. In the event you post bond and are released from custody, you have written conditions. You're not to possess weapons or alcohol, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. This will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
Yes, that 2,500, is that 10%, so that's 500, right?
It is secured, meaning you can use a bail bonding company. Bail bonding companies are typically 10% plus collateral.
Okay, so $500, $2,500. So, will I be getting released today if I post bond?
If you post the bond, and this is the only thing you're here for, which I do show that is, if that's accurate, then yes, you would be released from custody. Once it's posted, it takes about 4 to 6 hours, so you will need to be patient, but then you would be released from custody. And then you would just need to make sure that you attend your hearings. Again, your next one will be on April 9th at 8:30. If you were to fail to appear at that hearing, a warrant would issue, and then you'd also forfeit the bond that you did post.
Okay, so I just need to post 2,500.
If you post the bond, so they'll give you instructions when they take you to processing in about the next 30 minutes. They'll give you access to phones, phone numbers to bail bonding companies, and then if you get that posted, then yes, you'd be released. You take yourself to that hearing. Your bond is a secured appearance bond of $2,500.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so step to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork. Marcus Edwards to the podium. Renee Valteria to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Marcus Edwards, 12/17/1999.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here today on 2 cases. They're both failure to appear bench warrants that were issued for you. The first one looks like it's for a pending case for narcotic drugs, dangerous drugs, and drug paraphernalia. And your second case is a probation case. I am going to affirm the attorney previously appointed to represent you in these cases and give you some new hearings. You'll have a status conference and a probation revocation hearing on April 9th at 8:30. A preliminary hearing April 13th at 8:30. In each of these cases, you do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000 for a total bond of $2,000. In the event you were to post that bond and be released from custody, you would have written conditions. You're not to possess weapons or alcohol, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. This will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
Yes, I do. How do I obtain my stuff if I'm in custody?
What stuff are you referring to?
My clothes and stuff like that, where I was at?
Are you saying when you were arrested, you left belongings somewhere else and they were left there?
Yes.
You'll have to contact family or friends in order to
I
pick
don't
that
have
up.
nobody here, ma'am. My mom then passed.
I don't have an answer for you. If you were in custody, you will not be able to go pick up your belongings unless you find someone else to do that for you. Once you are released from custody, of course, at that time you can do that. But in the meantime, I don't have an answer for you.
I can't get like at least like in a half an hour, like a half a day of working release. I can get them and turn myself in.
Unfortunately, they don't offer that, sir. The bond would have to be posted in order to be released.
I don't have no one to pay a bond, ma'am.
If you're unable to post the bond, then you will remain in custody and they will transport you to that hearing on April 9th. Renee Valteria to the podium and Michael Williams to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Me, 525, Renee Valtiero, 52593.
Thank you. It does look like you are here today on 3 cases. They're all failure to appear bench warrants. 2 of them are for your probation cases. The other one is for a case that is pending for narcotic drug possession and drug paraphernalia possession. I am affirming the attorney previously appointed to represent you in these cases and setting a couple of hearings. You have a status conference and a probation revocation hearing, April 9th at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing, April 13th at 8:30. In one case, you have a secured appearance bond of $500. In your other 2 cases, the probation cases, you have a bond of $250. So between the 3 cases, you have a total bond of $1,000. In the event you were to post bond and be released from custody, you'd have written conditions. You may not possess weapons or alcohol, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours. You also need to ensure that you attend all of your future hearings. If you were to fail to appear again, another warrant would issue and you'd forfeit the bond you posted. This will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
No,
Please take a
thank
step
you.
to your left and the officer will get you that paperwork. Michael Williams to the podium and Anthony Valdez to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Michael Anthony Williams, November 22nd, 1980.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here today on 2 cases. You're here on a new case as well as a warrant from the West Mesa Justice Court. Your new case is for 1 count of dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. On finding probable cause and appointing an attorney to represent you, you're going to have a status conference, April 9th at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing, April 13th at 8:30. Those will both take place in our downtown Superior Courthouse. As I mentioned, you have a warrant from the West Mesa Justice Court. This is for failing to appear at a hearing related to an assault charge and a threat or intimidation charge. I'm going to appoint an attorney and set an arraignment hearing in the West Mesa Justice Court on April 8th at 8:30. I'm affirming the secured appearance bond of $500 in that case. On your new charges, I'm putting what's called a placeholder bond. It is $50. In the event you post those bonds and are released from custody, you do have written conditions. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol. You may not possess or consume drugs without a valid prescription, and you may not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You'll also need to ensure that you attend all of your future hearings. I do note, according to the West Mesa Justice Court, you failed to appear multiple times on that case. This is a pending case from 2023. If you were to fail to appear again, another warrant would issue, and you'd also forfeit the bond you posted. If you're unable to post bond, they'll transport you to your hearings. This will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
So, I'm not being released on the arraignment, right? I have to post a bond for this?
Yes, sir.
I have no way of posting bond, so how long am I going to be stuck in here?
So your next hearing on the West Mesa Justice Court is April 8th. April 8th is next Wednesday. And then for the Superior Court case, your next hearing is April 9th, which is next Thursday. So that would be the soonest date that your release conditions may change where you could be released from custody. Anything further, sir?
No.
Please take a step to your left and the officer will get you that paperwork. Anthony Valdez to the podium and Owen Wright to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Anthony Valdez, 61175.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a failure to appear bench warrant related to a pending case for dangerous drugs, drug paraphernalia, and criminal trespass. I'm affirming the attorney previously appointed to represent you and setting some new hearings. You will have a status conference April 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing April 13th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. In the event you post bond and are released from custody, you do have written conditions. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. You may not possess weapons, and you may not possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. This will all be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
No, I just wanted to tell you why I didn't appear. I was in the head trauma unit from a deadly blow, a dangerous blow to the head. You can see my wound. I was in the head trauma unit Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday.
When you say Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, do you know which?
Last week. And I've been in custody ever since.
Are you in custody for something else?
I'm in custody for giving a wrong name in Scottsdale, misdemeanor 1, misdemeanor 2.
And did they place a bond?
Yes, and I shoplift.
And did you post that bond?
No, I'm still in custody.
You're still in custody on the Scottsdale case as well? What's your bond on that case?
It's the thousands. One for the misdemeanor shoplift and one for the I gave my Indian name because I'm a little out of sorts.
Okay, do you know when your next hearing is in Scottsdale?
No.
Okay.
I know that I was in custody from 11 days for this prior. I was released last Sunday, I believe, and then Monday I received a blow. I was in head trauma. I couldn't attend court, and then I went into Scottsdale to try to go to get my stuff from impound, and I ended up with a charge and came here. I've been in custody since Saturday.
Since the 29th?
Yes. I had court yesterday in Scottsdale, and I also had court for my daughter. So the court for my daughter took precedence, and we did not go to Scottsdale. I would have been released, but brought here for the failure to appear. I was in the head trauma unit. I have proof I was there.
Okay. Because you have a bond with the city of Scottsdale, if I were to release you, you would still be remain in custody because of your warrant, or excuse me, your bond with the city of Scottsdale.
Yeah.
By keeping this bond, it ensures a couple of things. It ensures, one, that you are transported to your hearing.
Yes.
It ensures that you get credit for any time served while you're in custody. So if you are going to post any bond, you would need to post both the Scottsdale and the bond on this case in order to be released. Otherwise, you'll remain in custody. They'll transport you to those hearings, and you'll meet with your attorney related to this case on April 9th.
What is my bond for this case?
In this case, you have a bond of $500.
Okay.
Okay? All right, any further questions, sir?
No.
All right, please take a step to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork. Owen Wright to the podium and Sherry Bixler to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Owen Wright, 2/16/72.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a probation violation warrant with allegations you violated terms 3, 4, 5, and 15. I am appointing an attorney to represent you and setting a probation revocation hearing April 9th at 8:30. In this case, you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $350. In the event you post that bond and are released from custody, you do have written conditions. You are not to possess weapons or alcohol, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. This will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
So I just paid the $350.
If you post the $350, you would be released from custody, and then it would be your responsibility to make sure you come to that hearing on April 9th. Okay. If you fail to appear, they would issue a warrant, and you'd lose the $350 you posted, and then also make sure that once you're released, within 72 hours, you contact your probation officer. Okay?
All right.
Anything further?
Nope.
Please take a step to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork. Sherry Bixler to the podium. Adrian Bustos to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Sherry Bixler, June 16th, 1972.
Thank you, ma'am. You're here today on a warrant from the Peoria Municipal Court. It relates to a shoplifting charge from January 7th of 2026. Are you currently in custody on something else right now? And are you serving time or do you have a bond?
I have bond.
You have a bond in the other case? Okay. So what I'm going to do in this case is I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you. I'm going to set an arraignment hearing in the Peoria Municipal Court on April 7th at 9 a.m. And I'm going to put what's called a placeholder bond. It's a $50 bond. So you would have to post this bond in addition to the bond that you have on your other case. And the reason I do that is it ensures that you get transported to your hearings and that you get credit for any time served. Okay. But if you are able to post that bond, then you would just need to post the $50 on this case in order to get released. And then, of course, ensure that you attend your hearings, okay? Did you have any questions? Okay, please take a step to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork. Adrian Bustos to the podium and Dalton Vaughn to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Adrian Bustos, 92303.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case for 1 count of narcotic drug possession, a class 4 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference April 17th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing April 21st at 8:30. I am going to release you to the supervision of pretrial services, but you do have written conditions. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're also going to need to ensure that you attend all of your future hearings. If you fail to appear at any of them, a warrant issues, and then you would be held on bond at your next hearing. You're going to get an envelope with your paperwork. You need to make sure you read those instructions and contact pretrial services within 72 hours of release. Did you have any questions?
I got a hold when I get out for Tempe, so yeah.
So you have a warrant out of the city of Tempe?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm still inclined to release you from here. Right. What will happen is the sheriff's office will let the city of Tempe know that you're ready to be picked up, and they'll be given an opportunity to pick you up to take you for that hearing. However, if you're still in custody in the city of Tempe on April 17th, which is a couple of weeks away, you would get a warrant on this case. Do you know if you'll be released, or do you know if you have a bond on the city of Tempe case?
I think they're gonna hold me, cause they said next time I don't pay my I owe $900.
It's a failure to pay?
Yeah, the judge told me next time if I don't pay it, I'm gonna do jail time for it.
Okay. If you're concerned about that, what I can do is I can hold you on a $50 bond here. What that would do is it would ensure that you would be transported for your hearings. You would get credit for any time served on this case. It would also put your hearings a little sooner. Your hearings for this case would be April 9th and April 13th.
And then I could do the Tempe one here too?
No, you would have to wait and resolve that after you handled this. So if you were to post the $50 bond, they would still call Tempe, and if you didn't make it back to your hearings, you would just lose the bond.
Let's say I go to court here, the $50 thing, can I let them know that I have a Tempe hold too and get that all put together?
It won't be put together because it's 2 different courts, so they aren't going to be able to combine them. You can definitely talk to your attorney so they can try to make it work out so that they know that you may be in custody so warrants aren't issued, and keep in contact with your attorney, but they cannot combine the hearings.
If I stay here and then I get out, I'm still going to have that hold?
Correct.
So it's pointless?
The only thing that you would ensure is you could talk to your attorney to let your attorney know on April 9th that you may be in custody in Tempe, but again, there's no guarantee on what would happen. So I'll give you the choice. I'm happy to release you to the supervision of pretrial services, knowing that if Tempe holds you, you'll miss your hearing on April 17th.
Yeah, all right.
Is that the one you want to do?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. Also, we're going to give you paperwork. If Tempe does pick you up, let the judge there know that you have a hearing on April 17th. They may take that into consideration, okay?
Oh, yeah. All right.
All right. Please step to your left. Thank you, sir. Dalton Vaughn to the podium. Victoria Sandoval to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Dalton Vaughn, July 11, 1997.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. You are here for 1 count of disorderly conduct and 1 count of criminal damage, both class 1 misdemeanors. Probable cause has been found. However, due to the nature of your charges, you are not entitled to court-appointed counsel, but you may hire an attorney at your own expense if you would like. You're going to have an arraignment hearing in the Peoria Municipal Court on April 21st at 9 a.m.
Okay.
I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear at that hearing. You do have written conditions. You may not return to the scene of the alleged crime. No contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. If you reside at the same location as the alleged victim, you must find an alternative residence, but you may contact law enforcement for one civil standby to collect your personal belongings. So don't go back there to collect your belongings without contacting law enforcement. Otherwise, it would be a violation of these orders.
Okay.
This will be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Please take a step to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork. Victoria Sandoval to the podium and Adrian Scott to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Victoria Sandoval Perez, March 12, 2004.
Thank you, ma'am. You are here today on a new case. It is for one count of disorderly conduct and one count of assault. Excuse me, disorderly conduct is a Class 1 misdemeanor. The assault is a Class 3 misdemeanor. I am finding probable cause. However, due to the nature of your charges, you're not entitled to court-appointed counsel, but you may hire an attorney at your own expense. You will have an arraignment hearing in the Buckeye Municipal Court on April 21st at 2 p.m. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear. I'm also going to caution you to read your release conditions very carefully. You do have an alleged victim in this case, and you may not have contact with the alleged victim unless they consent to that contact. If they do not consent to contact, then you're not to contact them during the pendency of this case or until further order of the court, okay? That will be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, please take a step to your left. Good morning, Ms. Gaunt. We have Adrian Scott to the podium and Amy Austin to the chair, please. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Adrian Scott, 2/1993.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for one count of dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony, and one count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. For purposes of today's hearing, I am not finding probable cause for the dangerous drug charge, but I am finding probable cause for the drug paraphernalia. That doesn't mean the other charge is dismissed. I just don't have enough information today. They may test the substance and move forward with that charge. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you and give you some hearings. You'll have a status conference April 17th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing April 21st at 8:30. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear at these hearings. You do have written conditions. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You may not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You'll also need to ensure that you attend all of your hearings. If you fail to appear at any of them, a warrant will issue, and then you will be held on bond at that next hearing. Do you have any questions, sir?
No, ma'am.
Please take a step to your left, and the officer will get you that paperwork. Amy Austin to the podium and Ignat to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Amy Joyce Austin, 6/12/84.
Thank you, ma'am. You are here today on a new case for 4 counts of facilitating shoplifting, removal of goods, a Class 1 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found. However, due to the nature of your charges, you are not entitled to court-appointed counsel, but you may hire an attorney at your own expense if you would like. You're going to have an arraignment hearing. This will take place in the town of Fountain Hills. That will be on April 22nd at 9 a.m. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear at this hearing. You do have written conditions of release. You may not return to the scene of the alleged crime. No contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. You will also need to ensure that you attend your future hearings. If you fail to appear, a warrant would issue, and then you'd likely be held on bond at that next hearing. This will be in your paperwork, ma'am. Did you have any questions?
No, I don't, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Please step to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork. Good morning. Do I have an interpreter on the line?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Wonderful. Can we start by calling Ignat to the podium, please?
It's a pleasure. I'm ready.
Good morning, sir. May I please get your name and date of birth?
My name is Ignat, birth 09091998.
And sir, do you need the use of a Russian interpreter?
Yes, I need it.
Okay, so what I'll do, I have them on the line. If you will wait until they interpret before responding, okay?
Okay.
All right, we'll go ahead and restart. May I please get your name and date of birth?
My name is Ignat.
Я прошу вас, пожалуйста, укажите свое имя, фамилию и дату рождения.
Игнат, 9 сентября 1998 года.
Ignat, September 9th of 1998.
And can I get your last name, sir?
Фамилия.
Postnikov.
And can I get the state's appearance for the record?
Visit interpreter, could you please repeat what you have stated and speak out louder?
Can I get the state's appearance for the record?
Могу ли я узнать номер, фактический номер протокола?
Brooke Gaunt on behalf of the state.
Я присутствую от имени штата.
You are here today on a new case.
Вы сегодня здесь по новому делу.
It is for one count of fraudulent schemes, a Class 2 felony.
И это преступление, тяжкое преступление второй степени и касается одного пункта обвинения в мошеннических схемах.
One count of theft, a Class 3 felony.
И одна банка лучшего вина, уголовное преступление третьей степени.
One count of possession of a forged instrument, a Class 4 felony.
Одно обвинение в хранении поддельного документа, тяжкое преступление четвертой степени.
And one count of criminal impersonation, a Class 6 felony.
И другое обвинение, вытащив себя за другое лицо, является уголовным преступлением шестой степени.
Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you.
И установлены достаточные основания для обсуждения дела, и я назначаю вам адвоката для представления ваших интересов.
You will have 2 hearings coming up, starting April 9th at 8:30.
У вас запланированы 2 слушания, начиная с 9 апреля в 8:30.
And April 13th at 8:30.
И 30 апреля в 8:30.
Next, we will discuss any bond and release conditions that you may have.
И далее мы обсудим любые условия залога, бонда и освобождения от обязательств, которые у вас могут быть.
Ms. Gaunt, did you have a recommendation to place on the record?
У вас есть какие-либо рекомендации, которые вы хотели бы официально задокументировать?
Your Honor, the state is asking for a $250,000 cash-only bond.
У нас запись на сумму 250 тысяч наличными.
Mr. Posnikov allegedly used a fake ID to pick up packages at FedEx locations.
И мистер Понсиков использовал поддельное удостоверение личности для получения посылок FedEx.
He is suspected in numerous similar thefts throughout Arizona as well as in other states.
И его подозревают в многочисленных аналогичных кражах по всей Аризоне, таким образом и также в других штатах.
It is believed that he has stolen approximately $350,000 worth of items with this scheme.
И считается, что с помощью этой схемы он украл товаров примерно на $350,000.
Our understanding is that he is a Russian national who lacks legal status in the United States and has previously been removed from this country.
Насколько нам известно, он не является гражданином России, последний раз законно проживающим в Соединенных Штатах, и ранее он депортирован из этой страны.
His listed residence is in the state of California, and we believe he has limited ties to Arizona.
В списке проживающих указан в штате Калифорния, и мы полагаем, что у него ограничения в связи с Аризоной.
We are concerned that he is an extreme flight risk.
И мы беспокойны тем, что он предоставляет собой крайне незначительный риск.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Спасибо, судья.
Thank you, Ms. Gant.
Спасибо, мисс Ган.
Sir, I did review the allegations in this case.
Я ознакомилась с обвинениями по этому делу.
I have also reviewed and heard from the state.
Я также ознакомилась с информацией от штата и получила от него ответы.
I do believe you pose a risk to the community.
И я считаю, что вы предоставляете опасность для общества.
I also do believe you are a flight risk.
И я также считаю, что вы предоставляете собой большой риск.
The allegations today do indicate that they have video surveillance.
И сегодняшнее заявление указывает, что у них есть видеонаблюдение.
Based on the strong weight of the evidence,
на основании веских доказательств,
along with your ties to Russia,
и вместе с вашим приливом в Россию,
I am setting a cash bond of $250,000.
и я устанавливаю денежный залог в размере 250 тысяч.
In the event you postbond, you will be released to the supervision of pretrial services.
И в случае внесения залога вы будете освобождены под надзор служб правительства.
You will be equipped with electronic monitoring.
И мы будем наблюдать вас на основании электронного мониторинга.
You will also have written conditions of release.
И вы также получите письмо, условия освобождения.
You may not return to the scene of the alleged crime.
И вам запрещено возвращаться на место предлагаемого преступления.
You may not contact any victim, complainant, or witness.
Вам запрещено обращаться с жалобами или контактами с свидетелями.
And you may not go to any FedEx.
И вам запрещено обращаться ни в один офис FedEx.
This will all be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions?
И это будет все указано в ваших документах. У вас есть какие-нибудь вопросы?
Нет, спасибо.
No.
If you will take a seat in the gallery, we will bring you that paperwork.
Итак, вы присядьте в зале, и мы принесем вам документы.
Thank you, sir.
Maybe excuse me.
Thank you, Ms. Bond. Thank you. And thank you so much for your assistance this morning, sir. It does appear that is our only interpreter matter. Feel free to disconnect at your convenience.
Thank you. Thank you for calling Line Bridge, interpreter 6919 disconnecting.
May I get your name and date of birth?
Dorena McClary,
And your date of birth, sir?
4/17/82.
Thank you. You are here today on a new case. You are here for one count of public sexual indecency, a Class 5 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a couple of hearings coming up. It's going to start with a status conference, April 9th at 8:30, an evidentiary hearing, April 10th at 1:30, and a preliminary hearing, April 13th at 8:30. In this case, because you were out on felony release for a separate case that you currently have pending, you're not eligible for bond today. The time set to determine if bond will be set on these new charges is your evidentiary hearing on April 10th at 1:30. So what that means is you will remain in custody until at least that time when they determine if bond will be set on these new charges.
And what is my charge?
You have one count of public sexual indecency.
One count of public safety. That's a Class 5 felony?
Because there were minors that were present, allegedly, based on the charges, there was allegedly minors present at the time, it made it a Class 5 felony.
No, mine wasn't.
Any further questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, just up to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork. The remaining cases will proceed as house calls due to being a danger to self or others. Case number 27, Julian Begay, date of birth January 15th, 1999. He is here for one count of spitting. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing, due to the nature of his charges in this case, he's not entitled to court-appointed counsel. He is going to have an arraignment hearing in the Peoria Municipal Court on April 21st at 9 a.m. I am going to release him on his own recognizance. That is his promise to appear. He does have written conditions of release. He may not return to the scene of the alleged crime. No contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. This will all be in his paperwork. Case number 30, 31, and 32 are Carlos Marufo, date of birth January 30th, 1999. He is here today on 3 cases. We'll start with his new case, which is one count of armed robbery, threat to use a weapon, a Class 2 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent him. In this case, he'll have a status conference April 9th at 8:30, a preliminary hearing April 13th at 8:30. That'll take place in the downtown Superior Court. His second case is a warrant from the Peoria Municipal Court. In this case, it is an initial arrest warrant issued May 29th of 2025 for 1 count of assault, 1 count of disorderly conduct, and 1 count of failure to obey a police officer. Those are all Class 1 misdemeanors. And 1 count of obstruction or refusal to provide a true name, a Class 2 misdemeanor. I'm appointing an attorney and setting an arraignment hearing in the Peoria Municipal Court April 7th at 9 a.m. His last one is a warrant from the Pima Consolidated Justice Court. It is a pre-adjudication warrant that was issued July 12th of 2024. In this case, he previously failed to appear for a hearing related to shoplifting. I'm appointing an attorney and setting a hearing in the Pima Consolidated Justice Court April 8th at 8:30. In this case, he has a bond of $500. In the Peoria case, he has a bond of $250. And on his new charge, it is $15,000. So it is a total bond of $15,750. In the event he were to post bond and be released from custody, he'd have written conditions. He may not return to the scene of any alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness, and he may not possess any weapons or alcohol. All of this will be in his paperwork. If anything changes after I meet with these parties, I will update the written record. This does conclude our 8 a.m. calendar, and we will now stand in recess until 11 a.m.
Great. As long as the interpreter's on their thing. They are.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Molina Hoyos, our only Spanish speaker.
Thank you. Great. Good morning, sir. Please state your name.
Buenos días, señor. Deme su nombre, por favor. Buenos días, José Emilio Molina. Good morning, José Emilio Molina.
Mr. Molina, this is the time for your initial appearance.
Señor Molina, esa es la audiencia programada para su comparecencia.
You are here this morning on charges of promoting prison contraband.
Se encuentra aquí por la acusación de promoción de contrabando en una institución penal.
You have the right to remain silent.
Tiene derecho a guardar silencio.
Anything you say can and will be used against you.
Cualquier cosa que diga podrá y será usada en contra suya.
You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and it is ordered appointing the legal defender's office to represent you.
Tiene usted derecho a tener representación legal y se designa al abogado defensor legal del condado para que se encargue de su defensa.
We are going to determine your conditions of release on this charge.
Vamos a establecer las condiciones de libertad provisional para esta acusación.
I have reviewed the interim complaint describing the circumstances surrounding the charge.
Ya he revisado la querella inicial que describe las circunstancias del incidente inicial.
And I have also reviewed information about you from pretrial services.
Y también he revisado los datos personales que me aportó la Agencia de Servicios Previos al Juicio, Pretrial Services.
It's my understanding that you are currently being held on another matter that is not before me this morning.
Lo que tengo entendido es que actualmente está usted detenido por otra acusación que no tengo ante mí para resolver el día de hoy.
So regardless of what I ordered in this case, you will not be released from custody until that is resolved.
Así es que, no obstante lo que haya yo en este caso, usted no será liberado hasta que se resuelva el otro caso.
I have reviewed the state's recommendation. They are asking that you be held on a bond of $750 in this case.
Ya he revisado la recomendación de la Fiscalía. Ellos sugieren que se le imponga una fianza de $750,000, perdón, $750 para este caso.
Would the state like to be heard further?
Yes, Your Honor, I didn't have the pretrial services work up. It wasn't ready at the time I submitted the recommendation. He is held on a $750 bond in Oro Valley. I'd ask for a concurrent bond. So if he posts that, he gets out on this one too.
Sí, señora juez. Cuando yo recibí el caso esta mañana, todavía no tenía recomendación de la Agencia de Servicios Previos al Juicio, pero me entero que tiene acusaciones pendientes en el juzgado de Oro Valley, donde le han impuesto una fianza de $350. Lo que pido es que si se aplica esa fianza, que también se aplique a la de este. Solamente una fianza de $750.
Thank you. I don't think I can order a concurrent bond in two different jurisdictions.
La jueza aclara que no se le permite establecer una fianza para dos jurisdicciones distintas.
If that's the case, I'd ask for, de minimis bond, $50, $100 plus pretrial services so he can get time credit.
El fiscal dice, bueno, si es así, lo que recomiendo es que se le ponga una fianza de lo más mínimo, podría ser $50, perdóneme, o $100 para que se le acredite el tiempo que haya tenido para la resolución final.
Thank you. And defense.
Judge, we agree with the state's recommendation for a de minimis $50 bond in this case to, in addition to the other matter as well.
La defensora que está a su lado acepta lo que dice el fiscal y que dice que está de acuerdo que se le ponga una fianza de lo más mínimo, que podría ser $50, que se aplique a las dos causas simultáneamente.
Mr. Molina, I will order that you're held on a bond of $50 cash or secured in this case.
Bueno, señor Molina, voy a indicar que para esta causa se le imponga una fianza de $50, ya sea en efectivo o garantizado por propiedad.
If you are released, you'll be released to the supervision of pretrial services.
Ahora, si logra salir, pasará a la supervisión y monitoreo de la Agencia de Servicios Previos al Juicio, Pretrial Services.
You'll be required to submit to any monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services.
Tendrá que someterse a cualquier nivel de monitoreo, vigilancia, recomendaciones de tratamiento que le haga la Agencia de Servicios Previos al Juicio.
You may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs.
Se le puede tener en su poder o posesión o consumir licor o droga de sustancia ilícita.
And you may not possess firearms or weapons while this case is pending.
Y también se le prohíbe la posesión de armas de fuego durante la pendencia de este caso.
I'll schedule your next court hearing for April 13th at 1:30.
La próxima audiencia en su caso se programa para el día 13 de abril a la 1:30 por la tarde.
That's a preliminary hearing.
Es audiencia preliminar.
It's possible that court date will change.
Es muy posible que esa fecha cambie entonces.
If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest.
Pero usted, si no se presenta a cualquier audiencia que se le programe en el futuro, podrá obtener su detención y proceder el caso en su ausencia.
Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear for court, Mr. Molina?
Señor Molina, ¿entiende las consecuencias de no presentarse cuando debe hacerlo?
Sí, sí entiendo.
¿Perdón?
Sí, sí entiendo.
Yes, I do understand.
Thank you. That's all for today.
Gracias, es todo por hoy. Puede retirarse.
Disculpe, ¿hablo en español? ¿Puedo seguir hablando? ¿O una pregunta más?
May I make a comment or ask a question?
Yes.
Siga.
Ya pagué los 750, tengo que pagar esto para salir libre ahorita.
So, perdone, que si paga los 50, ¿podrá salir? Es lo que pregunta. Señor Molina.
Sí, es la pregunta.
So, if I'm able to post that bond, including these $50, I'll be able to be released?
Yeah.
Sí, correcto. Tendrá que pagar las dos fianzas.
Okay, gracias.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that's all for today.
Es todo por hoy. Puede retirarse. Gracias. And then the interpreter be excused, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Thank you.
You said Gonzalez Fimbres.
Your Honor, for your information, Monzo Joseph refused. We'll be beginning with the misdemeanors now.
Thank you. I will order continuing Mr. Monzo's cases till the PM session. Mr. Monzo is not permitted to refuse to attend. I think when I removed something else, it might have also removed where it says continued to the PM session for the misdemeanor, or who knows, maybe for both. Okay. Yes, thank you. All right, please state your name.
Sean Begay.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Begay, you were here this morning for a few different matters. You have a warrant that issued out of Pima County Justice Court for a post-adjudication matter on a 2021 disorderly conduct charge. The court did issue that warrant in the amount of $2,500. And you also have some cases out of Tucson City Court, which include a charge of disorderly conduct that was in warrant status and a couple of charges regarding your dog not being leashed or and having an interaction with someone. You have the right to remain silent on all of these charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and in certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We are going to set your conditions of release today. I have reviewed the Tucson City Court files. I have also reviewed the warrant that issued for your arrest in the Justice Court matter. At this time, I am going to order that you are held on the amount that was ordered by your Justice Court judge of $2,500. That will be cash or secured. If you do post your bond, you must abide by your conditions of sentencing. Since I am ordering that you're held on a bond, I will also appoint an attorney to represent you. That will be William Parvin. His phone number will be on the paperwork you receive. Your next court date will be on Monday at 1 p.m. with Judge Foster at Pima County Justice Court for a case management conference. If you are still in custody, the jail will make you available for that hearing. And if you have been released, it'll be your responsibility to appear. If you fail to appear, a warrant will issue for your arrest. Then on the city court charges, I am going to order that you are released on your promise to appear for court. Abide by any previously ordered release conditions. I will appoint the City of Tucson Public Defender to represent you, and I'm going to set your next court date for May 15th at 9 a.m. If you are still in custody on your Justice Court matter, That will be a non-transport review, and if you have been released, it will be a pretrial conference. Either way, that's with Judge Verena at Tucson City Court. And if you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can also go forward without you, including your trial. And if you are found guilty and fail to appear for sentencing for 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand those potential consequences of failing to appear on your Tucson City Court cases?
Yes, Your Honor.
And I will enter pleas of not guilty on any of those charges where that has not yet occurred. And that's all for today.
All right, thank you.
Oh, perfect. I was wondering if he had an attorney before. Thank you. Good morning. Please state your name.
Good morning. My name is Brian.
Great. Mr. Benavides, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here this morning on a few different matters. You have a warrant that issued out of Pima County Justice Court that is for charges from March of 2026 of shoplifting and criminal trespass, and then failing to appear at your initial appearance on those charges. And then you have a new charge of criminal trespass.
Yep.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We are going to determine your conditions of release, and I have reviewed the probable cause statement for the new charge as well as the warrant for the old charges. If I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear for court, would you appear for your future court date?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I'm so busy with things out. I lost track of time. After all, but I will appear and take care of it.
On your promise to appear in both cases. As additional conditions of your release, you may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not have any contact with the alleged victims, and you may not return to the incident location. Your next court date will be scheduled for an arraignment in the new charge. That'll be on April 13th at 8:30 in the morning with Judge Garza at Pima County Justice Court. And on the older charge, it will be the same day and time with the same judge. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, Mr. Benavides?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that's all for today.
Thank you.
Please state your name, sir.
Charles Edward Griffin.
Great, Mr. Crippen, you're here this morning for your initial appearance on several different matters. You have a warrant out of Pima County Justice Court for a November of 2023 driving on a suspended license charge. And then another one that is the same, but from 2 weeks earlier. You have a new set of charges out of Oro Valley for possession of drug paraphernalia, endangering the life or health of a minor, and driving on a suspended license.
Is that new charge?
Yes. And I am reviewing the probable cause statement for that as well. You have the right to remain silent on all of these charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We are going to determine your conditions of release. And I have reviewed the warrants and that probable cause statement for the new charges, as well as a small amount of information provided by pretrial services. Oh, and there is one more case out of Marana, and that is also for driving on a suspended license.
Sure.
So I am going to order on the new charges that you are held on a bond of $500 cash or secured. If you post your bond, you will be released, and your additional conditions of release are no driving without a valid license, no alcohol or illegal drugs, and no unsupervised contact with minors. I will appoint Richard Glenn to represent you, and your next court date will be scheduled for an arraignment on April 8th at 10:30 in the morning. That'll be in Oro Valley City Court. On your justice court matters, I'm going to order that you're held on a bond of $250 in each of those cases. And same conditions of release, no driving without a valid license, no alcohol or illegal drugs. And in justice court, I will appoint William Parvin to represent you. And your next court date will be on Monday at 1 p.m. in each of those cases. That will be with Judge Foster at Pima County Justice Court. If you are still in custody, the jail will make you available. If you have been released, it will be your responsibility to appear. And if you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. And then on the Marana charge, I will order that you are released on your promise to appear, and your next court date will be April 29th at 10 a.m. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no driving without a valid license. And they can also issue a warrant for your arrest if you fail to appear. Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear for court, Mr. Crippen?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's all for today.
Bowski?
Please state your name, sir.
Grabowski, Toby James.
Thank you, Mr. Grabowski. This is the time for your initial appearance. You're here this morning on misdemeanor charges of assault and disorderly conduct. Those are both domestic violence offenses. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We are going to determine your conditions of release, and I have reviewed the probable cause statement. I have also reviewed information provided by pretrial services. If I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear for court, would you appear for your future court dates, sir?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
I am going to order that you're released on your promise to appear for court. You may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not commit any acts of domestic violence. And I'm going to schedule your arraignment for April 13th at 10:30 in the morning. That's with Judge Garza at Pima County Justice Court. And if you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, sir?
Yes.
That's all for today.
It's the date, April 13th at 10.
Please state your name.
Cynthia Salcedo.
Ms. Salcedo, this is the time for your initial appearance. You were here this morning on a warrant out of Pima County Justice Court for shoplifting. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We are going to determine your conditions of release. I have reviewed the warrant, as well as a little bit of information provided by pretrial services. That lets me know mainly that you have a probation hold that has been entered. So regardless of what I order in this case, you will not be released until you are released on that probation hold, which is not in front of me this morning. So in this case, I am going to order that you are released on your promise to appear. So this case will not hold you in jail.
Okay.
You may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not have any contact with the alleged victims of the shoplifting or return to the incident location. And I'm going to schedule your next court date for April 13th at 8:30 in the morning. That's before Judge Garza at Pima County Justice Court. If you are still in jail, the jail will make you available for that hearing. And if you have been released, it will be your responsibility to appear. If you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. You understand, Ms. Salcedo?
Yeah,
That's all for today.
thank you.
Please state your name.
Alia Suele.
Ms. Suele, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here this morning on a charge of domestic violence assault. That is a misdemeanor offense. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We are going to determine your conditions of release. I have reviewed the probable cause statement as well as information provided by pretrial services. If I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear for court, would you appear for your future court dates?
Yes.
All right. Now, pretrial services was not able to speak with the alleged victim in this case. Under those circumstances, I am going to order that you're not allowed to have contact with the alleged victim until further order of the court. Will you abide by that order?
My kids?
I believe the alleged victim is your husband.
Oh, okay. So the kids, I can see them, right?
Yes, I'm not going to make an order that prohibits that.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. But if I want to go home and take my stuff, how am I going to do it when he's at home?
So I am going to order that you can return to his home one time with a police escort to pick up the belongings you need for the meantime, and then establish an alternate address until further order of the court. And your next court date will be on April 13th at 10:30 in the morning. That will be with Judge Garza at Pima County Justice Court. If you fail to appear for future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. You understand? All right. I will note the defendant did nod her head yes. And that is all for today.
Thank you.
It's the first about that part time.
Please state your name.
Zakiya Fletcher.
Ms. Fletcher, this is your initial appearance. You're here this morning on a charge of disorderly conduct. That is a misdemeanor domestic violence offense. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We are going to set your conditions of release. I have reviewed the probable cause statement as well as information provided by pretrial services. If I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear for court, would you appear for your future court dates?
Yeah.
All right, so I am going to order that you are released on your promise to appear for court. You may not possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, and you may not commit any acts of domestic violence. Your next court date will be on May 12th at 1:30 in the afternoon. That's in front of Judge Millian at Tucson City Court. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can go forward without you, including your trial, and if you are found guilty and fail to appear for sentencing for 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand those consequences of failing to appear, Ms. Fletcher?
Yes.
All right. I will enter pleas of not guilty on your behalf. You are presumed to be innocent, and that's all for today. Please state your name.
Elizabeth Vijaya.
Ms. Wijaya, this is the time for your initial appearance and arraignment on a couple of charges out of Tucson City Court, including assault and disorderly conduct. Those are both domestic violence misdemeanors. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We are going to set your conditions of release. I have reviewed the probable cause statement provided by the arresting agency. I have also reviewed information provided by pretrial services. If I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear for court, would you appear for your future court dates?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. I am going to order that you are released on your promise to appear, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no acts of domestic violence, and your next court date is going to be on April 22nd at 1:30 in the afternoon. That's with Judge Millian at Tucson City Court. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can go forward without you, including your trial, and if you are found guilty and fail to appear for sentencing for 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand those consequences of failing to appear?
Yes, Your Honor. I understand.
Thank you. And I will enter pleas of not guilty on your behalf. You are presumed to be innocent, and that's all for today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
For which one? Oh, the wrong date? Ms. Weed Yaha's court date is actually going to be on May 12th. There was a mistake on the form. So it'll still be at 1:30 with Judge Millian, but May 12th. Good morning, sir. Please state your name.
Christopher Wilson.
Mr. Wilson, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here this morning on charges of criminal trespass in the 3rd degree. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We are going to determine your conditions of release today, sir. I have reviewed the statement from the arresting agency, as well as a little bit of information from pretrial services. If I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear, would you appear for your future court dates?
Yes.
Great. And if I ordered that you could not return to the incident location, would you abide by that order?
That's a technicality. So, yeah, it's technical.
So if I tell you you can't go back to the location, will you stay away from there?
No, because I have property there, and I was told that I can go back.
Okay. So the information I have is that the folks there asked that you be trespassed from the property. But what I would be willing to order is that you could return one time with a police escort. So you would have to have the police take you there to obtain your necessary personal belongings. So if you have belongings there, you can return one time. You have to take my order to the closest police station and have them escort you there. And you would be able to obtain your belongings, and then you can't go back there again. Do you agree to that, sir?
I don't.
So a future judge could change the order if appropriate. If they heard from the alleged victim that they were fine with you coming back, a future judge could change this order, and you might be allowed to go back at some point in the future. Are you willing to stay away from there, aside from going back once with a police escort, until further order of the court?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilson. All right, so I will order that you're released on your promise to appear for court, and you may not return to the incident location. You may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs.
I didn't get an, I don't have a lawyer or anything.
There's,
I mean, and what are the charges? You said skull what?
I said criminal trespass. Okay?
And something else. And you said another one too.
Nope, there's only one charge, criminal trespass in the 3rd degree. So then your next court date, sir, is
And skullduggery, or that's what you call it.
I didn't say that, sir.
I
Your next court date will be on May 4th at 9:30 in the morning.
I know what that is.
That's before Judge Maldonado at Tucson City Court. I need to let you know that if you fail to appear for future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can go forward without you, including your trial, and if you are found guilty and fail to appear for sentencing for 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand, Mr. Wilson? Do you understand those consequences of failing to appear for court?
I definitely understand. I didn't get anything with like my property. I didn't get anything showing my charges when I checked in.
Okay.
I didn't get.
All right. I am going to enter a plea of not guilty, Mr. Wilson. I'm going to enter a plea of not guilty on your behalf. You are presumed to be innocent, and that's all for today. Your release will be processed in the next few hours. Mhm.
Are you?
Mr. Morales?
Good morning. Please state your name.
Jesus Valino Corrales. Good morning, Your Honor.
Thank you. I don't think I have number 8. Do you have number 8? Yeah. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Corrales, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here this morning on charges of criminal trespass in the first degree. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. It is ordered appointing the public defender's office to represent you, and we are going to determine your conditions of release. Let's see. I have reviewed the interim complaint describing the circumstances surrounding the charges, and I have also reviewed information provided by pretrial services, which lets me know about your criminal history, ties to the community, and their assessments and recommendations. Finally, I have reviewed the state's recommendation, which is that you be held on a bond of $1,000. And I believe there is a probation hold out of Maricopa County, so you would not be released today, regardless of what I ordered in this case, until that was resolved. Would the state like to be heard further?
No, Your Honor.
Or I should clarify, I guess you would be released to the custody of Maricopa County rather than released from the jail on your own. And defense.
Judge, we're just asking for a nominal bond so he could get credit while in custody on the bond on the website.
So I am going to order, Mr. Corrales, that you're held on a bond of $500 cash or secured. If you are released, you'll be released to pretrial services. Supervision, monitoring, or treatment is directed by pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs. No acts of domestic violence. No firearms or weapons. No contact with the alleged victim. Do not go to the incident location. And your next court date will be scheduled as a preliminary hearing on April 13th at 1:30. It's likely that court date will change. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand that, sir?
Yeah, so to go get my stuff, make sure I call the sheriff department if I'm out, so they could escort me to get my property.
Sure. Yeah, I'll check that box.
Yeah,
Yeah.
please.
All right.
But I have I have all my stuff inside my house, and so.
All right. All right. That's all for today, sir. Thank you.
It's in charge.
Hi.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Lori Howe.
Ms. Howell, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here on charges of disorderly conduct and threats or intimidation. Those are both domestic violence misdemeanor offenses. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. The next step is that we're going to determine your conditions of release. I have reviewed the probable cause statement as well as information provided by pretrial services about you. If I ordered that you were released on your promise to appear for court, Ms. Howe, would you appear for your future court dates?
Yes.
And so I am going to order that you are released on your promise to appear. As additional conditions of your release, you may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs, and you may not commit any acts of domestic violence. I'm going to schedule your next court date for April 13th at 10:30 in the morning. That's before Judge Garza at Pima County Justice Court. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, Ms. Howe?
Yep.
All right, that's all for today.
Thank you. I'm Taylor Williams.
Ms. Williams, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here this morning on charges of aggravated assault and then a count of child abuse that is a domestic violence offense. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We are going to determine your conditions of release. I have reviewed the probable cause statement provided by the arresting agency. I have also reviewed information provided by pretrial services. If I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear for court, would you appear for your future court dates, Ms. Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm also going to order that you may not have any contact with the alleged victim unless approved by either DCS, the juvenile court, or the Superior Court. Will you abide by that order?
I will.
So I am releasing you on your promise to appear. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no acts of domestic violence, no contact, as I've mentioned, with the alleged victim unless approved by one of those entities. Do not go to their residence or workplace. If you are living where they're living, you can return one time with a police escort to obtain your necessary personal belongings, and then you must establish another place to live after that. Your next court date will be scheduled for a pretrial conference on May 4th at 9:30 in the morning with Judge Hale at Tucson City Court. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can go forward without you, including your trial. And if you are found guilty and fail to appear for sentencing for 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand those consequences of failing to appear for court?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You are presumed to be innocent. I will enter pleas of not guilty on your behalf, and that's all for today.
Thank you.
Please state your name, sir.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Shouty Alvier.
Mr. Alvier, this is your initial appearance. You're here this morning on charges of aggravated driving under the influence. There's 2 counts of that and unlawful flight from a pursuing law enforcement vehicle. Those are all felony offenses. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. It is ordered appointing the public defender's office to represent you. There is counsel seated with you for the purposes of today's hearing. I have reviewed the interim complaint. I have also reviewed information provided by pretrial services that lets me know about your criminal history, your ties to the community, and their assessments or recommendations. Finally, I have reviewed the prosecutor's recommendation. They're asking that you be held on a bond of $15,000. Would the state like to be heard further?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. And defense.
Thank you, Judge. We're asking for a $1,000 bond in this matter. He's been a resident of Tucson for 10 years. Housing has been verified. It's with his sister. She's also willing to provide transportation to and from court. And for those reasons, we think a lower bond of $1,000 is appropriate.
Thank you.
I have 2 jobs. I have 2 jobs.
Great, Mr. Alvier, I'm going to order that you're held on a bond of $5,000 cash or secured. If you are released, you'll be released to pretrial services supervision, monitoring, or treatment as directed by pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no driving without a valid license, no firearms or weapons. I'll set your preliminary hearing for April 13th at 1:30. It's possible that court date will change. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, Mr. Alvier?
Your Honor, can you please reconsider the bond, please?
I understand your circumstances, sir, and I'm not going to change my order. Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear for court?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that's all for today.
Understand.
Good morning, please state your name.
Michael Anderson.
Mr. Anderson, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here this morning on charges of attempted armed robbery and aggravated assault. Those are both felony offenses. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and it is ordered appointing the public defender's office to represent you. We are going to determine your conditions of release. I have reviewed the interim complaint, which describes the circumstances surrounding your charges. I have also reviewed information provided by pretrial services, which lets me know whether you have any prior criminal history. It lets me know about your ties to the community, and it contains their assessments and recommendations. Finally, I have reviewed the prosecutor's recommendation. They are asking that you be held on a bond of $15,000, cash or secured. Would the state like to be heard further?
No, Your Honor.
And defense.
Yes, Judge, we're asking for a lower bond in this case. I know the information that pretrial provided to us indicated that he was not a resident of Arizona, but I have confirmed with him that he does have a local address that he can stay at here. He doesn't have any prior felony convictions. He is unemployed, and the court can consider financial circumstances when determining what is an appropriate bond. And for those reasons, Judge, we're asking for a much lower bond than $15,000.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Anderson, I'm going to order that you're held on a bond of $7,500, cash or secured. If you are released, you'll be released to the supervision of pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not possess any firearms or weapons. No contact with the alleged victim, and do not return to the incident location. I'm also going to ask that while you remain in custody, you participate in any evaluations offered by jail staff. And your next court date will be scheduled as a preliminary hearing on April 13th at 1:30. It's quite likely that court date will change, so stay in touch with your attorney. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, Mr. Anderson?
500 flat or 10% with a bond then?
It's
I'll ask.
cash or secured, so it can be secured with collateral and 10%.
Thank you very much.
All right, that's all for today. Please state your name, sir.
Howdy, Bacon.
Great. Mr. Baker, this is your initial appearance. You are here on a warrant that issued for your arrest out of Superior Court in Pima County. It includes charges of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, misconduct involving weapons, possession of a narcotic drug, possession of drug paraphernalia, and unlawful flight of from law enforcement. Those are alleged to have occurred on December 5th, 2025, and the warrant was issued in the amount of $20,000 when you failed to appear for your initial appearance/arraignment. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and it is ordered appointing the public defender's office to represent you. We are going to determine your conditions of release. I have reviewed the warrant. I have also reviewed information provided by pretrial services, which lets me know whether you have any other felony criminal history or not. It also lets me know about your ties to the community and their assessments and references, and recommendations, excuse me. And then it also gives me a little bit of information about the procedural history of these charges. Finally, I have reviewed the state's recommendation. They are asking that you be held on the warrant amount of $20,000. Would the state like to be heard any further?
Just that this $20,000 was, I think, ordered by Judge Cam, and who had seen that he kept on failing to appear in this case over and over and over again. And so I think that's an appropriate bond that he determined.
Thank you. And defense.
Thank you, Judge. If the court would be inclined to change the bond that Judge Cam ordered, we'd ask for a lower bond. He does have housing that's been confirmed with his father. His father will also provide transportation to the court. He does not have any prior felony offenses. He's been a resident of Tucson for 13 years. It does sound like he has been working with his assigned public defender to get this warrant kind of quashed. It doesn't sound like it was an intentional missing of court on his end, Judge. And for those reasons, we would ask you to change the bond amount.
I am going to order that you're held on a bond of $10,000 cash or secured. If you are released, you'll be released to the supervision of pretrial services. Monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs. No firearms or weapons. Your next court date will be scheduled as an arraignment on April 10th. That will be at 1:30 in the afternoon. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand that, Mr. Baker?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. That's all for today. All right, please state your name.
Brandon Beard.
Mr. Beard, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here this morning on 2 different sets of felony charges. You have one, the 12th of March of this year for burglary in the 3rd degree, theft in excess of $2,000, and trafficking in stolen property. And then one alleged to have occurred on the 21st of March of this year for burglary in the 3rd degree, theft in excess of $4,000, and trafficking in stolen property. You have the right to remain silent on all of these charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and it is ordered appointing the legal defender's office to represent you. We are going to determine your conditions of release. I have reviewed the interim complaints for each case. I have also reviewed information provided by pretrial services, which lets me know about your criminal history, your ties to the community, as well as their assessments and recommendations. Finally, I have reviewed the state's recommendation. They are asking that you be held on a bond of $5,000 in each case. Would the state like to be heard any further?
No, Your Honor.
And defense?
We're asking for $1,000 bonds in both cases. He's been a resident of Tucson for 20 years. He does have housing with his mother that has been verified. She's willing to assume third-party custody of him, as well as to assist with transportation to and from court. And for those reasons, Judge, we're asking for a $1,000 bond in both cases.
Thank you. So I am going to order a bond of $5,000 cash or secured. It will be concurrent in both cases. And if you post your bond, you'll be released to the supervision of pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. And your preliminary hearing will be scheduled for April 13th at 1:30. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear for court, Mr. Beard?
Yes, ma'am.
That is all for today. Thank you. Good morning. Please state your name.
Adrian. Thanks, Ken.
Mr. Cannon, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here this morning on several matters. You have new felony charges, including 2 counts of robbery, and then 4 counts of organized retail theft and 1 count of aggravated shoplifting. You also have a warrant out of Pima County Justice Court for shoplifting and trespass misdemeanor charges from April of 2025, another trespass from July of 2025, and a Marana City Court warrant for charges of shoplifting and then failing to appear on that charge. The original charge is from July of 2025. You have the right to remain silent on all of these matters. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney in the felony matters, and it is ordered appointing the legal defender's office to represent you in the felonies. On the misdemeanors, you always have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We are going to determine your conditions of release today. I have reviewed the interim complaints describing the circumstances surrounding each of the felony charges. I have also reviewed the warrants that I went over with you, as well as information provided by pretrial services, which tells me about your criminal history, your ties to the community, and their assessments and recommendations. Finally, I have reviewed the state's recommendation. The state is asking that you be held on a bond of $5,000 on the organized retail theft and aggravated shoplifting charge, and on a bond of $10,000 in the robbery charges. Would the state like to be heard further?
I just want to note that it appears that the defendant's conduct is escalating and becoming violent. That's evident in the robbery case where he assaulted 2 employees of the Ace Hardware store. And so that's one of the reasons why I requested a higher bond on the robbery case.
Thank you. And defense.
Thank you, Judge. We're asking for a $2,500 bond in both cases. He's a lifelong Tucson resident. He is currently unemployed, which the court can consider financial circumstances when determining what is the appropriate amount of bond. He does have housing that has been verified with his grandmother, and she will assist with transportation to and from court. And for those reasons, Judge, we're asking for a $2,500 bond in both matters.
Thank you. All right. I am going to order a concurrent bond of $7,500 between the 2 felony cases. In both cases, if you post your bond, you will be released to the supervision of pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, no contact with the alleged victims, do not return to the incident locations, and I will schedule your court date for April 13th at 1:30. That is a preliminary hearing. It is possible that that court date will change. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. And then we will turn to the misdemeanors. On the Marana case, I am going to order that you are, I don't have a court date for the Marana case. No, I'm going to release him on that one. In the Miranda case, I will order that you are released on your promise to appear for court. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no contact with the alleged victim, do not return to the incident location. And your next court date will be April 29th at 10 a.m. And then on the Pima County Justice Court misdemeanor warrants, I will also order that you are released on your promise to appear. Oh, these ones don't have court dates either, but it was the 13th for out canon. Mhm. Oh, that tells me. May 6th at 9? Yes, because it's okay. On the Pima County Justice Court, you will be seen on May 6th at 9 a.m. by Judge Foreman. That'll be a case management conference. And again, no contact with the alleged victims, no alcohol or illegal drugs. If you fail to appear for any of these court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, Mr. Cannon?
Yeah.
All right. That's all for today. I also don't think I put the other holders on the misdemeanors. Sorry. Please state your name, sir.
Ralph Chavez?
Mr. Chavez, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here on new felony charges of possession of narcotic drugs for sale and possession of drug paraphernalia. And then you also have some cases out of Tucson City Court, which include charges of possession of a prescription drug unlawfully, possession of drug paraphernalia, criminal trespass, and another drug paraphernalia charge. 3 of those were in warrant status. You have the right to remain silent on all of these matters. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney in the felony matter, and it is ordered appointing the public defender's office to represent you. In the misdemeanor, you always have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We are going to determine your conditions of release. I have reviewed the interim complaint describing the circumstances surrounding your charges. I've also reviewed information from pretrial services, which lets me know about your criminal history, your ties to the community, and their assessments and recommendations. And finally, I have reviewed the state's recommendation. The state is asking for you to be held on a bond of $2,500. Would the state like to be heard further?
No, Your Honor.
And defense.
No, Judge, we agree with the state's recommendation.
So I will order in the felony that you are held on a bond of $2,500, cash or secured, If you are released, you'll be released to pretrial services. You must submit to monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. And I'll schedule your preliminary hearing for April 13th at 1:30 in the afternoon. If you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. And then let me take a quick look at the city court file. It looks like you've been arrested several times over the course of the history of your oldest city court file, so I am going to order in the Tucson City Court matters that you are held on a bond of $500. That will be cash or secured. No alcohol or illegal drugs. No contact with the alleged victim of the criminal trespass. Do not return to the incident location. I will appoint the City of Tucson Public Defender to represent you. If you remain in custody, your next court date will be April 10th at 1:45. If you have been released before then, they will vacate that date, and instead your next court date will be May 11th at 2:30. If you fail to appear for any future court dates in your Tucson City Court case, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can go forward without you, including your trial, and if you are found guilty and fail to appear for sentencing for 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. I will enter pleas of not guilty on any charges from Tucson City Court where that has not yet occurred. That is all for today.
So I don't know.
Please state your name.
Jennifer Christopher.
Ms. Christopher, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here this morning on charges of aggravated shoplifting and organized retail theft. Those are class 4 felonies. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and it is ordered appointing the public defender's office to represent you. We are going to determine your conditions of release, and I have reviewed the interim complaint, which describes the circumstances surrounding the charges. I have also reviewed information provided by pretrial services, which lets me know about your criminal history, your ties to the community, and their assessments and recommendations. I wanted to check with the jail on whether there is a probation hold at this point in time.
Yes, there is, Your Honor.
Great. So, Ms. Christopher, you are going to be held on your probation matter, regardless of what I order in this case, until your probation matter is resolved. That is not before me this morning. And then I have also reviewed the state's request. They're asking that you be held on a bond of $1,000. Would the state like to be heard further?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. And defense.
No, Judge, we defer to the court.
All right. I am going to order that you are held on the bond of $1,000, cash or secured. If you are released, you'll be released to the supervision of pretrial services. Monitoring or treatment is directed by pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, no contact with the alleged victim. You may not go to any Walmart location. And your next court date will be scheduled as a preliminary hearing on April 13th at 1:30 in the afternoon. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, ma'am?
Yeah.
Great. That's all for today.
So
Please state your name, sir.
Adam Cox.
All right, Mr. Cox, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here this morning on, it looks like a couple of different matters. You have new felony charges of possession of a narcotic drug for sale and possession of drug paraphernalia. And then you also have a warrant that issued out of Pima County Superior Court on charges of possession of a narcotic drug and possession of drug paraphernalia. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and it is ordered appointing the public defender's office to represent you. We are going to determine your conditions of release. I have reviewed the interim complaint describing the new charges as well as the warrant that was issued on the older charges. I have also reviewed information from pretrial services, which tells me about your criminal history. It also tells me about your ties to the community, as well as any assessments or recommendations, and it indicates that a probation hold has been placed. So regardless of what I ordered in this case, you would not be released from the jail until your probation hold was resolved. Finally, I have reviewed the prosecutor's recommendation. They are asking that you be held on a bond of $1,000, cash or secured. Would the state like to be heard any further?
Is that on the 2025 case? That's on the 2025 case, but on the
There are recommendations. So they're asking that you be held on a bond of $1,000 in the older charge for which a warrant issued, and then they are asking that you be held without bond on the new charges. The reason for that is because under the Arizona Constitution, if you are on release for an existing felony charge at the time that you pick up a new felony charge, you are not eligible for bond. The state does have to prove a couple of additional elements to continue holding you without bond, but at the initial appearance, we would set a hearing on April 8th at 1:30 for the state to either bring forward that additional evidence or recommend a bond and conditions of release. Does anyone need to be heard further on that?
No, Your Honor.
No, Judge.
All right, so on the warrant case, I am going to order that you're held on a bond of $500, cash or secured. If you are released, you'll be released to pretrial services supervision. You'll be required to submit to their monitoring or treatment, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, and your case will be set for an arraignment on April 10th at 1:30. And then on the new charges, I will order that you are held without bond. For today, I will set that hearing on April 8th at 1:30. And then I also need to set your preliminary hearing, so I will schedule that for April 13th at 1:30. It's entirely likely that that court date will change. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand that, Mr. Cox?
Yes.
That is all for today.
Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, you understand. Our last name.
Oh.
All right. Please state your name, sir.
Yandres Aurelio Santiago Daniel.
Mr. Daniel, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here this morning on felony charges of kidnapping and aggravated assault. Those are both domestic violence offenses. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and it is ordered appointing the public defender's office to represent you. We are going to determine your conditions of release, and I have reviewed the interim complaint. I have also reviewed the intimate partner risk assessment. I have reviewed information provided by pretrial services, which lets me know whether you have any prior criminal history. It lets me know about your ties to the community, and it contains their assessments and recommendations. Finally, I have reviewed the state's recommendation, which is that you be held on a bond of $5,000, cash or secured. Would the state like to be heard further?
Yes, Your Honor. He does have a NCA 1 and FTA 1 on the risk assessment scale. I did look at that. But just the nature of these offenses in this particular case, the fact that there's a strangulation alleged and it's on video and third parties had to intervene, I just think there is a risk to the victim in this case and a bond is appropriate.
Thank you. And defense.
Judge, we're going to ask for release to pretrial services in this case. As Mr. Mosier indicated, he's a 1 on the NCA scale and a 1 on the FTA scale as well. He has no prior felony history. He's a lifelong Tucson resident. He is employed. His housing that is separate and apart from the listed victim with his grandmother has been confirmed, and she's willing to assume third-party custody of him. And for those reasons, Judge, we think release to pretrial services is appropriate in this matter.
Thank you. Mr. Daniel, I'm going to order that you're held on a bond of $15,000, cash or secured. If you are released, you'll be released to pretrial services. Monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs. No acts of domestic violence. No firearms or weapons. No contact with the alleged victim. You may not go to her residence or workplace. You may return one time with a police escort to obtain your necessary personal belongings, and then you must establish an alternate address if you were living together. Your next court date will be scheduled as a preliminary hearing on April 13th at 1:30 in the afternoon. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand that consequence of failing to appear for court, Mr. Daniel?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's all for today.
Okay.
Please state your name, sir. Mr. Elfas, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here this morning on a couple of different matters. You have new felony charges of criminal trespass in the first degree, and then you also have new misdemeanor charges of criminal trespass in the third degree and disorderly conduct. Those are both domestic violence offenses. You have the right to remain silent on all of these matters. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney in the felony matter. I am appointing the public defender to represent you. In the misdemeanor, you always have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. So then I am going to set your conditions of release today. And I have reviewed the interim complaint that describes the circumstances surrounding the felony arrest. I have also reviewed the probable cause statements for the misdemeanors. I have reviewed information provided by pretrial services, which lets me know whether you have prior felony convictions. It also lets me know what information you were able to provide regarding your ties to the community or any references, as well as their assessments and recommendations. And Finally, I have reviewed the state's recommendation. They are asking that you be held on a bond of $2,500 on the felony matters. Would the state like to be heard further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, and defense?
Thank you, Judge. We're asking for a bond of $500 in this case. He's a lifelong Tucson resident. He is currently unemployed and homeless, which the court can consider economic circumstances when determining what is the appropriate bond amount. The victim in this case does not oppose his release from jail, and she indicated to pretrial services that she would like contact as well. And for those reasons, Judge, we think a $500 bond is appropriate.
All right, I am going to order in the felony matter that you're held on a bond of $500, cash or secured. If you are able to post your bond and be released, you'll be released to the supervision of pretrial services. You must submit to any monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. No contact with Jan French. Do not go to her residence or workplace. Do not return to the incident location. You may have contact with your mother, but if she asks you to cease the contact, you must cease the contact and you may not go to your mother's home. And I'm going to ask that you comply with any evaluations offered by jail staff while you remain in custody. Your preliminary hearing will be on April 13th at 1:30. If you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. And then on the misdemeanors, I will order that you are released on your promise to appear. Your next court date will be scheduled on April 13th at 10:30 in the morning with Judge Garza at Pima County Justice Court. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no acts of domestic violence, no unconsented contact with the alleged victim. Do not go to the victim's residence or workplace. And if you fail to appear, they can also issue a warrant for your arrest. Do you understand all that, Mr. Elsas?
Yes. Yes, I do, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, that's all for today. Great, good morning. Please state your name.
Ivy France.
Ms. France, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here this morning on a few different matters. You have new felony charges of promoting prison contraband, possession of a narcotic drug, and possession of drug paraphernalia. You also have a misdemeanor warrant out of Pima County Justice Court for charges of shoplifting from February of 2026. And then you have a charge of criminal trespass out of Tucson City Court, for which this is your initial appearance and your arraignment. You have the right to remain silent on all of these charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney in the felony matter. And in the misdemeanors, you always have the right to hire an attorney of your choice. Under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We are going to set your conditions of release. I have reviewed the interim complaint for the new felony charge, as well as the probable cause statement for the misdemeanor out of Tucson City Court and the warrant that was issued out of Justice Court. I have also reviewed information provided by pretrial services. That lets me know if you have any prior felony history. It lets me know about your ties to the community, as well as pretrial services assessments and recommendations. Finally, I have reviewed the state's request. They are asking that you be held on a bond of $500 on the felony matter. Would the state like to be heard any further?
No, Your Honor.
What do you mean being held on a bond?
And defense.
Judge, we're asking for release to pretrial services in this case. It does appear that she is housing with her mother. And for those reasons, Judge, we're asking for release to pretrial services.
All right, on the felony matter, I am going to order that you're held on the bond of $500, cash or secured. If you are released, you'll be released to pretrial services, supervision, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. And I'll set your preliminary hearing for April 13th at 1:30. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. On the misdemeanor warrant out of Pima County Justice Court, I will order that you are released on your promise to appear. Your next court date will be April 13th at 8:30 in the morning. If you are still in custody on your felony matter, the jail will make you available for that hearing. If you have been released, it will be your responsibility to appear. And if you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. You may not return to the incident location, no alcohol or illegal drugs. And then on your Tucson City Court matter, I will order that you are released on your promise to appear. No contact with the alleged victim. Do not return to the incident location. No alcohol or illegal drugs. I will appoint the City of Tucson Public Defender to represent you. Your next court date will be May 15th at 9 a.m. If you are still in custody on your felony matter, that will be a non-transport review. If you have been released, it will be a pretrial conference. Either way, it's with Judge Maldonado at Tucson City Court. And if you fail to appear, they can issue a warrant for your arrest. The hearings can also go forward without you, including your trial. And if you are found guilty and fail to appear for sentencing for 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand those consequences of failing to appear for court, Ms. France?
Yes. Does that mean that
On your Tucson City Court case, I'm also entering a plea of not guilty on your behalf.
Okay.
And then you have a question?
Yeah. So does that mean that I could go and just don't miss court next time?
No. So on your misdemeanors, I'm not putting a bond, so the misdemeanors won't hold you in jail. But the felony, I am putting a bond of $500. So you would have to post $500 cash or secured to be released on your felony. Okay?
Okay. So how do I do that when I have no fucking?
Great. That's all for today, ma'am.
No.
Great. Please state your name.
Joseph Francis.
Mr. Francis, this is the time for your initial appearance and your arraignment in at least a couple of the charges. You have new felony charges of possession of dangerous drugs, possession of narcotic drugs, and possession of drug paraphernalia. You also have warrants out of Pima County Justice Court on a shoplifting charge from July of 2022 and another shoplifting charge and criminal trespass charge from October of 2023. Those warrants were issued in April of 2023 and November of 2023. And you have Tucson City Court cases, which include 2 new counts of criminal trespass, and then older charges of criminal trespass, solicitation, possession of drug paraphernalia, and unlawful possession of prescription drugs. You have the right to remain silent on all of these matters. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney in the felony matter. It is ordered appointing the public defender's office to represent you. We are going to determine your conditions of release in all matters. I have reviewed the interim complaint for the new charge, the warrants for the older charges, and I have looked at the files on your Tucson City Court charges, which date back to 2024. I have also reviewed pretrial services information, which lets me know whether you have any other criminal history. It lets me know about your ties to the community as well as their assessments and recommendations. And it looks like you may be eligible for the STEPS program on the felony matter. That is a program that connects you with a substance abuse treatment provider. And if you successfully complete the requirements of that program, it is possible the state will not go forward with these felony charges. Are you interested in that program, Mr. Francis?
Yes.
All
Yes, ma'am.
So I will order setting a hearing on April 10th at 9 a.m. to determine if you are eligible for that program. If so, you'll get the chance to learn more about it and decide if you'd like to join. Finally, I have reviewed the state's recommendation. They are asking that you be held on a bond of $500. Would the state like to be heard further?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
And defense.
Judge, we're asking that he be released to pretrial services. He doesn't have any prior felony convictions. He's been a resident of Tucson for 6 years, and as the court indicated, this is a STEPS eligible matter. And for those reasons, Judge, we're asking for release to pretrial services.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Francis, on the felony, I am going to order that you're held on the bond of $500, cash or secured. And if you are able to post bond and be released, you'll be released to the supervision of pretrial services. You'll be required to submit to any monitoring or treatment they direct, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. And I'll set your preliminary hearing for April 13th at 1:30. And then on the Justice Court warrants, I am going to order that you are released on your promise to appear. Your next court date will be April 23rd at 11 a.m. No contact with the alleged victim. Do not return to the incident location. And it looks like Janet Altschuler was previously appointed to represent you. I will affirm that appointment. And then on the on the Tucson City Court cases, I will also order that you are released on your promise to appear, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no contact with the alleged victims of the criminal trespass. Do not return to those incident locations. I will appoint the City of Tucson Public Defender to represent you. Your next court date will be scheduled for May 15th at 9 a.m. If you are still in custody on your felony, that will be a non-transport review. If you have been released on your felony before then, it will be a pretrial conference. If you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can also go forward without you, including your trial. And if you are found guilty and fail to appear for sentencing for 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand those potential consequences of failing to appear, Mr. Francis? I did notice an affirmative head nod, and I will enter pleas of not guilty on any of your city court cases where that has not yet occurred. You are presumed to be innocent. That's all for today.
So,
Garcia.
Yo, that's me. So
She'll ask you your name here in a minute.
what is this give me for? That one?
I'm about to tell you. Please state your name.
Isidro Germain Garcia.
All right, Mr. Garcia, this is your initial appearance. You're here this morning on several different matters. You have a warrant. Sorry, nope. You have new felony charges of aggravated domestic violence. You also have a warrant that was issued on a...
You said aggravated domestic violence?
Yes, you have a warrant that was issued out of Justice Court on a felony charge of unmet. And then you have a probation revocation out of Tucson City Court on charges of disorderly conduct, which are domestic violence offenses. The probation violation alleges that on or about June 16th, you failed to report to probation as directed. On or about June 23rd of 2025, you changed your residence without the approval of probation. On or about June 25th, 2025, you failed to actively participate and cooperate in any program of counseling or assistance as determined by probation. During the months of March, you failed to actively participate and cooperate in any program of counseling or assistance as determined by probation. During the months of March, April, May, June, July, August, and September 2025, you failed to submit to drug and alcohol testing as directed. That on or about March 6th of 2025, you possessed or consumed illegal drugs or controlled substances, specifically methamphetamine, and that on or about July 3rd, 2025, you failed to attend a scheduled review hearing as directed. You have the right to remain silent on all of these charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. In the felony case, I am appointing the public defender's office to represent you. In the Tucson City Court case, I am appointing the City of Tucson public defender to represent you. And the other one is also a felony. We are going to determine your conditions of release on each of these cases. I have reviewed the Tucson City Court file, as well as a request from Judge Millian that you be held on a bond of $2,500 cash. I have also reviewed the interim complaint on the new felony charges, as well as the warrant that was issued on the older felony charges. And I have reviewed pretrial services information that tells me whether you have any prior felony offenses or relevant misdemeanors. It also lets me know what information was provided regarding your ties to the community or any references, as well as it contains their assessments and recommendations. Finally, it looks like there is a probation warrant out of Maricopa County. So you would not be released to the community. If I released you on these charges, you would simply be released to the custody of Maricopa County and held until those matters were resolved. Finally, I have reviewed the state's recommendation. It looks like they are recommending that you be held on a bond of $1,000 in the warrant case and a bond of $25,000 in the new domestic violence case. Would the state like to be heard further?
No, Your Honor. I think the misdemeanor history and probation cases speak for my recommendations.
Thank you. And defense.
Judge, we'll defer to the court.
Thank you. All right. So, Mr. Garcia, on the new felony charges, I'm going to order a bond of $20,000 cash or secured. If you are released, you'll be released to pretrial services. No acts of domestic violence, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. No contact with the alleged victim. Do not return to the incident location or to the victim's residence or workplace. And your next court date will be scheduled for a preliminary hearing on April 13th in the unlawful flight, the warrant case. I will order that you are held on a bond of $500 cash or secured. If you are released, you'll be released to pretrial services, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, monitoring or treatment as they direct. No contact with the alleged victim of the new charges. Do not return to the incident location or her residence or workplace. And then turning to the city court matters, I am going to order that you're held on a bond of $2,500 cash. And if you are released, abide by the probation conditions. Your next court date will be on April 22nd at 1:30. If you are still in custody, that will be a video review. If you have been released, it will be a probation violation hearing. And if you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, Mr. Garcia?
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
All right, that's all for today.
It's
Please state your name, sir.
Irvin Gonzalez Beamer.
And is someone here from Suzuki Law Office?
Hey, good morning, Your Honor. I am. Yeah, I guess that's still good morning.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Gonzalez Fimbres, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here this morning on charges of stalking, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and kidnapping. These are all domestic violence offenses. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and since you have hired the attorney of your choice and they have entered their appearance, I will not appoint an attorney to represent you. We are going to determine your conditions of release today. I have reviewed the interim complaint that describes the circumstances surrounding the charges. I have also reviewed information provided by pretrial services, which lets me know whether you have any criminal history. It also lets me know about your ties to the community, as well as any references, and their assessments and recommendations. Finally, I have reviewed the prosecutor's recommendation. They are asking that you be held on a bond of $100,000. Would the state like to be heard further?
Yes, Your Honor. He does have an NCA and FDA scores of 1. However, reading the interim complaint and the facts contained in the interim complaint, I believe and the victim believes that the defendant is a clear and present danger to her. The facts of this case are very, very concerning, very scary. I do believe if he is released on anything lower than the bond requested, he will kill that victim and may kill other people associated with the victim. I didn't put it in my recommendation. I did request $100,000, but I will ask for $100,000 in cash and not secured.
Okay. All right, and defense.
Your Honor, we are asking for a significant reduction in the bond amount that was requested by the state. Originally, I had planned on asking for a release to pretrial services, but I do understand the state's concern as well as the potential concern for the court, based on the statement from the victim in the interim complaint about how she fears violence may escalate. However, Your Honor, I think that a lower bond is warranted because the court has to set the least onerous conditions necessary to ensure the appearance of the accused at future court dates, protect the community, and to protect the community. Given his substantially low risk score, his lack of criminal history, being that he's never been in trouble before, there's no prior domestic violence incidents, at least that I'm aware of, as well as his age, he will be turning 30 next year, without a criminal history does indicate that he is not a danger to the community, nor is he a threat. Given his ties to the community, he's not flight risk. He is also in the process of hiring private counsel to represent him for the full case. So he's not going to be a flight risk or a danger of not appearing. I think the primary concern for the court is the safety of the community, and I think that a release to pretrial services would be sufficient to ensure that. He does live with his parents, and he will be able to, and they will take third-party custodialship of him. The other thing, too, Your Honor, is that when reviewing the statement of probable cause, I think it's important for the court as they address release conditions to understand that, one, these are mere allegations. Mr. Gonzalez is innocent until proven guilty. The other thing, too, Your Honor, is that there isn't any corroborating evidence in the interim complaint. There's not a statement of a witness who saw any of these allegations. Furthermore, there aren't shell casings that have been recovered. So at this point in time, these are simply merely allegations from the victim, which again, at this point, I don't think that it warrants such a significant bond absent some sort of corroborating evidence that proves that, yes, Mr. Gonzalez did drive her out in the middle of the desert and did discharge rounds, other than a mere allegation from Ms. Sanchez, which, again, I don't have any proof that these are dishonest claims, but at the same time, there isn't any proof that she's telling the 100% truth either. So, Your Honor, to that extent, given his significant ties to the community, his incredibly low risk score, his lack of criminal history, as well as the nature of the allegations where they stand at this time without any corroborating evidence, I believe that a release to pretrial services or with a lower bond would satisfy the policy and statutory conditions required for release and setting the least onerous conditions to ensure his appearance and the safety of the community.
Mr. Gonzalez-Fimbres, I am going to order that you're held on a bond of $150,000. I will make that cash or secured. If you are released, you'll be released to pretrial services supervision. You'll be required to submit to monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. You may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not commit any acts of domestic violence. You may not possess firearms or weapons. Any firearms that are in your possession must be surrendered to local law enforcement while this case is pending. You may not have any contact of any kind with the alleged victim that begins immediately, and you may not go to her residence or workplace or the incident location. Your next court date will be scheduled as a preliminary hearing on April 13th at 1:30. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand that, Mr. Gonzalez-Fimbres?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's all for today.
And that's my only matter. May I be excused, Your Honor?
Your support.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. You have a good day and a good weekend.
Now presiding. All right, thank you. Please be seated. I didn't realize you were in court. Good morning. All right, can the interpreter hear me? Or are we doing the? Well, I'll have them go at the end. Okay, thank you. All right, this is the 11 a.m. initial appearance calendar. Whoops, used the wrong login. For April 3rd, 2026, the court's orders for the taking of fingerprints and DNA samples made on the 2 a.m. calendar on the 1st of the month will also apply to these hearings. And I'm going to read the victim's rights advisement for any victims who may be observing the proceedings either remotely or here in person at the jail. If you are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law that include, among others, the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, the right to a speedy trial, the right to be present at all court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, the right to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling, and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing loss. If you've not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. All right, and so counsel, are you here for Mr. Teague?
For Mr. Prince.
Prince, Teague and Prince. Okay, sorry. Let's knock that out. Mr. Prince, why don't you go ahead and come in? And after that will be Daniel Harris. If you go to the podium, please. All right. Morning, Mr. Prince. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Yes, Tegan Prince, 11/27/2006.
Thanks. And the appointment, appearance of the state? Thank you, Your Honor. Brooke Gahn, on behalf of the state.
And Matthew Bart, Your Honor, for Tegan Prince for the limited purposes of the initial appearance.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Prince, you have been arrested on allegations of theft by control of stolen property as a Class 3 felony and trafficking in stolen property in the first degree, also a Class 3 felony. Before I move on to release conditions, counsel, did you want to be heard on probable cause?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then for purposes of this hearing only, Mr. Prince, I do find probable cause based on what the police have submitted. As your lawyer will let you know, this is not even your formal probable cause finding. It's just one that we do for release conditions. But based on what the police have provided, there is probable cause. So I'm not appointing a lawyer for you today because on our financial affidavits algorithm, you don't financially qualify. Also, you do have Mr. Bart's here today, so I'm not appointing a lawyer for you at this time. You do have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense or to represent yourself. I'm setting 2 court dates for you that I will give you in a moment. First, I'm going to hear the recommendation for release conditions of the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state's asking for a $5,000 secured appearance bond. Our understanding is that Mr. Prince is on misdemeanor probation, I believe, for another theft-related offense. He also appears to have some juvenile criminal history, although I'm not aware of the specific nature of those charges. He allegedly stole work equipment worth $15,000 and then attempted to sell it to another business. Given the prior criminal history, although it is minimal, we think that that bond is appropriate.
All right, thank you. Mr. Barth.
Yes, Your Honor, we believe there might be some confusion regarding prior criminal history. My client's not aware of any misdemeanor probation for that.
All I can see is a criminal speeding ticket in 2024 out of Queen Creek. That's all I see.
Thank you.
Okay.
Your Honor, he is 19 years old and a high school graduate. He graduated from American Leadership Academy in Queen Creek, where he participated in student government and sports. After that, he began working for Copper Star Concrete. He did recently lose that job, though, and was looking for new employment. He was actually scheduled to have a job interview this afternoon at 2:30 with MMI Tank to work with them as a welder. So he is trying to better his life and make good life decisions and choices. We would ask that the court consider an own recognizance release or a release to pretrial services.
All right, thank you. Mr. Prince, I've considered what's been alleged against you. I've considered the statements of the lawyers. I've considered your criminal history, which, and counsel, I didn't mean to misspeak. The only juvenile record I saw was the criminal speeding. I do show an arrest in March for alleged altering of a sales receipt or UPC code or using a fraudulent one out of Mesa, March 28th in Mesa. Maybe that's the one that he's on misdemeanor. That one may have resolved. Okay, so, but not that you've had much time to rack up any criminal history, Mr. Prince, but that is minimal and certainly on the juvenile front. These are probation eligible offenses, not that it's not serious, not that I don't think, if the state has the evidence they say they have a pretty strong case against you. These are probation eligible property offenses. And I show our conditions algorithm suggests that if I release you on your own recognizance, you are likely to come to court and you are not likely to commit new crimes, which frankly would be deeply foolish. So, and also it appears that you're local. I don't think any reasonable person would flee to avoid this type of case. Again, that would be very foolish. I will say, looking at the arrest March 28th plus this one, it may be suggestive of something like a substance abuse problem that somebody is trying to fund without telling their parents. I don't know. But I don't have anything else to suggest that. So you have hired counsel, which is, not always any kind of a dispositive factor, but it tends to indicate you're going to be responsive to the case. You're going to show up. It would be really foolish to try to avoid these charges. So I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. Don't go back to that location. No contact with any witnesses there. No drugs without a valid prescription, no alcohol. You're still under 21. Everything else is going to be standard and on your paperwork. That's going to make your court dates April 17th at 8:30 in the morning. That's your status conference. Then the following April 21st at 8:30 in the morning, that is your preliminary hearing. That'll all be on your paperwork along with the address in downtown Phoenix. Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thanks. Mrs. Hill.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to get that printed up for both of you. You're welcome to keep using the room, counsel. We got lots of time.
We're good.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, could I be excused?
Yes,
and
ma'am.
I'll come back at the
Once
end.
get
Thank
out
you.
of here. Okay. All right, then let's have Mr. Harris come in, please, and then Arthur Hebert. Will you go to the chair? I need Daniel Harris first, and then Arthur Hebert to the chair. Oh, they got to let you out? Okay. I didn't realize you were trapped. All right, hi, sir, can I have your full name and date of birth?
Daniel Jeffrey Harris, May 3rd, 1982.
Okay, thank you. You're here on two things. One's a warrant in a pending case, and one is a warrant in a case that got filed since you went on warrant status in the last case. So I'm going to tell you about your brand new, newly filed case. There's been a criminal complaint filed against you, charging you with a case from last February. It's possession or use of narcotic drugs and possession or use of dangerous drugs. Those are both Class 4 felonies, along with possession or use of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. The alleged offense date is February 25th of last year, 2025, out of the Gilbert Police Department. So you'll get a copy of the charges and police reports from your lawyer. I am appointing a lawyer for you. Should be the same lawyer that you have for your older case, which is number 13 on the calendar. You've been charged in this case with possessing dangerous and narcotic drugs, both Class 4 felonies, with drug paraphernalia possession as well, a Class 6 felony. And in that case, you had a warrant out for you since May 16th of 2025 after you failed to appear at a status conference. So it looks like I can give you the same next court date. It's April 9th at 8:30 in the morning in the Downtown Superior Court, which is next Thursday, April 9th. That's for both cases. Then in the new case and the old case, both, you're going to have a preliminary hearing April 13th, which is Monday, April 13th at 8:30 in the morning. Now, in the warrant case, the one from February, because you're accused of committing those crimes in February, a month after your first court date in the older case, that's called being on release. You're accused of new felonies while you had a pending felony case. I have to hold you for a bond hearing in that case from February. So you're not going to get bond today. I'm scheduling a bail hearing for you on the 10th, April 10th, which is 1 week from today, 1:30 in the afternoon. You may or may not get bail in a week, but I can't give you bail today. In the new case, you have to be held for the bail hearing. So you'll see your lawyer the day before. They can explain what's going to happen the next day at the bail hearing, and that's in the new case only. So you don't have bond at all in the new case today. In the old case, I'm just going to affirm the bond that the judge set when she issued the warrant, and it was $500 secured. But don't try to post that until you find out the outcome of that bail hearing, okay? Everything's on your paperwork. If you step to your left, you get that. Thank you. Mr. Hebert, and then Christina Tornambe, will you please go to the chair? All right. Good morning, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Arthur James Hebert, August 25th, 1985.
All right, thanks. And I have you here for two matters, sir. One is a brand new case and one is a probation warrant. I'm going to start with the brand new case. That's number 7 on the calendar. You've been accused of shoplifting with 2 or more shoplifting convictions in the past 7 years. Those are that makes it a Class 4 felony, and there is probable cause for that. I am appointing a lawyer for you, and I'm giving you a status conference of this coming Thursday, April 9th at 8:30 in the morning in the Downtown Superior Court with a preliminary hearing the following Monday, April 13th at 8:30 in the morning, same court. There is also a warrant out for you in your probation case because you failed to appear at a revocation arraignment hearing on March 17th of this year, and there was a warrant issued for your arrest. You already have a lawyer in that case. We're going to reschedule your revocation arraignment in front of the probation judge on April 9th, 8:30 in the morning in the Downtown Superior Court. Now, in the new case, you have an open and pending case. It's CR 2026-109-201. Your initial appearance was back on April 2nd. So this case from yesterday, that's a new felony that you're accused of while you have a pending felony case. You're not in warrant status in that case. Doesn't matter though. It's pending and you came in with probable cause for a new felony. I cannot give you bail today either. Just like the last guy, I have to hold you for a bail hearing in the new case only. So that's going to be 1 week from today, which is Friday, April 10th at 1:30 in the afternoon. So you'll see your lawyer on the 9th. You can talk about what's going to happen at the bail hearing on the 10th. Until that time, you cannot bond out in that new felony shoplift case. Now, in the probation case, also the court finds that you are in all reasonable probability going to be revoked to prison, and so you don't have bail today in your probation case either. You can talk to your lawyer about that situation for both cases. You'll see your lawyer for both on the 9th, which is this Thursday. If you step to your left, she's going to give you your paperwork. Thank you. Christina Tornambe. After that, Fallon Costello. Will you please go to the chair? Hello, ma'am. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Christina Tornambi, 521 of 69.
Okay, thanks. You're here on one new case and a probation warrant. In the new case, you were arrested for trafficking and stolen property in the first degree. It is a Class 2 felony. Burglary in the third degree, a Class 4 felony, and possession of burglary tools, a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for all of those things, and I am appointing a lawyer for you.
Thank you.
I'm also appointing a lawyer for you in your probation case, because probation will be filing, oh no, I'm sorry, they already did. You're already in warrant status in your probation case, and you have been since December 23rd of 2024, because there was already a fourth petition to revoke your probation filed in your burglary probation case, alleging that you violated terms 3 and 5. You've been in warrant status that whole time. So I am appointing a lawyer for you in your probation case. You should end up with the same lawyer for both things. Your court date for both cases, the next one is April 9th, which is this Thursday. It's a status conference in the new case and a revocation arraignment in the probation case. Then in the new case only, you will have a preliminary hearing on Monday, April 13th at 8:30 in the morning. In the probation case, the court finds that you will, in all reasonable probability, be revoked to prison. You do not have bail today at all in your probation case. In the new case, the court sets bond in the amount of $10,000 secured with, wait a minute, the state says you're non-bondable. Just a second. That seems like a mistake. Hold on. No, she wrote it wrong. Request no bond because your reasonable probability has new charges. Yeah, no, that's a mistake. Okay. You don't have a pending case. I'm just gonna like double check that. Hold on. No, I think that was just a mistake. Okay, sorry.
That's all right.
I am setting bail in the amount of $10,000. It is secured with conditions. You cannot go anywhere near the scene of the alleged crimes, and no contact with your co-defendant or the victim in the case, but you're still held without bond in your new case. Everything's on your paperwork. If you step to your left, I'll give you that. Thank you. All right, Ms. Costello, and then David Butcher, or Boucher, if you please go to the chair. David. Hi, ma'am. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Fallon Tiffany Costello.
All right, thank you. I'm just trying to watch for
First of all, Your Honor.
No, ma'am, I'm going to do your initial appearance. I will give you an opportunity to talk. All right, where's Mr. Butcher? He's got a black tank top. He's got a beard. He's about 30 years old. There he is. All right, ma'am. Are you Fallon Costello, born 8/20 of 94?
Yes.
All right. You're here on two matters. One is a new arrest and one is a probation hold. In the new case, you were arrested for 2 counts of criminal trespass in the first degree. Those are Class 6 felonies. 2 counts of interfering with judicial proceedings by disobeying a court order. Those are Class 1 misdemeanors. 1 allegation of criminal trespass of a residential yard as a Class 1 misdemeanor. 1 count of that as a Class 2 misdemeanor. Based on what the police have presented, there is probable cause for those things, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. I'm going to make a note for something. Hold on a second. All right. Then you are on probation for a Class 6 felony, and the probation department will be filing a petition to revoke your probation in this case. So I am appointing a lawyer for you in your probation case also. Your next court date is April 9th at 8:30 in the morning. It's a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing. Now, what did you want to say?
Am I getting released today?
No.
Okay, my father is sick. He's on medication. He's been diagnosed with bipolarism.
Your father's the victim in the new case, and you can't have contact with him.
I
So
understand.
that
He
is
does
literally
this,
not your problem.
He does this, Your Honor, on a daily basis. He always does this. And why
Okay,
is my
ma'am,
probation?
you need to listen. You can go dispute the case down there, but I have direct victim contact in the case that you are on probation for. And so,
but why do they?
You don't have bond in your new case. I do find pursuant to Rule 7.c, you're likely to be revoked to prison. No bond in your probation case. In your new case, the court believes you are going to immediately go back there. So you have a $5,000 secured appearance bond in the new case with written release conditions. You are to have absolutely no contact with the alleged victim, even if he contacts you first. It is not a legal excuse, ma'am. He cannot give you permission to violate court orders, nor do I believe that he did. On these facts, that appears to be a 1% chance that he ever contacted you first. You can't go there. You can't have contact with him. That is very clear. This court believes you will not comply with court orders. And so if I'm wrong and he is contacting you, ma'am, you may not respond. It's very clear. Please step to your left and take your paperwork.
Okay, do I have a bond on me?
You have $5,000 in the new case. I did not give you bond at all in your probation case. You are held without bond in the probation case. Please talk to your lawyer about how that works. There's no point in trying to post bond in the new case until you know whether you can ever get bond in your probation case. The trial judge or the probation judge will decide if they're going to reinstate you. They will make a different decision. If they think you're going to go to prison, they may not. That is up to them. Please step to your left, and I'll give you your paperwork.
I don't understand.
All right, Mr. Butcher, David Butcher. And then Brian Thompson, will you go to the chair? Where's David? Right here, sir. Podium, please. All right. Hi, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Yes, it's David Booker, 12/18/1996.
All right, thank you. Mr. Booker, you are here on a new case. You are accused of 2 counts of aggravated assault as Class 4 felonies. I'm going to reprint this one, officers. That is aggravated assault on a first responder. 2 counts. Also, discharging a firearm in the city limits, a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for all of those things, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you in this case. Your next court date is going to be a status conference this Thursday, April 9th at 8:30 in the morning. Your preliminary hearing will be April 13th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. Based on what's been alleged against you, the court believes that the state's recommendation is appropriate. That is a $25,000 secured appearance bond. On these facts, the court believes you pose a significant public safety interest. You're ordered to surrender any and all weapons that remain in your possession or control. That includes that you have control of, not whether they're in your hand. So if they're in a gun safe in your house, you have control over them, and you need to surrender them to a law enforcement agency. Bring a receipt to your next court date. No contact with the alleged victims, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol.
Yes, ma'am.
And so this bond would have been a lot higher if you had a whiff of criminal history. You don't appear to have any criminal history. But when people are accused of this type of altercation and what starts to look like attempted suicide by cop, you're scaring people. You need to comply with your release conditions. I am very concerned you're going to hurt other people and then hurt yourself. That's what I'm worried about. Do you understand? All right, step to your left, take the paperwork. You're done. Yeah. All right, Mr. Thompson, Brian Thompson. And then Colby McKenzie Mann. Will you go to the chair? Hi, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Brian Andrew Thompson, 7/21/78.
All right, thanks. You're here on a new case. You got arrested for robbery, a Class 4 felony. There is probable cause for it, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date will be a status conference, April 9th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court, with a preliminary hearing April 13th at 8:30 in the same court. On these facts, with your criminal history, bond is set at $25,000. It is secured. If you post it, comply with all of your written release conditions. Do not go to the scene of the alleged crimes. No contact with the alleged victim or any witnesses. No weapons. You are a prohibited possessor. What's your question?
What is a secured bond?
Secured means you can work with a bail bondsman to possibly post bond for less than the full amount, but you need money for their fee and you need collateral. So if you call them from back there, they'll talk to you about what they want before they will come and put a bond as a signed promise to pay. They put up their bond, which promises if you run, they're going to have to pay $25,000 to the court. Okay. So step to your left. You can call them after court.
Thank you.
Sure. Colby McKenzie Mann, and then Chio McNeil is the one who needs to go to the 2 p.m. I'm sorry. Too many moving parts today. Number 24, Chio McNeil, is being moved to the 2 p.m. because the state wants to submit additional probable cause information. Mr. McNeil, wherever you are still well within the 24-hour rule, and so we do grant that request by the state. You have not been, it's not been 24 hours since your arrest. So Chio McNeil, number 24, needs to go to the 2 p.m., please. Sorry for the late notice, everybody. All right, so instead of him, let's have Ms. Coulter go to the chair. She'll be next. Hi, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Kobe Man, 53196.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a warrant from Yavapai County Superior Court, where it appears you are on probation for aggravated DUI, and there was a petition to revoke your probation filed on April 2nd, so yesterday, probably based on whatever you're already in custody for. I don't know, but Yavapai has now put out their probation warrant for you. So I'm going to let them know they should give you a lawyer when you get there. Your arraignment hearing in Yavapai is scheduled for this Monday, April 8th at 8:30. No, I'm way off. It's a Wednesday. Wednesday, April 8th at 8:30 in the morning in the Yavapai County Superior Court. I'm going to affirm their bond, which is $25,000 secured. That's on top of whatever may be holding you otherwise in Maricopa County. So if you don't bond out, Yavapai is going to be told to wait, and then Maricopa will give you to Yavapai when you're done with whatever's going on here. If you did bond out on everything, you need to be in Yavapai on April 8th, and you need to call your PO within 72 hours. Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right, if you step to your left, you get your paperwork. Thank you. All right, Ms. Coulter? And then Matthew Galvan, will you go to the chair? Right here, ma'am, podium. Good morning, ma'am. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Akaya Coulter, September 23rd, 2002.
Okay, thanks. I want to check something on your, okay. All right, Ms. Coulter, you are here on two things. One is a new case, one is a probation hold. In the new case, you were arrested for aggravated domestic violence, a Class 5 felony, threatening and intimidating, a Class 1 domestic violence misdemeanor, criminal damage, a Class 2 domestic violence misdemeanor. The domestic violence is a legal designation, and assault as a Class 3 domestic violence misdemeanor. There is probable cause for those crimes, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. I'm also appointing a lawyer in your probation case. You are on probation, dog alert, for a Class 6 felony, and the probation department will be filing a petition to revoke your probation because they always do when there's a new felony arrest. So you can talk to your lawyer about that. You will end up with the same lawyer for both cases. So your next court date is the same for both cases. It is April 9th, which is 6 days from now at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. And your preliminary hearing in the new case only, the aggravated domestic violence, that's going to be April 13th at 8:30 in the morning. All that will be on your paperwork. All right. In the new case, I believe the state's recommendation is appropriate and bond is set at $5,000 secured. In the probation case, you have a $1,000 secured appearance bond. That is $6,000 total. If you bond out, you have to comply with all of your written release conditions, which means if you've been living where the alleged victim resides, which, as I recall, it's your mother.
Yeah.
You cannot live there while the case is pending. You can do a civil standby to collect belongings, and then you have to stay somewhere else. No contact with her, and just like I told another defendant, you can't respond to contact from her. You're not allowed. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. And if you're out of custody, be sure to call your PO within 72 hours of hitting the street. You also got to tell them where you're staying. So everything is on your paperwork, and you'll be back in court next week. If you step to your left, they'll give you that. Thank you. Mr. Galvan, and then Derek Jones, we go to the chair. Hi, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Hello, my name is Matthew Galvan, 11/3/1988.
All right, thank you. You are here on a new case. You got arrested for theft by control of stolen property as a Class 4 felony. There is probable cause for it, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is a status conference, April 9th, which is this Thursday at 8:30 in the morning, with a preliminary hearing the following Monday, April 13th, also at 8:30. And the court address will be on your paperwork. You have a $2,500 secured appearance bond in this case and written release conditions that include not going to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, no weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you're on federal probation, so you're also ordered to call your federal PO within 72 hours of any release. And our pretrial services always notifies the federal PO, so your PO knows. And they may come and put a hold on you at the jail. We call that a marshal's hold.
Yeah.
So before you go posting bail, you might want to check with the DOs and say, hey, did I end up with a marshal's hold? Because if you did, you're wasting your money posting bond, because the marshals are going to come and get you and put you in front of the federal judge. And you probably shouldn't be too eager for that. I came from federal court. Federal judges don't play.
Oh,
So-
I know.
So in any event, just check before you post bond about whether you have a marshal's hold, because if you do, you'll be wasting your bail bond money, because the bail bond is not going to refund your money just because you didn't literally get out because of something else. They'll go, oh, well, that's your problem.
I do have one question.
What's your question?
So if I did say I did postpone bail, and then I went to with the marshals and sat in front of a judge who was there, and they deemed I would be able to be released,
then right, exactly. The federal judge would have to let you out. And I mean, it's been a while since I was there. Back in my day, that didn't happen very often.
no matter.
But sure, theoretically, if the federal judge decided to let you out, then you'd be out, right? Because we wouldn't have a hold on you. So it's a bet. It would be a bet on your part, and you're free to make it. So in any event, I did give you a lawyer in this case, and your court date, your first one is next Thursday. So whatever happens, wherever you end up, be there or there'll be a warrant issued. Even if you're in federal custody at the time, what'll happen is Maricopa will put a hold on you with the feds, and then you'll popcorn back and forth. And you'll be like, but wait.
That sounds bad.
So you'll catch a warrant on the 9th if you're stuck in federal custody.
I understand.
So anyway, everything's on your paperwork. If you step to your left, he's going to give you a copy.
Thank you.
Sure. All right, Mr. Jones, Derek Jones, and then Marlon Diaz. We go to the chair. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Derek Jones, September 3rd, 1997.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Jones, you are here on a new case and a probation warrant. In the new case, you were arrested for possession of narcotic drugs, a class 4 felony. There is probable cause for it, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Whoops, wrong button. In the probation case, you are on felony probation for drug paraphernalia possession. Back on February 18th of this year, there was a petition to revoke your probation filed, alleging that you violated terms 3 and 5. So you'll get a copy of that petition from your lawyer. You're going to end up with the same lawyer for everything. And your next court date for both cases will be Thursday, April 9th at 8:30 in the morning. It's a status conference for the new case and a revocation arraignment for your probation case. Then in the new case only, you need a preliminary hearing, and that it's going to be Monday, April 13th, 8:30 in the morning. Yeah, okay. All right, in the probation case, you have a $500 secured appearance bond and written release conditions that include calling your PO within 72 hours of release. In the new case, because we would have released you most likely in the absence of your probation problem, I'm just setting a $50 placeholder bond. It's there to make you eligible for credit for time in custody in case you can't make bond in the probation case, and it ensures that they will take you to all of your court hearings. So your total bond, $550 for both cases. If you bond out, follow all of your written conditions and call your PO. You're here because you got sentenced and disappeared. So the main number is on your paperwork. If you fail to do it, this situation just repeats itself.
So I just need to call my probation officer or
if you bond
get a
out,
hold of them?
Call them. You're on probation. Even when you're in revocation status, if you can't demonstrate you'll comply, this is going to happen again. So everything's on your paperwork. If you step to your left, I'll give you a copy.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Diaz. And after that, Kyle Severance. Will you please go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Marlon Diaz, 12/1980.
Okay, thank you. You are here on a new case. You got arrested for first-degree criminal trespass of a residential structure. It's a class 6 felony. There is probable cause for it, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is going to be a status conference, April 17th, which is 2 weeks from today, at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court, with a preliminary hearing April 21st. That's the following Monday at 8:30. The address will be on your paperwork. And in this case, I am willing to give you a try at pretrial services. You got a fair amount of misdemeanor stuff, but they're not telling me that they're documenting a bunch of failures to appear. So I am going to release you to pretrial services. Report into them. You're going to get an envelope. Just when you get out, open it up, call the number, start reporting. If you don't show up, this happens. And this is probably probation eligible, assuming you don't have any felony priors, right? But you have to stay away from that location. So this says, prior trespass arrest for the same property. And police say, when they said, hey, she or he, whoever, told you to leave yesterday, you said, well, she says that or he says that every day. So listen, grow a clue, okay? He can't give you permission to violate my order. Did you hear me say it to other people? I do not care. The law does not care if he said, it's fine, come on over, I don't care. You're under a court order not to contact him and not to go there. This isn't violent, so I'm not going to put an ankle monitor on you to prove whether you are or aren't going there. I'm just telling you, if you go there, everything seems fine. Tomorrow, they want you out, they call the cops. They're going to do you for the same crime, and I will have to hold you no bond because now you're on release for a felony. Any new felony gets you held no bond at this hearing. And so, grow a clue. Don't go there. You can do a civil standby. Hold on. You can do a civil standby to collect belongings. So I know you probably have medicine, ID, car, whatever it is that you have there. But you have to call Glendale PD and tell them you need a civil standby. And I'm going to double check that it's on your order because they always want to see it or they won't do it. It's buried a little bit, but it is on there. It's number 4. It's a little paragraph. It's buried in there, but it's on there. Okay, so you show them that, say I need a civil standby, they send a cop keeps the peace while you gather your stuff. Then comply with everything. If you want to change it, if you want to, whatever, you go to court on the 17th, and all will be well. I don't know that you're ever going to end up being convicted. I have no idea what will happen in your case, but if you go there, you're violating this order, okay? All right, everything's on your paperwork. It still takes hours to be released. It's part of the fun. Be patient. All right, if you step to your left, you get your paperwork. Thank you. All right, Mr. Severance, and then Jessica Luna, will you go to the chair? Oh, and officer, I think everything's going to be fine, but she's got the keep away with, it's the gentleman in the yellow shirt. I think she's got the keep away from him, so we just keep an eye on them. I think they'll be cool. They are being audio and video recorded, and certainly any crimes committed will be on high definition video. All right, Mr. Severance, can I have your full name and date of birth?
Kyle Severance, 12/3/1974.
All right, thanks. Mr. Severance, you are here on a new case. You got booked in for possession of dangerous drugs. It's a Class 4 felony. Also, criminal trespass as a Class 3 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for it, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. I'm going to release you today. I know about your criminal history, but this is nonviolent. And, your criminal history is pretty old at this point, and doesn't look like you were causing any real trouble yesterday. So I don't have any reason to think that you won't come to court. Lots of people with your kind of criminal history are getting probation offers from the county attorney. That's up to them, though. It's not up to me. But you have to go. Go talk to your lawyer. Go defend your case, okay? Maybe they'll give you a probation offer. Will you go? We go to court?
I don't even know how or what the drug possession.
I gotcha. I understand. And what I'm trying to tell you is, they're going to give you a lawyer. Your lawyer will get police reports. Your lawyer can explain all the stuff to you. What I want to know is that you will go to court. Will you go to court?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Then we're on the same page. So just go, okay? Your lawyer can go over all of that in great detail with you. So that's going to be April 17th, which is 2 weeks from now, okay? Status conference, downtown Phoenix, 8:30 in the morning. Plan ahead. If you miss that court date, you're going to catch a warrant. And with your criminal history, the odds go up of getting a bond, even with it being old, okay? So go to court. I'm also scheduling your preliminary hearing for the following Monday, April 21st. But sometimes cases resolve on the first day. So go talk to your lawyer, all right? I'm not going to make you call into pretrial services because I know that can be extra hard for people who don't have a regular place to stay. It sometimes increases the odds that you might show up, but I figure you will or you won't, sir. I really hope you do. But you need to not lose your paperwork. Don't lose it because then you won't know where to go or when, right? If you miss court, Mr. Severance, you're going to wind up back in the jail, okay? All right, good luck, sir. You step to your left. All right, Ms. Luna, and then Erica Funmaker, will you please go to the chair? Hi, ma'am. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Jessica Maria Luna, and 8/16/86.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a new case. You were booked in for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument. That is a Class 3 felony. Also, disorderly conduct as a Class 1 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for both of those, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next court dates are going to be a status conference April 17th at 8:30 in the morning. That's 2 weeks from now. Preliminary hearing April 21st at 8:30 in the same court. Now, the state recommended a $10,000 secured appearance bond for you. So anyway, your case, and that's why I'm actually glad that you and Mr. Stoltz are on the same calendar. At least I can sort of get some indication, thumbs up, thumbs down from you guys. Your guys' case is weird. It's like a bit of a mutual combat situation, allegations involving sharp objects and a gun. And so the court is more concerned that the red flaggy risk going on here is higher. But you're the one who's accused of actually landing a blow with a thrown sharp object that resulted in an injury. That's why you're here on a felony charge. And apparently the police are investigating his situation as probable self-defense. So, because the police only booked him on misdemeanors. What I have to do is try to set release conditions that I think people are likely to comply with, that will keep the public safe, will keep the alleged victim safe. So in his case, you're the alleged victim, but his is a misdemeanor. In your case, he's the alleged victim, and yours is a felony. So generally what I would do is order the person accused of the felony to move. But when I looked at your pretrial services interviews, what I saw is you've got 2 kids. Do they live at this location?
Yes.
And he said he does have another place to stay. So I'm trying to be, fair to everybody and give a workable solution. So my question for you, Mr. Stoltz, thumbs up or thumbs down, is it correct that you have a place to go and stay? Okay. That's what I'm going to order, because I think that is the most likely to be complied with by everybody. And with the kids there, it just introduces a metric ton of other problems for people. Are they his kids or not?
They're not.
Okay, still, it's a huge problem for everybody. And your cases, both, there's probable cause, but I would call that some confusing facts, the way that it actually went down. And I think there's also a reasonable possibility the county attorney is going to wait for police reports and then try to sort out what they have. Because what the police have given me, it meets probable cause, which is a very low standard, but honestly, it is a bit of a mixed up mess. And so, but I'm hopeful, because you don't have any criminal history, as I recall, which greatly increases the likelihood, et cetera. I think you have this much. You have a 2010 DUI from California that went to turned into reckless driving. And Mr. Stoltz has some other stuff that I recall, nothing that was red flagging really bad. California stuff. Didn't turn into a conviction, but possession of an assault weapon. I'm going to ban weapons for both of you while the case is pending. Anyway, so Ms. Luna, you'll be allowed to go back there. I'm going to put you on an ankle monitor. I want to be sure, and I'm not going to make you post a bond. So I'm going to put you on an ankle monitor. They'll hook that up for you. It keeps you here a little longer. Cross your fingers, knock on wood. Hopefully you're out by dinner time. No contact with Mr. Stoltz. He's going to get the same order. Don't contact, don't respond to contact. He'll be able to do a civil standby to get stuff. And so that shouldn't be difficult to take care of. Don't possess any weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, no alcohol, just because weapons and alcohol, they drive domestic violence like few other things except allegations of cheating. That is like honestly, it's a cliche. Okay. So if you get served with an order of protection or order against harassment, you have to comply with that also. I'm going to tell him the same thing. Frankly, just so people know, playing the game of competing orders of protection is a mess, and most people aren't pleased with the outcome. So in any event, you're entitled to do that if you want. Everything you need to know is on your paperwork. I also gave you a number to call a few days before the hearing to see if it's going forward or see if the county attorney may want to take their time in considering the charges, in which case the court dates would go away. But you're going to be on an ankle monitor, so they'll call you. If the county attorney doesn't meet the charging deadline, then you're going to get a call from them and go, come back in and give us the ankle monitor. Your charge just scratched. Scratched means it went away for now. There's a 7-year statute of limitations, though, on felonies. So it doesn't mean it went away forever, but at least that also means your release conditions no longer apply. If the case scratches, then all of my orders go away. Same for Mr. Stoltz. It could happen in his case too. I think he got booked into a justice court. Yeah, so it's the county attorney who will make the charging decision in his case also, rather than a city attorney. So it's probably going to be the same human is going to make a charging decision. So in any event, I have to give him different instructions because his is misdemeanor. I just at least wanted to figure out, are we clear that probably it's best for all concerned, let's think of the children, that they don't have to move. Okay, all righty. I appreciate that, Mr. Stoltz. And, okay, ma'am, your orders are going to be on right there if you step to your left.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
I did not. No, I was thinking. So if you, take him, if you go far to the other side, like when you go back there, go to the back row in the end, if you would, please. Okay, thanks.
I'll give you a paper.
Okay.
You said something about ankle monitor.
She is going to get an ankle one.
It was on there.
No.
At the bottom. Just install.
We're just making sure the paperwork's okay. Well, they changed, and that's probably why.
You know what?
Do you see it?
Yeah.
Okay, it's because they just changed a week ago, and it's confusing everybody. I know. Nobody likes it. Yes, ma'am.
There's going to be an attorney hearing for Williams, the house
Oh, okay, hold on.
I think it's the public defender.
Right, physically present or virtual? All right, so officers, I guess Mr. Michael Williams, who's on as a house call, is he the close custody guy? Let's try to do an iPad for him. He is close custody, but he should be back there. So can you maybe ask somebody back there to start working on an iPad, because his lawyer's gonna be in the virtual meeting. So we always try to do the fun iPad when that happens. Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, we're gonna go to, lost my place, Ms. Funmaker, Erica Funmaker, and then Davey and Vincent Walton, will you go to the chair? Right here, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am. Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Erica Floodmaker, 12/25/87.
Okay, and you are here on a new case. You got booked in for dangerous drug possession, a class 4 felony, shoplifting, a class 1 misdemeanor, and drug paraphernalia possession, a class 6 felony. Based on what the police presented, there is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next court date is going to be a status conference, April 17th, which is 2 weeks from now, 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court, with a preliminary hearing April 21st at 8:30 in the same court. And you do have some felony history, but in this type of case, I'm willing to give you a chance to be out of custody while the case happens. So I'm going to release you to pretrial services. You're going to get the envelope with the instructions. After you get out, call them. Do not miss your court dates. Just like somebody else in here, you've got priors. So, if you want to look like a good candidate for probation, you need to show up. It's up to the county attorney, though, whether you get a probation offer because you have priors. But, in cases like yours, we see it all the time now. I just tell people because I'm trying to motivate them to go to court. It is up to the county attorney whether you get that kind of offer. It is not up to me. I just try to motivate people. You don't need to be scared to go to court. Go to court. Talk to your lawyer, okay? All right. Step to your left, take your paperwork.
So I'll be released today?
You will be. Call pretrial after you get out, okay?
Thank you very
All right,
much.
good luck. Mr. Vincent Walton, and then Aaron Johnson, will you go to the chair?
Do you want to do the interpreter matter before the attorney matter?
Yes. Yeah, let's do that. And so, officers, we're going to do our which the interpreter matter has to be done like around the house call time, but just keeping all the moving parts. We can do Mr. Williams after that, which will buy some more time to get the iPad going, just FYI. Okay, all right, Mr. Vincent Walton, can I have your full name and date of birth?
Damian Vincent, 11/26/88.
Okay, thanks. You're on two things. One's a new arrest, one's a warrant for an older traffic case. In the new case, out of the Country Meadows Justice Court, you have been accused of driving on a suspended, revoked, canceled, or without a license. That's a class 1 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for it. I'm going to give you an arraignment hearing in the Country Meadows Justice Court on April 23rd at 8:30 in the morning. That's out in Avondale, and the address will be on your paperwork. And you're going to be released on your own recognizance in that case. Then you have a warrant from Goodyear City Court For both that offense, driving on a suspended or revoked license, that's a class 1 misdemeanor. Plus, they've added the misdemeanor allegation of failing to appear in a misdemeanor case, which is itself a class 2 misdemeanor. And I'm going to give an arraignment hearing there the day before, which is April 22nd at 1 in the afternoon in the Goodyear City Court. The address is on your paperwork. I'm going to release you in that case too because I can see it's a first failure to appear from a citation. It is a class 1 misdemeanor. And in case people think that it's easy to blow off a citation, well, it is. It's really easy. But then this happens. So if you don't want this to happen again, Mr. Vincent, you got to go to court, or you're guaranteeing that this happens again. I've seen 10-year-old warrants for driving unsuspended. The ugly surprise will be waiting for you if you don't go. You have to go. Does that make sense? All right. Everything's on your paperwork. Will you go to court in both cases? I need to hear it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. If you step to your left, you get a copy of your paperwork. Mr. Johnson, Aaron Johnson, and then Hector Gradillo, we go to the chair. And then we'll do Mr. Stoltz's case. Okay. All right. Hi, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Aaron Scott Johnson, 8/11/95.
Okay. Thank you. You are here on a new case, and you were arrested for allegation of dangerous drug possession, class 4 felony, drug paraphernalia possession, class 6 felony, and shoplifting as a class 1 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date will be in 2 weeks. It is April 17th, which is a status conference, 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. Preliminary hearing, April 21 at 8:30. I'm willing to release you to pretrial services too, just like those other folks. You've got some criminal history. It's not one, like 2019 out of, I think it was Texas, 2022 drug paraphernalia possession. So I think you've also completed probation here, right?
I have.
Yeah. So I know you know how to follow court orders. Go, okay, just like I told those guys, wouldn't shock me at all if you got a probation offer, which is not up to me. But if you don't go, you look like a bad candidate for that offer. And, you know, this one where when you have priors, the county attorney has all the leverage. So comply with your conditions. That includes don't go back to that store or any Target store, okay?
Understood.
All right, you step to your left to get your paperwork. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, Mr. Gradillo, and then Mr. Stoltz, please. And counsel, I guess there's a public defender who's going to appear on 19, which is the one that I was asking you about the sequence of events. So I have to check for your email. I haven't even looked. Did you email me about that one?
No, I did not.
Good, because then I can just update him when I think he's going to do virtual, okay. And we're trying to get the iPad going because the guy's close custody.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, sir. That was nothing to do with you. Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
My name is Hector Bermudez Gradillo, May 1st, 1974.
Okay, thank you. You're here on a warrant from University Lakes Justice Court over in Chandler, and it is on a ticket for consumption of alcohol in public, which is a class 2 misdemeanor. I'm going to give you a court date in that court on April 21st, which is a Tuesday, April 21st. That's like 2.5 weeks from now at 1:30 in the afternoon. And I'm going to release you. It's a class 2 misdemeanor, and this is a failure to appear on a citation. So it's your first failure to appear. We don't need to hold you if you will just go to court. But if you do this again, if you don't show up, if you just throw your paperwork away and blow it off, you're guaranteeing we will see you again, and we'll be able to see that you already got a do-over in the case. And most of us down here probably give you a $50 bond on this. And if you don't have $50, then you're stuck in jail.
Yes, ma'am.
Or you could just make a plan and go to court. Okay? Everything's on your paperwork. If you step to your left, you get a copy.
Okay,
good luck.
Thank you.
Sure. Mr. Stoltz? And then let's do the interpreter case, yeah? Or assuming we can. Hi, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Alan Stoltz, 7/8/83.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a new case. You were booked in for disorderly conduct as a class 1 misdemeanor and assault as a class 3 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for those. I'm not appointing a lawyer for you because it appears you don't financially qualify, but you do have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense or to represent yourself. It's just because it's a misdemeanor case. So in any event, your arraignment hearing, April 21st at 9:30 in the morning, which I think is considerably after. No, so Ms. Luna's status conference is the 17th. Yours is the following Tuesday. So she'll know, what's happening probably before you will. But Can't help that. So, April 21st at 9:30 in the morning. As I said, I am planning to release you on your own recognizance. And in your case, the facts are kooky, and I do think what the police didn't book you for a felony because they believed that there was at least probable cause that the pulling of the gun was self-defense, or that they couldn't show otherwise, or something like that. Still, you know, of course, we all get nervous when guns are talked about or introduced, especially in domestic violence cases, especially, as I said, you know, it is genuinely a cliche multiple times a day. Someone's accused of cheating, stuff goes really south. And so guns and alcohol do not mix with domestic violence cases. There's research on that. So find another place to stay, like we talked about in her case. You can do a civil standby with law enforcement, and I'm going to make sure it is appearing in your paperwork. It is. It's buried a little in a paragraph, but it's in there. So when you talk to sheriffs, so call MCSO, if that's who's your jurisdiction, and say, I need a civil standby. They'll send a deputy to go with you, keep the peace while you collect her stuff, and get out of there. Don't respond to contact from her. Don't initiate contact with her. Don't possess any weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, no alcohol. If you get served with an order of protection, comply with that as well. Did you have any questions?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Before I do the order, I'm sorry, the civil standby, my truck is also there. Can I pick up my truck first?
Do you have any friends, family who could go get it for you? An adult, who, you know, well, somebody with a driver's license? Could be a 17-year-old.
I don't have any family in the state.
Do you have the keys? What do you think the keys were booked into property?
Yeah, the keys are here.
Okay. All right. I will let you do only that, provided there's zero contact with her. Okay. Yeah. I wish we could tell her that, but you'll probably be out before she will. Yeah, because she has to wait for the monitor. She has to wait for the monitor. Oh, I'm going to say that you. Okay. All right. Hold on, give me 1 second. Okay, I have to think about this. In addition to the civil standby described above, is permitted to go to the residence, I'm going to say to the exterior of the residence, for the sole purpose of collecting his vehicle, provided there is no contact whatsoever with, and it was Jessica, okay. So it'll say, in addition to the civil standby above, you're permitted to go to the exterior of the residence for collecting your vehicle. I'm going to put within the next 24 hours. Within 24 hours after physical release, is what I'm going to say. Because we are in the middle of the city, but also kind of in the middle of nowhere. This jail location is unideal. So hard to say how long it may take you to get home. Okay, so you have 24 hours after you hit the street to go do that. I recommend go as soon as possible, so there's no possibility that you guys overlap. All right, everything's on your paperwork. Will you comply with that and come to court?
Yes.
All right, then you are released, and thank you for your understanding, you know, as we were trying to figure out who's going to move. I try to think of the kids, you know. Good luck. If you step to your left. All right, thank you. Okay, great. And so, officers, we need to, right, okay, so there's 3 guys we can leave in here. Right, so just that guy. Okay, perfect. All right. Yeah, well, there's 4 total. Right, in addition to the guy that needs the interpreter. Okay.
And for the record, Your Honor, Sylvia Fisher Ferreira, court interpreter.
Great. Thank you so much for your patience, ma'am. We're going to be ready to go in just half a second.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
And let's get him the does he have the headphones? Yeah. Okay, great. He's got, here he comes. He's putting them on. Oh, okay. And is that Mallory Hale?
Yes, that's me, Judge.
Hi, ma'am. Just so you know, we're trying to set up the iPad for your client because he's close custody, which does mean he's in this building and he's back there, but we don't do it that often. And I think sheriff staff fall out of, like their skills degrade for using the iPad. So I think they got to find it. They got to get it hooked up. So that's why I said, let's do this matter first, so that way our interpreter can go. And then I'll just keep rolling through these sort of off-chain ones until we hear that your client is set up and ready to go, okay?
Perfect.
Right,
I can wait
thanks.
as long as you need. Thank you.
Okay, much appreciated. Thank you. All right, now we are looking for, are we good to go, officer? We're clear? Okay. All right. Mr. Bobadilla, please come to the podium. No, wrong person. I apologize. Mr. Villalobos. Mr. Villalobos.
Your Honor, would you allow the interpreter to verify if Mr. Villalobos can hear the interpreter through the headset?
Yes, please do.
Sí, la escucho.
He can hear the interpreter, Your Honor.
All right. Sir, may I please have your full name and your date of birth?
Jonathan José Albarrán Villalobos, 10-25-1986.
¿Cuál es su primer apellido?
Albarrán.
Albarrán. Okay. Jonathan José Albarrán Villalobos, 1025-86.
All right. Is Albarrán A-L-B-A-R-A-N?
Sí, Albarrán.
Yes,
Doble R.
Albarrán with double R.
Oh, okay. And the B is a B or a V?
Villalobos, B corta.
Albarrán.
Albarrán, B larga.
A B, not a V. A B.
Thank you. And it was October 25 of 1986?
Correcto.
Correct.
Thank you. All right, let me have the appearance of the county attorney, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Brooke Gahn, about the state.
All right, Mr. Albarrán, you have been arrested on one allegation of luring a minor for purposes of sexual exploitation. That is a Class 3 felony. Based on what the police presented, there is probable cause for it. I am appointing a lawyer to represent you in this case. I am scheduling your next 2 court dates. Those will be a status conference, April 9th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court, with a preliminary hearing April 13th at 8:30 in the same court. Before I set conditions of bail or release, what did the state want to recommend?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state is asking for a $50,000 cash-only bond, and if Mr. Villalobos is able to post that, we'd ask for electronic monitoring as is required by statute, no contact with any minors, and no internet use. Those requests are based on the nature of the charges. Although it doesn't appear that he has any prior criminal history, this is a very serious charge with very serious consequences if he is convicted after a trial. He allegedly made arrangements with what he believed to be a 15-year-old girl to engage in sex acts. Our understanding is that he is a Venezuelan national, and the state is unaware of his...
Can you say what national he was? The interpreter was not able to hear.
Venezuelan. And the state is unsure of his legal status in the United States at this time. We believe he is a danger to the community as well as a significant flight risk. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Albarrán, I have considered what's been alleged against you and the apparent strength of the evidence against you. I've considered that you don't appear to have any criminal history that we are aware of other than a civil immigration proceeding in 2023 that this court is unable to determine the outcome of based on the limited records that I have. So essentially no criminal history that we know of. I've considered the time that you might face if you are convicted of this, which is mandatory prison, although it's not as much prison as for a younger age group. So balancing all those things, I am also concerned that even if you are legally present in the U.S., having strong ties to another country increases the risk of flight to avoid prosecution, because somebody may have somewhere to go, as opposed to people who have no ties to another country and would struggle much more with leaving the country to avoid the charges. So that does increase your risk of flight to avoid prosecution, which is why I am going to set the bail in your case as cash only at $50,000, as recommended by the state. If you deposit that money with the court, then by law, you must be on an ankle monitor under the supervision of pretrial services, because you are accused of a sexually motivated crime against a child. And the law says that it is not a defense to this charge, that it was an undercover police officer, that it counts the same. So if you do bond out, do not have any contact with the arresting officers, nor any officers who will be witnesses in the case. You may not access the internet except as specifically permitted in my order, which is solely and only for work purposes, your pending court case, which includes communicating with your lawyer or finding a lawyer if you want, although I am appointing one for you. For purposes of any schooling that you have or any children of yours have, and to access your own healthcare provider websites. No social media whatsoever, 0. And that's because the court finds that social media applications, many of them can be and are used for sex trafficking. All right. Also, no contact with anyone under the age of 18. That includes your own minor children, because the alleged behavior indicates a significant sexual interest in children that is also based on the age difference. That research shows that people who are closer in age to the children they're attempting to sexually victimize are less aberrant than people who are significantly older. And so the court believes that at this moment it's too risky to allow you to have contact with your children, because if paid means of victimizing children are curtailed, people often then begin to victimize their own children. So no contact with your children while the case is pending. That may mean that you have to move while the case is pending, but you can address that if and when you post the bond with pretrial services and your lawyer. Everything I've just told you is on your paperwork. Your court dates are next week, April 9th at 8:30 for a status conference, April 13th at 8:30 for your preliminary hearing. If you'll please step to your left, we need to get the paperwork reprinted, and we're going to send it out to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And thank you so much to the interpreter. Have a great day.
Thank
all right,
you.
so officer, sure, thank you. Do you know what the status is for the iPad guy?
No, Saunders went out to go.
Okay, he'll come back when he's got it set up. Okay, yeah. All right, so just so you know, Counsel Hale, we've got a supervisory DO working on it. So he's very good. He'll come back as soon as he's got it straightened out. Okay, let's keep going then, please. Sure. With I want to do Mr. Conrad next, please, and then Mr. Medford. And then I did. It went to cash. I went from secured to cash.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, whoopsies. Hold on. Sorry, 1 second, sir. It sounds like I did a bad job on my paperwork. Yes? Don't know what I'm thinking. Okay. Oh, I must not. I don't know. I must not have saved it properly. Okay. Everything else looks good. Save. Okay, try it now. Okay, thanks. All right, and so are you Mr. Conrad?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, full name and date of birth, please.
Bryn Conrad, 6/24/94.
Okay, thank you. And then the appearance of counsel, please.
Brooke Gaunt on behalf of the state.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Conrad, you're here on a new case. You were booked in on one allegation of luring a minor for age 15, 16, or 17 for purposes of sexual exploitation. That is a Class 3 felony, and there is probable cause for it. I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. I'm giving you 2 court dates. The first is a status conference, April 9th at 8:30 in the morning, with a preliminary hearing April 13th at 8:30 in the morning. Those are in the downtown Superior Court. Before I set conditions of bail or release, what did the state want to recommend?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state is asking for a $50,000, cash-only appearance bond, and if Mr. Conrad's able to post it, we'd ask for electronic monitoring, no contact with any minors, and no internet use. Mr. Conrad allegedly made arrangements with what he believed to be a 15-year-old girl in order to engage in sex acts. Our understanding, again, it doesn't appear Mr. Conrad has any prior criminal history. His place of residence is unknown to the state at this time, and it appears that his vehicle is registered in Louisiana. So the state is not aware of his ties or the strength of any ties, if any, to Arizona. Given the fact that he's facing mandatory prison time if convicted, and the sexual nature of these offenses, we do believe he's a danger to the community, as well as a flight risk, given the potential for him to flee to another state. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I want to reprint this one too. So, Mr. Conrad, consider what's been alleged against you, and the fact that this offense, if you were convicted of it, which you are not, and right now you do enjoy the presumption of innocence, this court still has to make orders to try to protect against flight to avoid prosecution and public safety. And I do see that you had 2 felony arrests in Louisiana within the past year. I apologize, 3. Well, I guess that takes it back to March. A year and a little. You had 3. One's 2 violation of protective orders, which tends to suggest a problem following court orders. And in September, a cyber stalking allegation that doesn't appear to have turned into anything. But what I'm trying to say is that suggests that you were in Louisiana in 2025. And so, which is a strong tie to another state that has this court concerned. Also, I've considered, just as with the prior defendant, the more predatory nature of the age gap, which again is based on research that it suggests a stronger likelihood that you may repeat this type of behavior and that it's more compulsive. So I believe on these facts it is appropriate to set bail in your case at $50,000 cash only, also with an ankle monitor. That's required by law for any case of this nature. You don't appear to have any children, so just no contact with any minors at all. Just like the last defendant, no use of the internet except it only as permitted, and that's going to be for work, your pending court case or communication with counsel, school, and access to your healthcare provider websites. Absolutely no social media while the case is pending without a further court order. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. Do not leave the state without the court's permission. Everything's going to be on your paperwork. If you go that direction, we'll bring it out to you. Thank you. Okay, so how are we doing for that iPad? I see one in your hand.
I have no link yet. So.
Oh, okay. All right. They're still doing tech stuff? Okay. All right. They're still going to do some...
On the side.
Well, if you bring it over, she can show you.
There ain't one on it. Okay. I'm trying to tell you.
All right. Let's go ahead with Mr. Medford's case then while they work on that. All right. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Jimmy Medford, legally Jimmy, not James as they keep
okay.
putting on my paperwork.
All right, I will.
Jimmy.
Okay, great. I'm going to put that into our system. I just want to warn you, ours doesn't talk to the downtown court system anymore. We're on an old system. So be sure and update that with your lawyer when you get to court, or you can do it directly with the court staff that you're well, no, if they're going to talk to your lawyer about it. I'm just saying you need to get it straightened out downtown because unfortunately, even though I've put it into our system, it's not going to transmit anywhere.
So yeah, Jimmy Medford, 32788.
Okay, thank you. And then the appearance of the state.
Brooke Gaunt on behalf of the state, Your Honor.
Oh, okay, thanks. Mr. Medford, You were arrested on one allegation of luring a minor for purposes of sexual exploitation. It is a Class 3 felony. There is probable cause for it, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your status conference will be April 9th at 8:30 in the morning, with a preliminary hearing April 13th at 8:30 in the morning. I'm going to hear from the state, and then I'm going to give you a little bit of a warning just to make sure you understand your rights, and then I'll let you talk, okay? All right, so what does the state want to recommend on release conditions?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state's asking for $50,000 cash-only bond, and if Mr. Medford's able to post that, we'd ask for electronic monitoring, no contact with any minors, and no internet use. It doesn't appear that Mr. Medford has any prior felony convictions, although it does appear he has at least one misdemeanor conviction. He, again, allegedly made arrangements to meet with what he believed to be a 15-year-old girl to engage in sex acts. We do not have a local address for him. Our understanding is that he has ties to the state of Alaska. We do not know what, if any, ties he may have to Arizona. Given the sexual nature of this charge, we are concerned that he's a danger to the community as well as a flight risk. Thank you.
All right, so Mr. Medford, you remember the recording, right, that you do have the right to remain silent about what you've been accused of. Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right, and do you remember that you have the right to the assistance of a lawyer, and I did appoint one for you, but they are not standing here next to you. But do you remember you have the right to have a lawyer help you with your case?
Yes.
Okay, so what I want to caution you about, and then I'll hear what you have to say, is it can be very tempting to talk about what you're accused of when somebody else just did it, and you're trying very hard to get better release conditions. But many, many people, when they do that, they're trying to get better release conditions. They say things that are incriminating, whether they know it or not, because they're not lawyers. And everything that you're saying is being audio and video recorded, and it could potentially be used against you at any later hearing, including your trial in what is likely a prison mandatory case, if you lose. Whereas a lawyer can tell your side of the story without it being used against you. And of course that, can limit what you might choose to say today. So I will hear whatever you have to say, Mr. Medford. I'm not going to put a sock in it, but I'll warn you, if I feel like you're going down the road of being really incriminating, I'll probably warn you again. But you say you understand your rights, so certainly I would encourage you to talk about what conditions of bail or release I ought to set. Safe to do that. I encourage you to do that. I don't encourage you to talk about what you've been accused of because it could incriminate you. That being said, I will let you. Do you understand the warning that I just gave you? All right. What did you want to say?
So, for the record, so I'm not incriminating myself, and hearing how you're handling the other cases, I'm very conscious of what you're saying, and I don't want to waste any of your time.
No, it's okay. What do you want to say?
So, with that being said, I will be showing up to court regardless of what bonds you're setting, or will be permissible, and I'll say it that way. Because I have my evidence of showing that this was not what I am being accused of. I'll just say it like that, okay? I understand what the state is saying about me being a flight risk and things of that nature. I am now a new resident of Arizona. I do not have any family or homestead or anything of that nature to go back to in Alaska, nor can I financially afford it, even if I wanted to. I moved back to new job starting in Arizona back in July. So I've been here for quite some time.
It's down in Pinal County, right?
Correct.
Right, which I wanted the state to speak on, but go ahead, sir.
So my request, if it can be granted, for reason one, being that I am a new resident and I have no home to go to other than where I'm staying, is because of my employment. I heavily depend on that, and I can't afford to lose it. Condition number two is because that money and anything, if you have to say restitution or have to pay back a court cost or whatever it may be, I need that job to pay that. And I can't afford to do that.
Right, so tell me what are you
So
getting?
my request is, I have a little bit of money in my account to put towards the court today, and I believe if the officer still has my credit card, that if you allow that, I can do it that way. My question is if either A, I can pay what I can today and be released today so I do not lose my job with the conditions like they said, ankle monitor, or may it be house arrested, because where I live is where I also work. I manage a mobile home park and RV recreation. And that's what Casa Grande High Chaparral is.
Okay,
So, in short, I understand the severity of the charges, but I cannot afford to lose my job, and I am not a flight risk.
okay, so let me go back to the state. Is there burden? And also, so counsel, I had just double checked with pretrial services. There are folks who live just on the edge of the county border, like Apache Junction, who sometimes they will agree to supervise, and they say Casa Grande is too far. And so I have two choices, Mr. Medford, to not let you leave the county and put the ankle monitor on you, which is, the law says it's required, quote, where available, which is very undefined. And so otherwise, the court would probably want additional security if you were allowed to leave the county and not be on an ankle monitor. I will say, and I understand you have your own evidence and you dispute this completely, but what the police describe with some good degree of detail does suggest direct, intentional aiming at that age group. It reads as the most predatory of any of the factual statements on the calendar today in terms of targeting and deliberate behavior. I'm also concerned that your criminal history, which I absolutely understand you have not been convicted of, but in the law, the court can and is supposed to consider your arrest and conviction history. You have a 2013 arrest in South Dakota. Looks like all of your other criminal history is from South Dakota. It is for it looks like a dismissed case, domestic abuse, and there was at least an allegation of sexual contact with a child. I have also considered that you have apparently, as far as we can tell, not been convicted in that case. If that is an arrest, it is not a conviction. So I have to balance many factors in the case, as well as the allegation of flight risk. So did the state want to be heard on the question of release conditions? I wasn't sure if you were aware that he, as far as we know, he lives and works in Pinal County, and we cannot ankle monitor him in Pinal County. Does the state have a position?
Thank you, Your Honor, and I was not aware of that. I certainly understand what Mr. Medford is indicating regarding his wanting and needing to keep his employment. And it's unfortunate that there isn't any other way that we could monitor him absent the electronic monitoring. I guess my request, I'm still requesting that he has the electronic monitoring, at least until such time as he could provide his counsel or the court additional information regarding his employment. Because I am just certainly concerned. And additionally, I was not aware of his criminal history from South Dakota, which again just gives me a bit more concern about the possibility of him being able to flee.
Okay, so your recommendation stands?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thanks. All right, Mr. Medford, I've considered what's been alleged against you, and I've considered what the time that you face. All right, sir, I'll give you one chance to just respond quickly. Go ahead.
With what she just said and what you're telling me, I understand. Will it help? Because I cannot stress enough to the court, I cannot lose my housing and that job. With what you had stated momentarily ago, if I need, in addition, having the ankle monitor and not leaving Pinell County.
But it's Maricopa. The problem is you can't leave Maricopa County. This is Maricopa.
Oh, I guess I misunderstood what you're saying.
Right, we wouldn't be
So,
having this problem,
I
or
guess
this
I
issue, if you weren't living and working in a different.
So I guess maybe I would word this then. Can I be, or submit to the court, my employment, current and in good standing, maybe, like she said, with the ankle monitor and possibly house arrest. And if I need to do a daily check-in, I will have the ability to do that, just to ensure that you guys know that I'm constantly in contact with you guys as I'm going through my court dates. And then again, whatever I have in my funds for my account, if the officer still has my wallet, which I hope they do, I'll pay what I can today. But I will be in constant contact with you, knowing that I'm not a flight risk whatsoever, because I have no home to go to. This is my home. Where I live is where I work, and I can't afford to lose that. I would be homeless.
All right. This is what I'm going to order, sir, and I have to balance many factors, which includes treating similarly situated defendants similarly. And the court believes that on these facts, you do pose a risk to children and people in the community, and you do pose a flight risk. Not any differently than the other gentlemen in court here today. I'm considering your situation. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set not a cash bail. I'm going to set $50,000 secured. But I'm not going to impose the ankle monitor because of where you live. I'm going to say in order to provide proof of employment in Pinell County to pretrial services in 72 hours of release, or he will be subject to electronic monitoring and no longer permitted to leave Maricopa County. Okay. So I'll give you 72 hours after you get out to show pretrial. And I understand, I am aware, and I don't take it lightly, that this order may well cost you your job. It may.
It will.
And what you are facing is mandatory prison in the Class 3 felony, which I think with no priors, is it still 3.5 years, counsel? You probably know better than I do. It's not the extremely larger amount of time you'd face if the undercover officer had been pretending to be 14, but 15. These facts suggest to the court that you are dangerous to young, youthful kids. So that is the court's order. That is based on what we do in similarly situated cases. I do not believe it would be proper or fair to cut you a break because you do represent yourself well, and I have considered your arguments. You've done a good job. I came in here prepared to do $75,000 and or cash, as she said. So I've improved what my inclination was, but sir, I won't ignore the facts alleged against you and the strength of the evidence that the state says that they have. If they have this evidence, it is strong evidence of this crime. It doesn't mean you're convicted. You say you have competing evidence. I'm sure you do. But on these facts, the court is very concerned, especially that you will then skip town to avoid all of this.
May I ask one other question?
One more thing.
Because I can see I understand the severity of what you're trying to convey to me. So would it help the court if I asked my employer, which sometimes they do in case we need to help another rental location or maybe moving equipment or something like that, if they would put me into a housing within this county,
I think
and do it that way, because I think they would do that if I can grant that call tonight, which is also one of my concerns I wanted to bring up to you.
Well, you need to talk to your lawyer about a motion to modify. If you can get that in place, if you can persuade your employer to be patient and wait for you to try to work that out, because then you need to put that in front of the trial judge and say, I can live here, please reduce my bond, put me on an ankle monitor, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That you could get a modification if you can show a basis for the court to believe it. Yes, that is entirely possible.
And then I would also, like I stated in addition, give you the proof of employment and good standing that I'm there. I can't go anywhere without being physically at the job.
Right.
And then two, if it helps as far as resident-wise, updating my license to Arizona, which I should have done 2 months, 3 months ago.
All right.
But yes, I see what you're going, and I'm very grateful to you. But I hope you can see I cannot afford to lose my job. I would be homeless, and I have nowhere to go. I don't.
That is, I do regret that. I'm sorry. But my orders stand right now. Take your paperwork, talk to your lawyer. We're going to give you a page for the public defender. It's going to take a few days for them to even know your case exists. And then you can talk to somebody, hopefully from the jail. You just have to call them and see if they've assigned anybody or how they're going to do that. But your court date is next Thursday, the 9th at 8:30 in the morning. Whatever happens, don't miss it. Everything's on your paperwork. If you step to your left, they'll give you a copy. Okay. Thank you. All right. So, do we have the iPad going? Stay put, Mr. Bobadilla. Do we have it?
Did you want to do?
Yeah, let's sit down, Mr. Bobadilla, because I just want to get Laura out of here because she's been waiting. Okay. Okay, let's see if we can get him up on the, are you able to do that?
What topic?
I want to do, if I can, I want to do Williams's case. We need, okay, are we letting them in? Okay. Okay. Okay, can you guys hear us on the iPad? Okay. Okay, great. We're gonna try. All right. Mr. Williams, can you hear me? Can you say your full name and date of birth, please? All right, is that your client, counsel?
Yes, that's my client.
Great. All right, Ms. Gaunt, will you announce?
Thank you, Your Honor. Brooke Gaunt on behalf of the state.
Oh, and could the officers, can you guys mute us on your end, like mute the speaker? We're getting feedback. Okay. Oh, much better, thank you. Okay, and Mr. Williams, will you wave at us if you stop being able to hear? Just wave at the camera, okay? Can you hear me now? Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me.
Now I can hear you, but.
Oh, see, I think they did it wrong. Okay, let's try again, officers. I just want you to turn the volume down on the side of the iPad. No, that's wrong, because that'll mute me. Okay, I know what it is. Sorry. Turn the volume up. Turn the volume up and then mute your microphone.
I think private counsel also has to mute when she's in. That might be from her as well.
Okay, although she looks like she's being very quiet.
But her speaker.
Oh, her speaker might be feeding back? No?
Do you need me to mute?
I don't think so. I'm not hearing feedback now. Now, Mr. Williams, give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Yay. Okay, we're good. Okay. All right. So we had our announcements, right? Or defense, did you announce?
Hey, I don't believe I did. So Mallory Hale for Michael Williams. I'm with the Public Defender's Office.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for being here. All right. Mr. Williams, you are back in court because there's been a criminal complaint filed against you, and that happened on, well, the complaint was filed and the warrant was issued yesterday, April 2nd. It charges you with misconduct involving weapons, a Class 4 felony, with an alleged offense date of November 20th, 2025. And so I am appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you in this case. And I'm going to set release conditions in a moment. And I just want to advise Counsel Hale, prior to court, maybe half an hour before court, I did reach out to the county attorney's office and ask if they were able to tell me whether your client had ever hit the street before this crime allegedly occurred, because the dates were very confusing in the case. I saw that November is what I see in my notes. On the 19th, he had an initial appearance in CR 2025-009 007-920. And now he stands accused of misconduct involving weapons on the 20th. And so it's my practice, because I believe it would be more than arguably an overbroad application of the on-release law, that if a defendant doesn't physically hit the street before the new crime is committed, in an abundance of caution, I tend to grant bail. And so I don't know what, I'm going to hear from the county attorney. I will let you know she didn't have time to respond, so I don't know. So I just updated you, Ms. Hale. I got no information from her yet. We're both about to get it simultaneously. So let me hear from her now, what she might have been able to learn about the allegations. Go ahead, ma'am.
Your Honor, so the best that I was able to determine is that I believe that there is an error in the direct complaint as well as the warrant. I believe that the date of the offense is November 10th.
Oh, okay, all right, understood. I know you're saying you can't commit that it's absolutely a mistake, but you're saying to the best of what you can observe.
Yes, and I did attempt to contact the trial bureau that is assigned to this case, but the assigned DCA is out, and I didn't hear back from the bureau chief or the assistant bureau chief.
Okay, understood. Thank you. All right, then what is the state's recommendation then, and then I'll hear from the defense.
So, Your Honor, I would ask, it appears that the commissioner who saw the direct complaint warrant had issued it for a $100,000 cash bond. I would ask that the court affirm that bond amount.
All right, so turning to you, Ms. Hale, and you may know quicker than I can figure it out, is what bonds is he currently being set on? Because I'll tell you right now, I'm not going to do $100,000 cash in this case. I just looked at his criminal history. It predates his arrest in what appear to be vastly more serious cases, and so and whatever release conditions he has right now appears to be sufficient to hold him in custody, so that the incremental benefit of imposing more bond in a case that poses less inherent risk to the community, I'm not seeing it. So do you know what his current bonds are? Because I can sit here and look them up if you don't.
I do know, Judge, and I agree with your thinking. It's $100,000 cash in his other matter.
Because he's got a PF. Did you know? I was showing he has a PF case, IA March 28th. Was that not filed?
Yeah. So I don't 100% know what happened. I've also had a hard time getting information. This is what the pre-file was over the weekend, but it got charged somewhat later, so I'm not 100% sure. This is the misconduct involving weapons from that pre-file, if that made sense.
Oh, okay, yep. Hold on, give me a second. I want to trace it back to make sure I understand. Okay, I have a hyperlink. It was March 28th on the 11 p.m. calendar. This is PF 2026-003-462. And so he got page 2, right, and it looks like drive-by shooting, ag assault, kidnapping, MIW, discharging a firearm, and disorderly with a weapon. So those were the allegations. They did $100,000 cash. Gave him a status conference yesterday, and when I look at the page that tells me whether it was filed, it says filed, but I see, and it was 346. And now I've got a new case number. Okay, sorry. This one got weird.
Trying to figure it out. So.
Okay, give me a second, because so the PF from the March 28th, which should turn into the CR number when they file it. It should keep the same number. It's 003-462, and it looks like, I'm going to look at what this page 2 was. It was, yeah, right, it was a PC statement, and it says on 11/10 at 19:58 hours. Okay. And just trying to connect all the dots. The DR number was 2025-016772121. And then when I look at the docket for this one, this is the one from the 28th. When I look at the docket, it says And this is 112174, which is my case. So when I hit the hyperlink for the 28th, it gets me my case. I think this could have been a late file. Is it a late file, man? That one's, I don't know, wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, okay, so it is a different PF number, CR number, meaning I don't know what I'm talking about. But I see it, and I'm going to check the DR number in my case and see if it's that 77121.
I believe it is the same one in that it was a late file, because when I was checking IAView on Monday or Tuesday, it said charges not filed, and then this showed up the next day.
Okay, and when I look at the docket, it says amended direct complaint. So hold on. So what I see in the docket is, I didn't open it. So it says direct complaint 4-1, and so on 4-1, I'm just opening this up in ISIS. It just said MIW, and it says November 20, and the police report, there's two of them, but one of them is the 77121 report, and it just charges MIW. Then we got an amended direct complaint on the 2nd. Oh, it just says the amendment relates to changing service to warrant in custody other charges. So, okay. All right. I feel like I have a good handle on this. Counsel for the state, do you want to, because I believe it was not a, I don't know why it has a different CR number. That one I can't explain. Could be a late file situation. But it is, in fact, the same case for which he was booked on March 28th. You've seen PF 2026-003-462. It's got the same DR number in it. There is an MIW in it. And that, I believe that the rest of those counts, the ag assault, kidnap, weapons possession from that PF went away, at least for now. And that really, this is just the MIW on November 10th. That predates his IA in the ag assault case, which was the 19th of November, so it doesn't cause a non-release. And he gets a bond. Okay. Good Lord. That was painful. All right, I'm going to let you can digest that and tell me if you think.
Yeah, I don't know, and okay. I did receive an email back, but it
doesn't help.
They're not understanding what's happening.
Right. Okay. So, Counsel Hale, what is your recommendation?
I would just ask the court to consider a smaller bond amount. He is already in on $100,000 cash. He has been in since November. This is just an MIW now, and he is indigent and represented by the public defender's office. So I would ask the court to consider something less than the $100,000 cash.
Okay. I'm going to put at approximately 12:05 p.m. I'm just making a note. Okay. I'll read it out in a second. Okay, I'm saying per court discussion on the record at approximately 12:45 p.m. CFTR, because I want to try to make any of this make sense. There appears to be a mistake in the warrant and direct complaint, and the actual offense date alleged is 11/10/2025. All right, so I'm thinking of this, counsel, just in terms of your client's criminal history, which is 4 prior felony convictions. There is one that was an ag assault with a deadly weapon back from, it was a 2022 offense date. So he does have those 4 priors, and this is MIW. So my decision is to set bail in the amount of $10,000 secured with written release conditions that just include, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol prescription, no alcohol.
Can I
yes, go ahead, ma'am.
you? Okay. And just for clarification, is, because I'm between different screens, is he being seen today on CR 2026-112174?
Correct, but when you click the docket for the case number from PF whatever, it ties to this one.
To this one.
Which I have seen before. I just don't personally know how they manage that. And when I try to, if you try to open, PF 2026-003462, or even try to open it as a CR number, I don't believe you can. Okay. I'll try it.
So I just received an email from the assigned attorney who indicated that he, earlier, I think today, or perhaps yesterday, he e-filed a motion to dismiss.
This
for this matter.
Direct complaint?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
That's quite something. All righty. So based on that, are you prepared to make an oral motion, or maybe I'll set a $1 bond?
Yes, that's fine, Your Honor.
All right. Any objection to me setting a $1 bond, counsel?
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay. A little bit unimpressed with that situation. Okay. It's $1 secured appearance bond. And then I'm going to say, also, that it was filed or it's being filed?
He said he used the past tense.
Okay.
And he did attach, although it doesn't have a file stamp, but he did attach a copy of the motion in the order.
All I'm going to say is also per MCAO, FCR, I like to give a time code. The assigned attorney informed the DCA that a motion to dismiss this case was filed this date. I'm going to put nominal bond set.
Question for the county attorney. Would you be able to forward me that motion to dismiss? I did not receive a courtesy copy.
Yes, I can send it right now.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
All right, so Mr. Williams, that has been a huge amount of discussion. Give me a thumbs up if you can still hear me. Okay, thanks. So after a bit of real bureaucratic craziness, and I've worked here a long time, we think this case is getting dismissed soon. I don't know that for a fact, and the court still needs to rule on that motion to dismiss that the county attorney said we believe was filed today. So, in the meantime, I'm going to set a $1 bond in your case on the expectation that the case is going away. But right now, that motion is not before me. The court that it's in front of is going to rule on that. And you'll find out from Ms. Hale what the outcome was. I'm still going to give you those court dates: status conference April 9th at 8:30, preliminary hearing April 13th at 8:30. And I don't know when your next court date is in your other case, but at a minimum, if anything falls through the crack, you will be taken to court next week for my case, so long as you don't post that $1. All right. Any questions from the state or defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, ladies. Well, Ms. Hale, thank you for joining the party of strangeness. I felt better having defense counsel in here because so often we are working through this type of craziness. Although, I got to tell you, this is high on the list of bureaucratic craziness for what I've seen. So, all right, then we're going to be in recess on that. Thanks for your patience, counsel. Have a great day.
Great, thank you. Michael, when you get back to the jail, give me a call, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Have a
Thank you
nice
so much
day,
to the
everybody.
officers. Thank you. Okay, bye-bye. Okay, so, officers, I've got 2 house calls left. They are Mr. Jasper and Mr. Fay.
We still have.
Oh, we have a guy.
Yes.
Sorry. Come on in, sir. Yeah, right. No, okay. Apologies. Thank you. Hi, Mr. Bobadilla. Wow.
Oh, Felix.
It's been quite the calendar. What's your full name and date of birth, please?
Felix Bobadilla, 01-2204.
Okay, thank you. And then the appearance of the county attorney, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Brooke Dawn on behalf of the state.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bobadilla, you've been arrested on They listed it as 4 counts of luring a minor for purposes of...
4 counts?
I know, I'm going to tell you. For purposes of sexual exploitation, alleged as class 3 felonies. It's my feeling and belief that they're counting each of different messages or things that they're alleging. They're counting each of those as a separate crime, which could, honestly, the court views it as one incident, one totality, but legally speaking, they're saying, they're breaking out separate portions of it and calling that a different offense. I'm appointing a lawyer for you. I do find probable cause for this, but it's not. It doesn't move the needle for me on the release issue or anything like that. So I don't want you to worry about it. It's a way that sometimes cases get booked or charged. You have a lawyer to help you with that, but I don't view your case as being any different than the other ones because the cop who booked you broke it out and the cops who booked them did not. So, but I do find probable cause for those 4 counts as class 3 felonies. I am appointing a lawyer for you, and I'm going to give you court dates of April 9th at 8:30 in the morning and a preliminary hearing April 13th at 8:30. Those are in the downtown Superior Court, and the address is on your paper. Before I set conditions of bail, I'm going to hear from the county attorney. Also, my feet hurt. I'm going to sit down. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state's asking for a $50,000 cash-only bond, along with electronic monitoring, no contact with any minors, and no internet use. These requests are based on the nature of the charges. He allegedly made arrangements to meet with what he believed to be 2 15-year-old girls in order to engage in sex acts. Our understanding is that he resides in the state of Texas, and he may be present in Arizona for work. Although we don't have all of the specifics related to that information. We don't know if he has any other additional ties to Arizona. We are concerned that he is a danger to the community given the sexual nature of the charge or charges, as well as a possible flight risk.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Bobadilla, I've considered what's been alleged against you and the statements of the county attorney. I've considered what appears to be, as I recall, 0 criminal history for you. There does appear to be a strong weight of evidence. And so I've also considered that as a general rule, somebody your age, even if you did what they said you did, trying to have sex with 15-year-old kids is less psychologically and sociologically aberrant than somebody much older, like the other men in court today. But it is highly illegal. And 15 is not above the age of consent anywhere in the United States. And so, so I've considered that. Weighing against that is the idea that you're alleged to have been caught bringing alcohol in order to give alcohol to, wait a minute, it's accused. But I'm saying this makes it more culpable and more deliberate that the crime that you're alleged to have committed would have involved 2 15-year-olds to whom you would have been providing alcohol in order, I guess, to, as alleged, facilitate having sex with them. That's not good. That's predatory. That is a predatory accusation. And also that you reside out of state. Balancing all those factors, it's the court's inclination to set bail in your case in the amount of $50,000 secured. Means you can use a bail bondsman, not cash only, and then put you on an ankle monitor, and you will stay in Maricopa County while the case is pending. No contact with anyone under the age of 18. No use of social media at all for any reason. You can only access the internet. You can't surf the web. You can only access it for work purposes, your pending court case, school, or healthcare. Now, what was your question?
Okay, I'm here for the union. I'm here in Arizona for union. I stay in Chandler. I just started working, and like the other male told you that I can't afford to lose my job because I depend on it. I pay my bills, I pay my car, and then I give money for my daughter.
Oh, you do have a child?
Yes.
How old is your child?
11 months, 12 months, about to be 1.
All right, counsel, do you want to be heard on any no contact order for that child?
The state would ask for supervised contact.
Go ahead, sir.
She's not with me. She's in Texas, but I sent her mom the money.
The child lives in Texas?
Yes.
Okay.
And I just wanted to know that, like, I would come to all the court cases because I never gotten in trouble. If you just put me on the ankle monitor and lower my bond, it's possible. I don't risk a threat to no one. And I'll be coming to all the court cases. Y'all could drug test me, do everything. I don't smoke, I don't drink, I don't do none of that. Or drugs.
Counsel, do you want to be heard?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Mr. Bobadilla, there's not ever a good time to be arrested on potentially prison mandatory felonies. And that is unfortunate. In this case, though, the court is very concerned about you having no ties to the state and the more specific nature of what you've been accused of. Balancing all those factors, the court will set bail in your case at $35,000. It is secured. You will be on an ankle monitor. If you post it, you are not to leave this county without the court's advance permission. Everything else still applies. I did say you could have video and audio contact with your minor child, so that would be basically, Zoom or FaceTime. No weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, no alcohol. Everything is on your paperwork.
And on, let's say post bail. On the bail, once I get the bail, can I get my car back?
Yeah, I did not prohibit you from going to the scene of the crime. I don't know where your car is.
No, they took it.
Right. So, they may have just towed it because it couldn't be left there. They may be saying it's evidence. I don't know.
No, they towed it because it was in the middle of the street.
Okay, so you have to contact Chandler PD and find out where the tow yard is.
And if I live in Chandler, can I still live there?
Sure. That's in the county. We have a massive county.
Yeah, because I work in the
Yes.
LG plant in Intel.
Yes, you're fine. You're fine in Chandler. Absolutely. Yeah, and you're fine to get your car. It's going to be at some impound lot that has a contract with the city of Chandler. So you just got to call Chandler Police Department when you get out and say, my car got towed. Can you tell me where to go?
So it's going to be the lowest 35?
35,000 secured. It means you can use a bail bondsman. Then you'll get the ankle monitor once it's posted, and then you get out.
All right.
All right, everything's on your paperwork if you step to your left.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, ma'am. And I'm not even done. I thought it was safe to set a 1 o'clock meeting, and that is not true. Hey, will you email? Will you tell Donna Hogan and tell her to push the two? Yeah. Okay. She's Dave Lavoff says we can push the two. Yeah. Okay. All righty, officers. Good Lord Almighty.
Oh, stand over there.
Oh, dear God. Okay, right. I stood up way too long and now my feet are killing me. Okay. I have 2 house calls, Mr. Bay and Mr. Johnson. Is each of them not physically, right, is each of them not physically present in court because they've been isolated as a potential risk of danger to themselves or others? Okay. I did get an affirmative answer.
He was on probation, right? No, he didn't.
Yes, for APD, right. Okay.
You got a problem. You got a problem now.
Okay, so, I will advise Mr. Jasper that he's here on one new allegation of disorderly conduct with a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument. There is probable cause for it. I am appointing a lawyer. His court dates will be April 9 at 8:30 and April 13 at 8:30 for a status conference and preliminary hearing in the downtown Superior Court. Pardon me, and he's got probation holds coming. He's on probation for a Class 6 felony and, for 2 separate felony cases. And I do find that hang on one second, I gotta. Pull out a little thing. I do find that in all reasonable probability, Mr. Jasper will be revoked to prison. Let me look. One thing. Yeah, he's not been reporting to his probation officer. This is an allegation with machete. All right, I do find, pursuant to Rule 7.c and the other rules cited, that he will in all reasonable probability suffer a term of incarceration, so I'm not granting him bail in his probation case. All right, if anything, I think I already said it, $10,000 secured bond in the new case with written conditions, no contact with the alleged victim, everybody to see the alleged crime, etc. And his court date and probation will be April 9th, 8:30 in the morning. Okay, almost. Okay, done. All right, we're going to stand in recess till 2 p.m.